Okay. Oh, right. So I really like this picture. So, if for those who've seen the storybook, it is kind of carrying that imagery over. Where Pod, is at the center with all the Rannochs coming at him. It's a different angle in that, but yeah, the you can kind of see those bones everywhere. Some of them are not as good as others, but never mind. But I do like the rib part sticking out like that. It must be like a very large creature. Could even be set up for the Beastosaurus in the final book. Uh, but oh yes, yeah, I think he's trapped some the Veronica in some ice here and protects himself there, and he looks like he's shooting a ice laser upwards, or it could just be simply Vibra. And I like how he's like formed another trident, so yeah, he seems like the powerful one in the picture. Anyway, yeah, I remember really like his chapter. I'm so looking forward.
Tilda Chapter 59, Vuronix. Pod wakes up in a land of green soil and bone, and as he wakes up, gives up on life. All he can do now is relax on a planet he thought he would be staying on for ages.
I feel like the middle sentence could have like given off like the wrong impression, but what it means is um like Pod is pretty much at a dead end. All he can do now is like wait here because I don't think he expected the Legion to come to him because he doesn't know what the Legion what's happened to them at all. Um, um, but yeah, although would you say that it's given up in that manner? I don't know. It just sounds misleading still. Um, but yeah, regardless, so yeah, he's going to try and take the planet from himself almost, because yeah, where is he going to go? He's going no ships, no means of teleportation, and yeah, because as I mentioned before, there could have been like a what if scenario where I didn't know he learns how to teleport through water, which would have taken ages. Yeah, I feel like that's like a really neat extension, but could about have to be careful with that, the mechanics writing wise. But yeah, he's willing to fight every Vranik coming at him, and I think it is addressed that these are creatures, but if he's wanting to survive, then he's going to have to fight them all off. Because did he hear anything about it? I'm not sure, but even at the same time, he would be constantly be harmed by the others, and even looking at them, just imagine a swarm of them. It'll be scarier than I don't know, like a swarm of insects, or even if you hear there was like a load of vicious birds coming after you, like gosh, yeah, because they're flying snakes essentially. Yeah. Although, fun fact, not sure I said this before, but Tyrannic was initially like a large creature came up with, because as well as the large wings, it also had a load of like pincers as legs almost, and it still could be able to fly. And I think it had like a flaming tail at the end. But what I ended up, but when I thought this cool idea for Pod, I thought, oh, what creature could I use? And then I saw the Ranics, and I was like, yeah, let's just shrink them down, reduce a couple of the features, and yeah, there you go. You have a quite a menacing creature. Although I feel like the wings should be a bit smaller because it's like the same length as the tail, but that's fine. Yeah, I'll just be careful next time when I next draw them. But anyway, let's yeah, got a good idea of the setting. It's very spooky, and yeah, even in the Ultimate Guide, they're probably the only thing living on that planet. There were a couple of other creatures, but those are cut out. But yeah, I wonder if this location is something I could carry over. Maybe in a certain area, perhaps, as opposed to our own planet, but I guess we'll wait and see.
He has no ship after all. The planet isn't very appealing. But Pod isn't fussy about whatever land he walks upon. He can
Oh, that's good. And well, yeah, I think it said here he's going to edit it the best he can. He can just like add as much water as he likes, and it could even help with the vegetation. Who knows? Especially if the ground is getting fed with bones. Yeah, because with the dissolving, yeah, who knows what that could lead to. Um, I'm quite curious actually. Assuming it works the same way as Earth soil. Um, let's see. Uh, or bones placed in soil will eventually decompose and break down, but the rate and extent is influenced by various factors. Um, all preserved or fossilized. Uh, Remain conditions. Those are the factors. I thought it would like do something in the ground, but no, I think the ground would just simply eat the soil. So I think no, sorry, the soil will just reserve or eat the bones. So yeah, I thought it would do, like I said, I thought it would do something to the vegetation, but or like add to it, but no, that's not how it works. It could do for this planet, no, like with more water it could help, but even then, even the final guide, there's already water that exists with some alien. The jellyfish creatures, they were going to live there. They were going to live underwater as like the only race that can live in this world because as long as they're safe underwater, they won't be bothered by the Veranics. But at the same time, I don't think the Veranics would fancy eating jellyfish equivalents. Yeah, jellyfish with human bodies. Um, yeah, which is sort of one of them in book three. Yeah, let's just get going.
Partially alter land via fire.
I kind of like how Pod's like, oh, not fussy what land he's on. So I feel like there should be like a setup where not only does Pod just admire any other planet regardless, but he could find ways how to make it better, such as adding water or heating some places up, etc. But the idea being almost like a contingency idea where if all is lost, then he would be able to know how to adapt on his own, like completely on his own. So yeah, I feel like it should be set up. But sometimes moments like these don't necessarily need set up. Sometimes you're like, okay, we're going to throw this character in a completely barren area. What's he going to do? And although this is maybe a low point, um, and it's almost like completely stopping him from um, um, yeah, it is stopping him from Mechajaw because of what I think he might, I don't know, use Mechajaw to motivate him or hope he will encounter Mechajaw one day. Although he won't be, is it? Although if I know that I don't think anyone else is living in this planet, so I think Mechajaw won't come here anyway because the Raniks will probably consider wildlife to Mechajaw. So yeah, it could be like a potential story issue to have Mechajaw not well, the goal towards him is completely halted. Um, but yeah, I think sometimes save points can just have like these contingencies where Pod's completely alone on the planet and so forth. So yeah.
Ice and water, and he can always change a world. As he starts getting some of his strength back, with no trident, he starts to unlock more of his Viber power without the need for the trident, making him puzzle.
He's in a really bad condition. Do you remember what happened? To what McDraw did to him. He must have aided like first aid himself like rather well. We with just ice, but around this area land would have been like really rotten with the bones and that. So it's not like he can resource well from it. And but yeah, I think it's just going to use all the strength he has and get going. But yeah, it looks like he's conscious well enough to unlock more. Well, not so much Vibra, but just I said here is just practicing and that. So yeah, Vibra is officially within himself, and yeah, this is like a true test.
But over time he starts to feel Viber within himself and practices for quite some time. However, he starts to see something crawling, and other things coming from the sky, and it is the Vuranics themselves. Dark green snake-like with horns, sharp
Yeah, good description too.
Teeth and dragon.
And not to mention, I can't like the tension as well, where he's like sees something moving, something coming from the sky. Like you just like land on this planet, and he's probably been unconscious. It's sadly not stated, but we can infer it. And but yeah, just like the build up.
Wings, all coming towards Pod. Pod does see all the bones around him, including morphal skeletons. Not many races are.
Oh gosh, yeah, it even says no race is safe around here. So yeah, these Veranics will literally eat anything. Yeah, imagine throwing Xynthor on this planet. I think he might make it, but if but apparently the Veranics have like a toxin that can either be venomous or will be knocking you out. And yeah, it just makes you wonder if Xynthor would be fainting from getting bitten loads of times.
Safe around here, so all he can do now is fight them off. He was spooked at first, but at the same time, Morphils are scary too, not letting any fear get.
I like that line. That's actually quite satisfying. Pod's probably thinking, "Oh, they're scary, but I'm scary too." Because yeah, orcas can be like quite intimidating creatures sometimes. So yeah, he's yeah, I feel like I think it's moments like these that probably make me tempted to say book four of my favourite because like Pod's at his wits end and he's about to be saved, but he was willing to go as far as he did, and sadly he may have not made it, but at least lead you around to help him well enough in time.
To him. He has fought off armies before, And this one is no different now that he feels closer to Viber. As he fights them,
If anything, he might feel even more powerful. And yeah, considering what he's been through, and he's managed to, he's somewhat won against Mechador despite the injuries given to one another. But it's like he can face anything, and not to mention when he fights Signfall, I think that whole hesitation is completely gone. He's definitely not as hindered as the others.
he is aiming to own the planet pretty much, even if he needs to get rid of every Varanic in the land.
How informal, but yeah, I feel like it should be written more formally, but never mind, I like it still.
As the Vuranics fly towards Pod, Pod starts to summon his Viber powers despite his...
Hang on, let's just go back a bit. Pretty much every Rennet can learn a Svenx Phi. Oh yeah, so he's gonna, every Veronic, because they all think the same here. It's actually sorry, totally subjective, but it's like what Pod is experiencing right now is because he thought all the other Morphals were the same at a point where he thought to get rid of them all, and because of that mindset, because if for instance he was sensible enough to just go for Mechajaw and be more open-minded about the other Morphals. Like, granted, some of the Morphals were on side too, but it wasn't all of them. And so it's like that misstep, or that forthright thinking is punished Pod into this area where every creature is the same and all are after him, and the best he can do is fight them off. But he's meant, but at least he's learned his lesson here, and it's getting truly tested with a race that all think the same and all are after him. Because this is what he fought off the Morphils is not the same as the Varanics.
fly towards Pod. Pod starts to summon his Viber powers despite his condition. He does all sorts
Wow, it's quite impressive. Who knows how injured he was.
to the incoming Vuranics, such as freezing them, pushing them away via water.
Just listing all sorts. I think he's like doing anything and everything. Because maybe all of this could have been simplified by like summoning a load of water that has ice cubes, and he's probably able to make a lot of the Veronics be set on fire as well. I think that would have made it like all the same, because when you think about characters in fiction, they don't like randomly spawn all of the abilities. Now they use a singular type of power to sort everything out, and I feel like that's what should have happened here. But at least he's, like I said, he's just using everything in his power, because so all of this has come from his body after all, so it could still be the same, but probably it's had to be varied. But if it's varied, it could be the point.
Drowning some in water, putting Vuranics into ice blocks and more. He does also forms various ice weapons such as a solid...
He also forms... Wait. Oh yeah, he also forms, not he does also forms. No, so no does. To ice weapons as well. Ice trident, and who knows. And he's throwing them as well. Because he's pretty good at throwing the trident, isn't he? And martial arts is handy if they're too close. So they are selective abilities.
Ice trident to jab multiple Vuranics and even throw them like javelins. He also uses his martial arts if some of the Vuranics get too close, going as far as performing a move where Pod rolls into the ground, which squishes Vuranics against the ground. Pod is...
There must be harder parts of the ground then. Any ground can be hard. So if anything, the soil could be quite healthy with how much it's eaten off the bones of all of these creatures. And not to mention, like anything that gets eaten, there might just be remains of rotten flesh, that near the ground could have been taken as well. I know, sorry, I'm sounding gross, but that's like, I guess part of our reality, but it's just 10 times here, the entire graveyard pretty much of animals. Because I say it just makes you wonder who else gets sent down there, because if it's like, as well as Mechadraw, like who else would do this? I could see Signfall maybe doing it, but I don't know. I feel like he would like do it himself, and because I think one reason Mechadraw would do this is like to save his energy, perhaps. That should have been explained, but never mind. And also I think with Morphos being like really hard to to fight off, he must, I don't know, Mechadraw probably could like make them go unconscious by, like a punch, or maybe the mind control technology, making them so caught up by the flashbacks, the lights start to shut down, and then they're like, okay, let's take them to the ship and drop them off to this planet. Yeah, I wonder if the planet is like close enough to do this as well. Well, most likely, especially if they need to get there eventually. So yeah, but also, yeah, it looks like Pod's using the environment around him to add to his advantage too.
Willing to kill these creatures because if all they do is...
That reminds me, the Titrans, do they spawn vegetation from the ship, or is there vegetation coming from this ground? Either way could work, at least.
feed, then no discussion can be done. However, more and more Vurinics...
Oh yeah, so yeah, it is, explain that too. Yeah, he's pretty much fighting for his own survival, and if these creatures are very almost mindless anyway, then it's almost like an excuse to get rid of the lot before he gets eaten. Yeah, because Pod, I don't think is giving up. I think he like Dion, he at least wants peace out the way, before going. But yeah, he ain't going anywhere.
start to occur, making Pod desperate. He has got a couple of bites from some of the Vurinics. Their jaw also possesses a type of alien bacteria that can slowly make a foe sleep. But despite some injuries, he remains motivated. The Legion and Titanrans are about to look for Pod. And as they make their way there, Mike decides...
Let me just go back a bit, actually. So it can make a foe sleep, depending how strong. Yeah, okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Motivated. The Legion and Titanrans...
But despite some injuries, he remains motivated. Yeah, good for him. And so yeah, now the Legion hereby
are about to look for Pod.
So Mike could be like, "Hey, Retron, why did you do that?" So yeah.
Retron is contacted about the missile strike, and Retron has admitted to trying to kill them all, and he has certainly got rid of some Morphil. Mike tries to get Retron to lower his ego before more wrong.
Oh yeah, so it was did what was it? Oh yes. Sorry, let's just go back.
And he has certainly got rid of some Morphil. Mike tries to get Retron to... And he has certainly got rid of some Morphil. Mike tries to get Retron to lower his ego before more wrongdoings occur. Make their way there, Mike...
Okay, so yeah, Retron admits to what he was attending with, which is it makes you wonder, was Retron intended to be that the case on this level? Although even if the servicemen were like, oh, the Legion, they're there, and although if Retron's already telling the telling the servicemen, we're better get rid of them. So I think this is like an extension of that anyway, and so yeah, I think that's what that lines up just about, especially when Retron is emitting that, and and as it's the Morphil planet as well, and if he's familiar with that race, then that's where he can so he feels like even if he's felt to get rid of them, for the Morphils to go. I think that's what Mike would have said too, only for sorry. Trying to go on
Tilda chapter 59, Vurinics. Pod wakes up in a land of green soil and bone, and as he wakes up, gives up on life. All he can do now is relax on a planet he thought he would be staying on for ages. He has no ship after all. The planet isn't very appealing. But Pod isn't fussy about whatever land he walks upon. He can partially alter land via fire.
So at least they collabed his help indicate how they contact one another.
Ice and water, and he can always change a world. As he starts getting some of his strength back, with no trident,
I think that should have an S at the end.
he starts to unlock more of his Viber power without the need for the trident. Making
Oh yeah, so yeah, once again, it's just an indicator of, or at least like a thematic thing where the more power you have, the more your ego like increases. It's trying to play those kind of ideas. But Retron's like far gone at a point where he doesn't like feel any sympathy or like not even an apology. You know, if it just goes to show how disconnected Retron and Mike are.
him puzzled. But over time he starts to feel Viber within
Yeah, exactly.
himself and practices for quite some time. However, he starts to see
Yeah. Although it just makes you wonder, why didn't Retron try again? It's not like he's going for certain planets. Because it's almost as if Retron didn't try again because they'll know the Legion Maker, but I don't know, like to just keep going for one planet to the next. Or also like do these missiles reload or generate, like Dion's missiles, who knows that how they work? I don't know, yeah, I feel like that's another problem story, fortunately. Because if they're ready since the midpoint, then at least that helps explain why it's not done earlier. But I don't know if it's been around now, it should be like more constant. You know, keep firing at the ship if you manage to identify where it is. Because I know the collapse has been ghosted, but what about the ship itself?
something crawling, and other things coming from the sky, and it is the Vuronics themselves. Dark green snake-like
Oh yeah, it is. Yeah, there's a lot of Veronic, so um, yeah, it was kind of indicated that there is like kind of some kind of swarm around.
with horns, sharp teeth and dragon wings. All coming towards Pod. Pod does see all the bones around him, including more
Um, is that the right word? I think what I was trying to write is like it's affecting his mindset. I think that's what I was trying to get at. Um, but you can still get the idea because if it's biological chemicals affecting him, coming from a creature, then yeah.
full skeletons. Not many races are safe around here, so all he can do
He has already, yeah, especially from Mechadraw, so yeah, so that won't help either. But yeah, to manage to do all of this, like I feel like someone like me, if I was overthrown the Veronics, I think I would be gone in like a couple of seconds. But um, but yeah, not Pod.
now is fight them off. He was spooked at first, but at the same time, Morphils are scary too, not letting any fear get to him. He has fought off armies before, and
Oh gosh, there's that many. Oh wow. But what's interesting is that I don't know how many of the experiences the Veronics had, but it's almost like a one-off opportunity for to not only save someone but come out alive. Because were the Veronics able like even try to go for the ship unless they just don't like metal at all? Is that something that was written? Well, it could be inferred because especially they only like flesh. But interestingly enough, they even get like almost like scared off because of the shooting and the Titran vegetation. So yeah, and also, is there like enough healing beds to heal all of them, just in case a lot of them do get hurt by the Veronics, if that ever becomes the case? Um, so yeah. Also, someone else just wondered. I'm not sure.
this one is no different now that he feels closer to Viber. As he fights them, he is aiming to own the planet pretty much.
No, the Legion and the Titrans. That's what I was meant to say. Anyway, Nicole has another strategy. So yeah, she's leading others again. So but she was coming up with ideas earlier, so she's still a good strategist. She might be a better strategist than Mike, perhaps, if she's had more, but like more experience in that field. And you never know, Mike could have just been, um, like following Retron's orders, for instance. That could be something to infer, but I don't know. I just feel like Mike would be a rather good strategist too. So would Dion, actually. Yeah, I feel like that's like kind of a problem with this team. Like I really like this new team dynamic, but yeah, a lot of them are kind of the same. Like Sammy definitely stands out because he's the naive one with like the lack of experience, but there's the four of them. Like I said, the three of them are probably too similar. Despite like Colin and Michael are already like two soldiers, but with Dion, there's some difference, but even then, you get what I mean.
even if he needs to get rid of every Vuranic in the land. As the Vuranics fly towards Pod, Pod starts to summon his Viber powers.
So yeah, that's where their abilities come in handy. Yeah, you can see how vines could be extremely effective, and if the Titrons are tough too, I can see how they would get them all aside. And yeah, not to mention, I feel like what helps them all survive is the numbers, because I reckon it's just like individuals being thrown in there. All these smaller groups won't be able to make it, but bigger ones, yeah, most likely.
Despite his condition, he does all sorts to the incoming Vuranics, such as freezing them, pushing them.
Spot a point or get to a point? That's what I meant to say, sorry. Also, is the ship on the land or does it hover? I'm not sure.
Away via water, drowning some in water, putting Vuranics into ice blocks and more.
Yeah, of course, they're going to be like, oh, big ship, therefore there'll be like more meat, etc. And oh yeah, it's even said right there. Um, so yeah, it's almost like probably like half and half. Some going after Pod because he's easy, but those are around the ship. Like yes, there might be numbers, but there's the ship too, but also the constant vines as well. So it's almost like a challenge for either of Vronix, but what's getting them the more advantage is the numbers.
He does also forms various ice weapons, such as a solid ice trident to jab multiple Vuranics and even throw them like javelins.
Away. Oh, okay. So he's probably like definitely on his he's yeah. Although if he's like collapsing, then the Vronix should it should be easier, but no, Bob's just probably holding it up. Oh, but the ice armor, he can put that on, surely. Yeah, why did he do that, actually? There would have been extra protection. He should have done that from the get-go, actually. Oh, imagine that, he spawns the ice armor around him, just to showcase his development as a character, with nothing else around. He's just, going to put on a representation of of like his new self almost, or like a temporary self.
He also uses his martial arts if some of the Vuranics get too close.
Or if he was struggling to see, then um, yeah, he'll probably wonder, but he would have most likely not see. He's come to say they might be like seeing like a big ship at least, because he probably like low down as well. I know the visual will say something, but he's not. It's not been described that he's in the valley himself. So yeah, so even if he's low down the ground, there would be one part thing to see, um, but yeah, if he's just seen the ship start to arrive, and if his vision's go all blurry, yeah, of course you can't quite see who's come about. Yeah, well, yeah, there's lots of possibilities.
Going as far as performing a move where Pod rolls into the ground, which squishes Vuranics against the ground. Pod is willing to kill these creatures because if all they do is feed, then no discussion can be done.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, so there's additional variation to to the vegetation ability. So yeah, they've used it for protection, which is good. But yeah, I think a lot of it, other than Titron's doing a couple of maybe a couple of times when they've actually had to whack them because they were getting too close, but all of them are using laser weaponry, but essentially, because when it says long range abilities, yeah, we're talking about Sammy's lightning, Nicole's guns, and Mike should still have his pistol with him unless it's his drone. Oh, that drone gets destroyed later, doesn't it? Unfortunately, I bet they're like, oh, is that chunky meat? I need to find out. No, it's mechanic. Cool. Anyway, yeah, the leaf shields. That's like a really cool idea. So yeah, it's protecting the Legion. Yeah, because it's Sammy and Nicole who primarily go and get a pod. Who I don't know how far away he is. Yeah, hopefully they have parked the ship quite close to him, but yeah. And is Mike going to help too? I guess we'll wait and see.
However, more and more Vuranics start to occur, making Pod desperate. He has got a couple of bites from some of the
within the ground, so vegetation does exist. Well, if these creatures are only carnivores, yeah, I think they just leave the vegetation be. But fortunately, it gives the Titans an advantage.
Vuranics. Their jaw also possesses a type of alien
Although it just makes you wonder, does the ground absorbing a lot of bones, etc., would that like prevent plant growth or facilitate it, or no change at all? I'm not sure.
Bacteria that can slowly make a
It could just be totally different mechanics because it's on a different alien planet.
foe sleepy or even kill depending on how strong your
Oh no, it's just when you pause loads of times, it does keep skipping, but never mind. So even some Titrans stay near the ship, forming loads of vegetation within the ground, making causing many underground vines to appear, keeping the Vranics in the air, knocking out. Yeah, cool. Yeah, that's how effective vegetation is.
ground, causing many underground vines to appear, keeping the Vuranics in the air or knocking them out. At this point, the Vuranics are so monstrous they all agree that killing them would have to be done for everyone's survival because everyone is getting too close to these airborne yet snapping jaws.
Um, oh yeah, so yeah, does everyone agreeing? Because yeah, I think the Titans too just don't like take lies either. You know, if they're bringing up extinct races, then yeah, I think you can just assume everyone's like a no kill rule, except Retron's kind of unhinged, and most of the other um most of the other just a couple of other one-offs who don't obey to no kill rule. But yeah, these Raniks are quite they are just like too vicious. But if there's like already a lot of them, and and hopefully they're gonna go away, um yeah, it is just clarifying that it's the only way to get Pod out, and also how to get out alive. But not to mention, do the Raniks even get hungry at a point where they have a go eating each other? Is that how far they're willing to go? Like, wow, that's awful.
Eventually, Nicole, Diane, Mike and Zammy make it to Pod.
Also, Mike and Dion are there too. Yeah, I was about to say, because Dion can do the heavy lifting, and not to mention, he should be like totally out there, probably drawing some attention, being like, "Hey, come over here," only for the Raniks to like break their teeth trying to bite into a Dion.
Seeing him as unconscious. Seeing him bitten many times but also seeing no trident. Seeing that
Oh yeah, because they can see that all the elements housed within him, but not around the trident. So that's interesting. Because Reverse Clan would have been like, oh no, he's got the power from the trident. You would think, does Pod, still have the power at all? Did it get transferred? Does Steve Stevens still have the trident? But it's now confirmed that Pod does have the power, but no trident.
Pod can use
Also, the trident should have been given a name as well. I feel like, although what would I call it? The Tenga's. Um, I don't know. I would need to think of a very good creative name. Regardless, we'll go and shall we?
Iber without Pod's weapon. Diane and Zammy sense around and no trident is in sight, so Diane.
As you probably see, I think a lot of names do get repeated because sometimes if there's like multiple characters, by saying he did this, he did that, she did that, she did that, and sometimes you could be getting a lot, a bit mixed up with which who it's referring to. So yeah, that's why I primarily use names more than a couple of these connectives. Are they connectives, or I think they're pronouns actually. Yeah, he, she, him, her. Yeah.
Starts to take Pod, carrying him while keeping his weapons up so that Pod doesn't get bitten anymore. Plus,
Oh, okay. So wait. So if hang on, no. So Sammy, Nicole, and Mike, they should have all well. Okay, maybe they did come with pods to protect him more, but would Dion be fast and strong enough to be able to just get hold of Pod by himself? But like I said, I think with the other shooters around Pod, it just means protecting him more. So I think that's why.
Cole and Zammy stay nearby, and even Zammy sees that while he can show off, it is for a good reason. A massive amount of power is needed.
Oh yeah, so it is using a massive amounts of power at a good time. So it's not as black and white as, don't go over the top with power. But it is exploring that, like depending on the scenario, like because even Pod's in a, quite a vast spare area, so that's where you can go all out. But yeah, with Zami, it's learned to be a bit more selective. Oh yeah, because why didn't he? I don't know, summon loads of lightning from the sky, or summon like the most amount of lightning ever? Well, I suppose he did need to prioritize Pod. That's for a reason. But I think that's what he's starting to learn. And if the tide runs up, or would help him out with the vines, then yeah, and also the other, with most of the other characters, being able to shoot lasers.
Did here, but the overall goal is still to protect Pod. Even Nicole is starting to get more.
Yeah, so it's not forgetting the goal either. So is that Sammy's been Sammy's thing as well? Does he go to over the top with the power at the point where he like forgets his current objective? That would be a bit. I don't know. That's like treating like Sammy's head as a sieve, which it totally isn't.
More comfortable with the idea that she cannot be close to Mike all the time, and doesn't have to worry about him.
But she was right next to him. Oh, I don't know. This arc is just like really weird. Yeah, because it's already been set up. Because I can see Nicole like wanting more of Mike's support, considering what the situation is like. But I just don't think it's strong enough for an arc. She needed a much better arc that went with the theme. It could have been like an idea of wondering if she should be, like, is a human truly capable? But I feel like that question already gets answered. Although, because I remember thinking a couple of times of giving Nicole like a exosuit of some kind, to enhance her human capabilities. But I just thought by putting that aside, it means that she can show off how oppressive she is as a human. So yeah, I think I might still consider the exosuit idea, but I'm not sure how that will work in 8-bit. Maybe it could be like make her suit half grey, half green. I could see that happening.
If Nicole is protected by Zami and Diane, then Mike can be protected by the Titanrans. Who is helping the Titanrans as
Yeah, it's just putting each other in again. You're just a good work dynamic, even if Nicole's arc is not the best idea.
they are less long-ranged compared to Mike. Over, Pod gets into the cruiser, and once
Yeah, I think the vines would take a lot of time to gather, to travel and hit the rest from the sky. But no, maybe more Titrans means more vines in making it all quicker too.
he is placed inside, Zami and Nicole carry on taking Pod inside the ship, to where the healing beds are while Diane fires loads.
Yeah, so once they got in, they pretty much all get going. Yeah, they got inside the ship. Yeah, healing beds mentioned. And oh yeah, no, Dylan's most likely just machine gunning, going all out. He's probably firing missiles too.
From his machine guns. The missiles from the back and his laser eyes, almost creating a rainstorm going upwards which had no Varanic touching the ship. The Titanrans and Mike now see Pod inside.
Oh, I quite like that simile metaphor, something like that. Yeah, I really like how I just really like that. Yeah, rainstorm going upwards. Yeah, because you can't avoid the rainstorm, when you're out and about. So yeah, the Varanics are like, no, laser rain going upwards, and so yeah, and almost creating rainstorm going upwards. Yeah, so yeah, no Varanics anywhere near the ship, which is good. I might see Pods inside, go inside. Oh yeah, and only one Titan gets bitten, so yeah, so it just goes to show that they were, that successful. So yeah, because it was danger enough for someone else to get hurt, but it's no big deal. You could be healed quite well. But yeah, wow, that's impressive. So they managed to go in and out of the storm without too much trouble. Like wow. So yeah.
And they all start to get inside the ship. Only one Titanran has been bitten by a Varanic, but he is still standing. The vine manipulation keeps going as they all make their way to the ship. Mike's drone has also been a big help in decreasing the air activity in the sky. Sadly, that drone does get taken apart by.
Oh yeah, but the drone suddenly goes. So not only is that probably possible foreshadowing when when Mike suddenly goes, but yeah, it's like part of the cost, for Zaman to lose his drone. Maybe there should have been like an even higher cost, but I suppose that I don't know. I feel like the drone should be set up to be far more handy. But at the same time, if the drone was still there, it probably would have helped him against Rectron. So that could have been, a couple of what if scenarios. And so my drone, yeah, and yeah, and also, yeah, do they continue the shooting the vine activity even after they're flying. Well, I can't see how all of that would be possible because there's no torch on the ship, and you would have to keep the ship closed because you're up to the sky again. And also, you can't really, interact the vines, when you're off the ground, and not even with the ship either. So, yeah, they'll just have to zoom off rather quickly.
By the Vuronix, making Mike sad, but he knows there are more important things than a broken drone. Making it a bitter taste for the Vuronix, they do not
Yeah, absolutely. I guess it just goes to show how, well, yeah, he's just already wise in that. So, yeah.
like, adding to their
I
frustration
feel like that's almost like a pointless line, but I suppose it is clarified that, oh, we need to get out now.
that no one is dead enough to eat from. Many other Titanran feats are performed like grabbing Vuronix.
Oh, so I think that's part of the Vranic strategy. So it's um let's hang on. So yeah, because you would think that the Vranics would at least try and like you know actually like go a bit in depth, but I feel like they probably prefer to, because they're probably aware that their own bacteria etc is affected at a point where, oh yeah, we'll knock them out first and then we'll feed it from. But not to mention there's probably so much Varanics at a point where I feel like only a select few will be able to eat from pod, and what happens to the rest, I reckon they eat each other then or something. But oh my gosh, they must not only eat each other quite a lot, considering not everyone is thrown into this planet, but they must repopulate quite effectively too. So yeah, just I feel like these bits both should be clarified. But anyway, making it a bitter taste for the Varanics. Oh yeah, so he said it's about being animals. Even the Varanics like no. So it doesn't mean once pods fully out, they would have started eating from him. Okay. From like grabbing the Varanics this thing. Oh, okay, so oh no. We're talking about the ending and then what else happened in the action. No. But regardless, it's just describing how else the Titrans sorted out their Varanics. But like I said, the ending should have actually been after this.
to swing them into the ground, creating giant Venus flytraps. Sharp vines that drive through multiple Vuronix and creating many vines for the
Oh, now that sounds cool. Even sharp vines as well. Yeah, there's all sorts they've been doing.
Titanrans to run on to get to the ship quicker. As this fight starts to finish, they all start to come onto the cruiser, all help.
So there must be quite a distance then if, help him, keep pod safe and that.
Fight off the Vuronix. The Vuronix at least see enough of their corpses at a point where they can feed off them instead of trying to eat some.
Let me just go back a tad. So they start to come onto the cruiser and okay, so if they're still coming on, so okay, so there is a quick description before the end of the scene. Okay, so that's fine. That's actually a pass here. That's fine.
To finish, they all start to come onto the cruiser, all help fight off the Vuronix. The Vuronix at least see enough of their corpses at a point where they can feed off them instead of trying to eat some beings who are masters of combat.
Oh, I thought they like fight to eat from one another, but no, it's just the ones that are down. Okay, so that's less vicious, I suppose.
With Pod now taken on the ship, and the rest jumping back on, they leave the Varanic planet as quickly as possible. Thanks to this battle, even Zami has yet another moment where he sees that power isn't everything.
So that's kind of repeated, but oh well. Anyway, so it's definitely confirmed they have left. Yeah, the Varanics are pretty much behind us. And what's something that's a bit off-putting is that so this bacteria somehow messed with Pod's head at a point where he becomes animalistic again. Not to mention animalistic beings that are genetically modified to be able to have martial arts skills. Is that like the kind of mix we're going for? Yeah, that's not the worst. I think the mixture's fine. I think. Um, um, so yeah, and it's also like the memories as well. I feel like they should be well only more set up with the Vranics, being like, I know for those. Although if a Pod's mindset was getting all over the place anyway, so maybe that probably might have been enough for Pod's mindset to almost go from like the get-go and and yeah, like with like mixing with the memories, yeah, it just makes him set back. Is that although if that was like a case with Pod, isn't it? But what about it might affect other morphals in similar ways, but yeah, like what about other the other races? What if I don't know, do they revert or go act oddly with the bacteria? I'm not sure. Just like I said, it's just even if it's something that we can infer, just once again, I'm just not very yeah, I don't quite understand the full picture. I know I've more than written my story, but I'm kind of jumping off ship and looking back before moving forward with the reboot.
Thing. It is more about being helpful than showing off the power. Like most fights, it was a traumatic experience. They are relieved that Pod is okay but worn out at the same time. It was
Yeah, that sounds accurate.
one of the roughest and quickest situations they had ever been through. With
I can imagine this probably might be harder than the Zynefall fight. Who knows? Because at least Zynefall's like stays still on the ground most of the time, but with the Ranix was an actual swarm.
one of the Titan Rans injured,
Yeah, should I rank that? Yeah, but what was the hardest situations? Yeah, most of the finale battles would be, and then I think this is the most dangerous non-boss battle kind of situation. Yeah, most likely. Yeah, because the dogfight was easy. Steve Rock wasn't too much of a problem. Saving the president wasn't too much of a problem. The Nitrobots, I think, were tricky. The Xynefall goons, I think, were tricky too. And oh yeah, the other Xynefall fights, yeah, of course, they'll be hard too.
even the Titan Rans start to see the Legion as someone more efficient. But Vondur
Yeah, so they just, although they were impressed with what they did on the hash two, but it's still the other Titrans, witnessing their rather good feats. And but yeah, if Zami's improving as well, that's where they were like, okay, yep, good job. And yeah, it's just yeah, the Titrans have nothing against them, and I think Vondor even starts to lighten up a bit. Yeah, because even if Vondor does become reluctant to work with the Legion in the following book, at least um, the Legion, do have the hearts in the right place.
still isn't too convinced, thinking that any fight should be done effortlessly.
Okay, no, he isn't too convinced. Um, oh gosh, so he's strict at a point where he didn't want any of the Titrans to be bitten at all. Well, the task was really hard. The Titrans were in the forefront, and well, I suppose Bundle could be like, oh my gosh, we've been dragged all the way here because of the Legion. But although he should know that they're involved too with the Morphals attacking them, so yeah, mate. Although if Fonda and Pod didn't quite mend their friendship, which I thought they did, I could be wrong. Maybe I think that's where he's like, oh, I really wish I didn't do this. Yeah, maybe it would have been, I don't know, it could have had a situation where one Tatran sadly goes, or maybe like a good few only for the for the others to be like, that was really hard, wasn't it? And the Vondra was like, no, we've just gone all of this way and lost some of our fighters because they're saving pods. So that could have been like a better rewrite. Although I think it's no, I think I'd probably prefer that because it's like adding to the low point, just things getting like worse and worse over time. It could have really gone into an effective downward spiral almost.
A slight mistake is strict in his mind.
Yeah, it sounds like me. I just don't like making any mistakes. I do. Right, let's go on to the next one. Yeah, I feel like that chapter with evolving. Well, yeah, just the second to last chapter that'll be massive compared to the other ones we've been covering. Regardless, yeah, this is I'm for this is Mechajaws. Yeah, there it goes. Also, I really like the look of Unspace. It is like proper dark, and you can somewhat see it's in space, and that's a bit of the fortress, bit of the ground as well. Assuming that's what the overall ground is like.
Tilda chapter 60. Mechajaw sees Xyanthor again. In the Deepar fortress, now the Morphils are to
So yeah, we can see where the settings at this one, and so now the Morphils are to find their former planet. So they haven't made it there yet, so there's a quick stop over to Zynefall, which actually is sensible because because if Mechatro's attempting to do this thing, God knows what Zynefall's going to do, and but also, yeah, I quite like the shot as well. So Mechador's trying to form a flame from his weapon, which I think that should be light blue, by the way, but never mind. and also yeah, Xylophor completely has Megatron Airborne. Yeah, so yeah, Xylophor looks like the more of the winner here.
Find their former planet, somewhere which will be safer and not one that would be attacked in this missile manner again. As
How do they know that though? It's because once you have struck a planet like this, like granted, of course they won't get attacked again. So, oh yeah, like why because that missile, was like these collection missiles were extremely like destructive. They could have like stuck around in the aftermath, hoping to not get shot again. But at the same time, they probably could think, oh, life sensors, we better move elsewhere if they're going to try and do this again. But they could have been followed too, so they're sadly not entertaining other ideas. But at least they're in space, they're kind of safe, and not to mention, they're off to Earth anyway, where they definitely won't be able to shoot missiles on their own planet.
most of them make their way there. Mechajaw alongside some
I
assistants.
suddenly realised, I know the turrets in trains get wrecked, but what about the missile launcher? Like, what does that actually look like? Does it look like a turret? Is there multiple of them? Does it just come from the base? And the base gets wrecked anyway, so that probably would have been the best answer, but still.
Morphils goes and sees Xyanthor. Mollog notifies Xyanthor about Mechajaw's visit as some Morphil ships are coming, pleasing Xyanthor.
I bet Xyanthor's like, wait, they're all coming here? What's going on? Because at first it could be like, they've probably gone all of this way to, they're giving the element, but it's like, wait, but why is everyone here? But at the same time, Xyanthor could be like, are they getting ready to battle? Are they asking me to come along? Well, they already know I'm staying here. But at the same time, they probably might guess something's not quite right.
No thanks to Diane, protesting from the public and even Torrid. Xyanthor.
Come in, please, Xyanthor. Why would he be pleased? I feel like he should be either or, that kind of mindset, but okay. So, but also, Xyanthor etc. been caught up about, how the Legion were, have been disliked, which at least helps it, the lack of fame and such, will definitely, yeah, that would just like not help the Legion, and sorry, no, so they just talk about how the Legion, Dion, and even Torrid bothered them, but that's no longer going to be the case. Or hopefully less of the case, as they're inferring, because they could have gone all that way to be like, hey, none of them are trouble anymore. No, Torrid's already gone, but still, they're two are sorted. Anyway, how do we move forward? And yeah, because Xyanthor could be like, well, they've changed the mind or something, but even then.
Only has the allies that have just arrived at his fortress, the Classic Four, Ekron, Ravicon, Astroidon, and B, that have fought the Legion twice.
But there's Mollog too, so although if he's like the servant, then okay.
Before, they have come back after updating themselves with where all the elements are. But at least Mechajaw
okay, how well enough do they update themselves?
Has one element that can restore some balance for Mechajaw, or as he may have thought. Mechajaw
there's too many Metrodoors in the sentence, they're kind of getting lost, but Metrodoor has one element, so it's like a start, okay, and is it like a best of both things, like, oh yes, they got element, but he's keep himself alive, so is Xyanthor then gonna, would he Xyanthor like still have left, they already have one element on his side regardless, and he would be able to take it away from Metrodoor anyway.
Or sees Xyanthor, and Xyanthor sees that Mechajaw not only has an element, but he has managed to absorb it, and despite some minor instability, Mechajaw can control.
Yeah, that's already the first hint of the elements not quite working right with Mechajaw. Although yeah, I think Mechajaw's like, oh, I've got an element, and they probably can sense it nearby, but if he's embodying a Mechajaw's like, oh no, so it's not right.
It well enough so far, which does concern Xyanthor. Mechajaw admits that, Chapter 60, Mechajaw sees Xyanthor, again. In the Deepar fortress, now the Morphils are to find their former planet, somewhere.
Oh yeah, so Yeah, oh yeah, because yeah, a lot of the Morphils get absolutely wiped off the ground, with the Xylophil able to fight them easily. And I think another theory for them being weaker is that because when some Morphils help Xylophil, they sadly do not much. So, well, yeah, well, as in, Xylophil was able to take them down a lot easier. Like, granted, there's probably a plot armor kind of situation with nearly all of the Legion members making it, but at the same time, they all get like massively hurt at a point where Vandal's like, oh, we need to generate a healing vine. But regardless, CMX like, yeah, he's admitting that he's going to go for sign 4, yep. And so yeah, fight is pretty much coming about, and Immorphals are going to try and assist. Oh, overthrow the fortress. Oh wait, overthrow the fortress. So would they be staying there then, unless they're just going to, get rid of everyone in there and then move on to Earth? I think that sounds like I don't know, overthrow sounds like you're going to keep it.
Which will be safer and not one that would be attacked in this missile manner again. As most
Is this all the Morphils, or is it some of them? Some gone to find the old planet? Because I guess bringing all of them could be handy, but I don't know. Like they must have escaped well enough to avoid the fire from the goons. Oh yeah, all of the goons help out managed to, unless they all got frozen by Mechajaw. Only two. Yeah, still lose because of Cypher.
of them make their way there. Mechajaw alongside some assisting Morphils goes and sees Xyanthor. Mollog notifies Xyanthor about Mechajaw's visit.
Wait, hang on. Incredible. Do some more films try and stick to help anyway, unless Mechadraw's like, oh no, just leave all of this to me. Does Mechadраw have enough familiarity of the element? I know the element kind of goes to your head, but still, has Mechadраw had enough practice? Does he know that more concentration means more powerful abilities? Anyway, so they're starting fighting, and yeah, Xylophil is definitely the winner here, despite Mechadраw still getting away.
As some Morphil ships are coming, pleasing Xyanthor, no thanks to Dian, protesting from the public and even Torrid. Xyanthor only has the allies that have just arrived at his fortress, the Classic Four, Ekron, Ravicon, Astroidon, and B, that have fought the Legion twice before. They have come back after updating themselves with where all the elements are. But at least Mechajaw has one element that can
So the latter kind of becomes the most successful because it's like a proper injury. So I think I think this is probably an intentional try and error again, being like, oh, let's try this, and they seem kind of simpler, but they also sound rather vicious. But I think the simpler side of things goes to show that with not much experience with the elements, he's just he's not thinking creatively, compared to Bod earlier.
restore some balance for Mechajaw, or as he may have thought. Mechajaw sees Xyanthor, and Xyanthor sees that Mechajaw not only has an element, but he has managed to absorb it, and despite some minor instability,
Yes, that's how I can counter them all. Yeah, it's good to know that.
Mechajaw can control it well enough so far, which does concern Xyanthor. Mechajaw admits that both of them are not going to get on, and so Mechajaw thinks of an idea to get rid of Xyanthor, with the help of
Yeah, and also because that kind of martial art thing does exist, but it's just it does require a lot more precision because no, I've heard of a move where sometimes when you grab someone's incoming punching arm, you have your fists going towards the bifist simultaneously, using both hands that way. So yeah, I can imagine Sanford doing something like that. But if Sanford is able to kick or punch away anything incoming, yeah, that is like quite a skill because normally martial arts like just either throw an attack or block, but to actually attack the attack, it's yeah, I can imagine that being really tricky.
the Morphils with him. Mechajaw has enough Morphils to overthrow the fortress. But Xyanthor's goons and Xyanthor himself are too great, encouraging the Morphils to go back on their ships and evacuate.
Is it described to be on his side as it's inferred, or I don't know, on his face or something? I hope it shows where it's labelled, but regardless, yeah, it's still a burn that influences some of his decisions.
As for Xyanthor and Mechajaw, they fight. As they fight, as normal, Xyanthor is the one with fewer abilities, but he is still ahead.
Oh yeah, because I don't know about the goons. I don't know why they didn't make it, but maybe they were going to help only for them to be stopped by the flood. And not to mention, now that Megatron has a Vibra, does this become like the inspiration for him to flood the area? And therefore, I could even try and do this on a galactic scale. And if it's enough water, I can see how it might be, quite bothersome, quite annoying to try and push through.
In terms of strength, martial arts and speed, Mechajaw still tries all sorts to get to Xionthor. Like trying to put Xionthor...
Oh, so some did stick around, but just telling the rest to go. So I bet some went ahead for the, go for the older planet, but yeah, I think some just decided to stay. But I'll tell you what, if they all stayed, then they might have like beaten Xionthor, well, who knows? But I think they would have gone greatly attacked because the likes of Moloch and B have, the long range attacks.
Or in an ice block, putting him in a water bubble, trying to put Xionthor into a fiery...
So yeah, he's cleverly saving his army. He doesn't know, and he's also sensible to think that he's not going to go on top. Probably needs another element, or maybe he's hoping that the flooding affects them once it reoccurs again. But yeah, it's kind of weird because I feel like this should be like Mechajaw's goal, to take down Xionthor instead of going for Earth. But and maybe it could have had it so that lose against Xionthor, only for Xionthor to be like, I'll tell you what, you can't beat me by fighting me. Now do this task for me, and then the missiles happen, which makes Mechajaw mad. Because it's like a way of showing that Mechajaw cannot overcome his dictator after all. So yeah, that kind of order would have been far better. And so yeah, Vader Castle Megatron needs a great army. Yeah, so he's reserving his army too. Smallville's they'll probably most likely stayed about, and yeah, Moloch is in a good position to get to the Morph, probably fire at the Morphos too. Oh no, sorry, no, he's not done that. No, Moloch's with the other goons. So yeah, what's Moloch doing with the goons again?
Spot, trying to jab Xionthor with an icy weapon and even trying and burn part of Xionthor up close. Xionthor managed to counter all of them except the last...
Yeah, presumably from the flood, the other Morphos trying to invade the castle. Yeah, could be either one.
Move, Xionthor was strong enough to break through the ice, countering any sharp shard coming to...
Oh yeah, so it is described. Okay, so at least we got the location. Although would that be through the armor, or was Xionthor bearing that part? I'm not sure which that was stated.
Towards him and fast enough to escape water or fire. Not to mention every punch or kick from Mechajaw despite a couple of hits is countered effortlessly by Xionthor. He uses a type of martial art which not only blocks hits but hits them back, making any body area bruised. You cannot...
Yeah, does Xionthor and the others leave now, or did they trying to get over the experience of the flooding, which probably might have continued despite Megatron then going for all the other planets? And great time for going out and about. So they might have started the quest from here. I can probably see that happening. Yeah, because Megatron's to be sorted out first. Oh yeah, not to mention wherever Xionthor and the others go, they're going to get interrupted by a whole heap of flooding anyway. And so yeah, and I've already talked about I've already talked about the why it's a bit flawed for Xionthor to stay about, and once it gets out, it's like, maybe I can now go out and about. It's a bit mixed.
Hit Xionthor without getting hit harder back. While Mechajaw has more power, Xionthor has more experience. He does receive a nasty burn from Mechajaw after using a fire ability, but even
Yeah, still flawed nonetheless. Alright, we'll get going.
Tilda Chapter 61,
so this is where
Diane's back in action. In the Titanran ship, they are still going after Mechajaw, and Diane, using his universe scanning skills, so far has no clue. After all, space is so complex with the energy it possesses that Diane can never track Xionthor and others in the Deep Fortress down there. You would have to search there in person. But as better preparation, Diane does have his flight back and will keep out for Mechajaw. The Legion sees if he can make up for not being able to help various planets after so long, and so
just
he flies off the
I just
ship.
kind of struggled how
Diane, despite
to
struggling
carry
to
that
choose
forward
which
because it
planet
was just
needs
a bit
more help
too
from him,
abstract
starts
for
to
me
help
pretty much.
a planet which did
But yeah,
start getting
even
attacked by
Xenix on
another
its own
race,
used to
and these
be
race
a
versus
villain
race-like
on its own
conflicts have been
because there
happening
was
due
like
to
a
lack of
version of the story
resources.
where there was like
So,
7
they try and
chapters
get them from
instead,
other
and
planets.
I think
And the
Xenix would
planet
have
of the
like
hummats, flope,
embodied
which are essentially
the
your
fire
average
element
whales but
before it
with
was
legs,
converted with
there are
Vibra.
many Earth animals made into other
Um,
aliens after
so
all.
yeah, he
The
was like
planet does have
during the
nice grass,
leader's most
which is
significant
edible,
low point because it
but
was going to be
Diane
an
does
entire
come in
story
to stop
about
the
the
conflict, considering these hummats are
consequences
getting
of
fired at
Mechajaw.
Xenix. These beings are made up of
Yeah, no,
shape-shifting
just
metal as if they are
trapped on
made up
a
of miniature chains,
post-apocalyptic
also
only
very hot
for
creatures, with
um,
red-hot eyes and their
only
main
to then go
sword
to
which is
sign for
hot
in
at
the
the
following
end,
chapter.
even able
And
to
yeah, I think
throw
that's
hot
I think the
blasts
whole
around. This
post-apocalyptic
grass is what the
bits and
Xenix are
bobs should have
after,
been
a secret food
explored
that many other
way
races
more,
do
but
not know
at
about,
least it
but it
helps
doesn't
between the
excuse
story,
killing the
instead of making
hummats who only attack
yet
to
another
threaten.
chapter.
The planet Flope is mainly a
And
world of many floating islands.
anyway, yeah, let's just see what
Many
this
of them
chapter
have
is like. I've
waterfalls
already
leading to
explained
the
about
water
how
below. The planet is
it's
also low in gravity, which
Dion
explains
trying to
the
save
floating
someone, even though
islands.
it's got his
Even
flight
these
back, and he's just
waterfalls
trying
you
to
can
do some
swim
catching up,
upwards.
whilst nothing much
Diane
is happening
stops the lot, as a
at the
mainly
moment.
robotic race,
But
only existing to cause malicious activity, not stopping at Diane's presence.
they're
Diane
like
had no
not
choice
accepting
but to
this, and
fire
even
at all
Dion,
of
like
them.
he kind of
The
stops
Xenix
the
try and
saving
fight
because
back
everyone
by
else is
throwing
just
blobs
not
at heat,
pleased, and it's
metallic
like too
shards,
little,
or
too
swinging
late,
their
and
sword
so
at Diane,
he only
but
spends the
despite
time
taking a
up
lot
and
of fire,
around the
Xenix can
universe for
regenerate
Sunflower,
their bodies
etc.
thanks to the shape-shifting metal.
So yeah, it's
But
not
in
like
the
his
end,
whole
Diane
position's
sorts
completely
out the
been
lot.
transformed.
About 20 of them gone in minutes. This little battle ends, but the Hummat were not so impressed. This wasn't the first time it happened recently, so Diane is not properly forgiven, and so Diane decides to leave them.
Yeah, because they're down in underspace here, that's why they're hidden. But you say, yeah, they're definitely going from one planet to the next, being like, where on earth are they? But yeah, at least the Legion are, as part of, like after the midpoint, they're going like, oh, yes, let's sort them out. Yeah, let's keep an eye out for Megatron and the other Morphils.
Tilda Chapter 61, Diane's back in action. In the Titanran ship, they are still going after Mechajaw, and Diane, using his universe scanning skills, so far has no clue.
Oh yeah, I've already gone through this bit, yeah, of course.
After all, space is so complex with the energy it possesses that Diane can never track Xyanthor and others in the Deepar fortress down there.
Yeah, I nearly thought this was repeated information, but thankfully it only explains that it was higher energy, and it's kind of bringing those facts back, but making you think, oh yeah, of course, because the Nitrobot's being sensitive to energy.
You would have to search there in person. But as better preparation, Diane does have his flight back and will keep out for Mechajaw. The Legion
So even if he was having a look for Mechajoy, he still stops by to help another issue. Fair enough, especially to win them back, but I don't know, I feel like he should prioritise Mechajoy by presuming about like the other crimes, etc. Probably could wait, because God knows what Mechajoy is going to do with with an element. So we'd have to search. So Dion might. Why do you go down to one space and check there? But well, Megador's going up anyway, so it might be easy to spot then. Although, well, didn't Dion like track the ship that way? Did he not see the ship like go down at one point? Just not so sure. Anyway, so such in person, yeah, which would make on space very tricky. It is already rather tricky. That's a flight back, and we keep out for Megador. Um. Yeah, so he's got the flight back, which enables all sorts of opportunities.
if he can make up for not being able to help various planets after so long, and so he flies off the ship.
So I guess he can still search for Mechadraw in his head while still going all around. Although does he not think to, I guess, keep tabs on the universe anyway, but still search for Mechadraw down below? I feel like that's the conclusion he'll get to, especially if he's almost scanning like every planet around.
Diane, despite struggling to choose which planet needs,
because all of their satellites are still there, aren't they? But yeah, considering all of the planets are at a severe low point, I can see why. He's facing multiple dilemmas again.
It's more help from him, starts to help a planet which did start getting attacked by another race, and these race.
So if it said did start, that means he's already trying to help with an issue. That's coming about, so I thought, you probably thought it was a good opportunity. Also, this planet is meant to be like the farming planet, what according to the Ultimate Guide, which is a cool idea. Yeah, I think because I like the setting and also just the premise itself, I feel like bits and bobs of that will carry over into the reboot as well. Uh, Although, wait, was it? Have I raised in these Verver's race? Like, no, there must be some accidental autocorrection there. But anyway, this is where Dion fights the Xenixes to protect the Humans.
Verve's race-like conflicts have been happening due to lack of resources. So, they try and get them from other planets. And the planet of the
Okay. Regardless, yeah, this is definitely like more of an extension of Taurus Consequence. It's not just Earth having trouble; it's every other planet, even at a point where planets are fighting each other.
Hummats, Flope, which are essentially your average whales but with legs. There are many Earth animals made into other aliens after all. The planet does have nice grass.
Oh yeah, I think that's a nice quick line in there, because you might have spotted a pattern of, there's a lot of like creatures, because whilst it turns out that like Pod may have actually come from an actual orca, but with the other aliens, they're designed to have like similar features to other animals, which I quite like actually, because normally in fiction you're kind of expected to make aliens like completely different in features, and whilst I do come up with more original feature ideas, but if there are other aliens that share features of other animals, especially if a lot of living beings were created in similar ways by those who were at the start, then I think that's still a rather cool idea. It could say, oh, looks like those who were forming the universe had little imagination, but well, it's just an interpretation, and if some beings do still have original alien features, then yeah, fair enough. And I think it's good to go for this fresher approach rather than, because it's nearly every single sci-fi thing where even if they do have features that suit their adaptations or even like similarities to animals, they're all like I said, extremely similar. Yeah, you know what I mean if you like circle around a lot of sci-fi.
Which is edible. But Diane does come in to stop the conflict, considering these hummats are...
Is that what I said? I hope I talked about the floating islands, but did I all I say was nice grass? Well, actually, no, there's far more to it. Even the imagery says otherwise.
getting fired at Xenix. These beings are made up of shape-shifting metal.
Fired at? I think, do they throw something out? I'm not sure. Anyway, got a description of the Xenixes here. There is an Instagram drawing, a couple of them actually. Yeah, he has been updated once or twice.
As if they are made up of miniature chains, also very hot creatures, with red-hot eyes and their main sword which is hot at the end. Even able to throw hot blasts around. This grass is what the Xenix are
Yeah, being a bit repetitive, but I think we kind of see the point. They like embody the word almost.
after, a secret food that many other...
Oh, that's why the grass is after. Oh, okay. Yeah, especially if this is like the farming planet, or like even if it's not my idea at this time, but I kind of like. Did I like read about this description thinking, what should I do? When I thought read about the grass being the valuable source to the Xenixes of all beings, I must have thought, oh, I can make this the farming planet. So yeah, looks like the Xenixes are stealing resources. Yeah, it's a bit weird for scary creatures to go after grass, but if it's food, then fair enough. There's still a conflict.
Races do not know about, but it doesn't excuse killing the hummats who only attack to threaten. The planet Flope is mainly a...
Yeah, and actually to be defensive, it looks like these. It does sound like these creatures are like mostly peaceful. Not to mention, I think in the reboot, I think I'm going to have like one of them to be like the alien king of the planet. That's something I have thought about, which is, yeah, it's just because whilst it could be cool
Tilda
in
Chapter 61,
colony,
Diane's back in action.
Yeah,
In the
sorry.
Titan Ran ship, they are
But,
still
we
going
already
after
had a lot
Mechajaw,
of,
and Diane using
like the
his
Green Apes
universe
and the
scanning
Titans,
skills
so I
so
don't want
far
to
has no clue.
be repetitive
After all,
and
space
make
is so
every single
complex with the
race,
energy it possesses that Diane can never track Xyanthor and others in the
I think
Deepar fortress down there.
some could just
You would
be
have to search there in
hybrids.
person. But as
Although it
better
would create the question
preparation,
of,
Dion
would
does
they
have his
pass
flight
on to
back and will
another
keep out
leader
for
if it has to
Mechajor.
be
The
ruled by their
Legion
race?
sees
But
if he can make up for
I'll
not being
figure out
able to help
something.
various
Maybe it's
planets
through,
after so
like, I
long,
don't know,
and so he
asexual
flies off the ship.
generation. I can see that
Dion,
happening.
despite struggling to choose which
Like
planet needs more
generating a
help
younger
from
one
him,
to take
starts to
over.
help a
Um,
planet which did start getting attacked by
it
another
would have to
race,
be
and
quickly
these race
educated
versus
about
race-like
how to
conflicts have
rule
been
an entire
happening due to
planet.
lack of resources.
Anyway,
So,
very hot
they
blast
try and get
around.
them from other
So yeah, it's
planets.
just
And the
they're
planet of
getting
the
rid of the
Hummats,
humans out the
Floke,
way,
which are essentially your
and
average whales but with legs, there are many Earth animals made into other aliens
yeah, so
after
it
all.
becomes easier to
The
steal.
planet does have nice grass, which is edible. But Dion
Oh, okay, so it is later going on description. Okay, that's all right then.
does come in to stop the conflict, considering these Hummats are getting fired at Xenix.
Yeah, the inspiration I remember comes from those, when in Minecraft you create floating islands, especially ones that drop waterfalls. Yeah, I really like those. Yeah, so this is almost like a, like I said, the inspiration coming from it. It's like an entire island, entire planet made up of these floating islands.
These beings are made up of shape-shifting metal as if they are made up of miniature chains, also very hot creatures, with red-hot eyes.
I feel like, did I make it in the guide so the Hummats were the only type of race to do that? Um, but if it's like gravity that anyone can do, then fair enough. I guess I'll have a think about it in the reboot.
And their main sword which is hot at the end. Even able to throw hot blasts around. This grass is what the Xenix are.
Oh, the Xenixes are robotic. Okay. Um, yeah, so I think he like proper gets rid of them. Okay. If they're robotic, then who created them?
After, a secret food that many other races do not know about, but it doesn't excuse killing the Hummats who only attack to threaten. The planet Flope is mainly a world of many floating islands. Many of them have waterfalls leading to the water below.
So there should be a comma after fire, but also just go show like these are very tricky beings to fight against. Yeah, I want to come up with a Nitrobot that can shapeshift in metal, and whilst the Xenixes were more so an extension of that, I guess it could be kind of cool, like, because you've had shapeshifting with sand, goo, the lot. But I thought, yeah, by making it all like almost like a load of metal bits, yeah, that can shapeshift around. I think that that could be. Yeah, I just thought that was a cool idea. Although that might, although if I've already made up Gloop in the reboot, I wouldn't really know how to make another malleable alien like that.
The planet is also low in gravity, which explains the floating islands. Even these waterfalls,
Oh gosh, that was quite a lot. Okay.
you can swim upwards.
Also 20 in minutes. Yeah, it just goes to show that yeah, Don is very efficient.
Dian stops the lot, as a mainly robotic race, only existing.
Oh gosh, so yeah, this has been like not only reoccurring but just happened recently, perhaps. Or has it happened with other alien races too? And not to mention, you can probably infer that to be honest, like catching up with various bits of history that is missed in a few days, and you must have thought, oh, this farming planet's been attacked a couple of times. If I could protect them for once, but yeah, as mentioned, it's like a too little, too late kind of mindset everyone else is having.
To cause malicious activity, not stopping at Dian's presence. Dian had no choice.
Yeah, because he's on a bit of a timetable at this time, so yeah, I think because normally they're like, oh, thank you, and then Dion will like, quickly be like, hey, welcome, but this time they're like, no, too little, too late, leave us alone, and that's where Dion's like, well, I better leave them to it as long as I've saved them, hopefully they'll be grateful for it eventually, but yeah, like I said, it is just a hint of Dion, he's going to have to work harder.
But to fire at all of them.
Work harder? Yeah, especially with going against Iron4. Yeah, that's like the best he can do, but that opportunity's not quite arrived yet.
The Xenix try and fight back by throwing blobs at heat, metallic shards, or swinging their sword at Dian, but despite taking a lot of fire, Xenix can regenerate their bodies thanks to the shapeshifting metal. But in the end, Dian sorts out the...
So not only does world should have a full stop at the end there, it's good I'm pointing out these things. It's rather good to just go show that like even if you're trying to make sure your continuity is on point, like make sure that your literacy is on point too. It's professional that way. Anyway, but yeah, that's another like interesting point because Yeah, because yeah, imagine if we had like I don't know our own superhero and he was just keep going from planet to planet to like all the time. Like I can see that being quite frustrating, even at a point where because it's like each planet relies on that one figure, and there is the idea of is there other deals that we can rely on, any other equivalents? So yeah, I can see how that could be rather tiring. So I guess I could add two other reasons. So yeah, it could be a bit of a daft thought to be like, oh, getting fed up with someone who's just been delayed but now coming to help us. But when you're at like a low point, I don't think you would know what to think, especially if this is like a post-apocalyptic era.
Lot. About 20 of them gone in minutes. This little battle ends, but the Hummat were not so impressed. This wasn't the
Um, oh, okay. So yeah, so Dion, I think he is still resuming on looking out for Mekajaw, and yeah, Zion's kind of out the way for now. But yeah, after like looking around and actually seeing how the Hummets responded to Dion, I think that's made him think, oh, if they're this distasteful towards us, then yeah, I probably won't bother. If they're not going to accept the help, which is it sounds like a bit cynical at first, but thankfully Dion is, eventually helps with some of the more primary problems later on. So he's definitely not doing nothing, that's for sure. I once in a past version of the story, did I once have Dion like stuck at one spot, and for that I wanted to be like, oh Dion, please get moving. Um, so yeah, well, about a bold idea. But I guess that's kind of implied, like having to leave the races alone because he's let them all down. But if he's continuing, to help rebuild the Legion and to still search around regardless, then I think that is still the best he can do. So yeah, because I don't think he would stop. He doesn't because he's a robot after all. He'll just to follow the instructions given by Zimian, to help the universe.
first time it happened recently, so Diane is not properly forgiven, and so
Yeah, that's definitely more set for later. Yeah, because in the grand scheme of things, in a what if scenario, like Dion could still continue to help the Legion for on and on. He could probably outlive Pod most likely. So yeah, he could perhaps been around forever. But story wise, it's framed as if like Dion is only around to help with this era. With this Zionport era that definitely had to go. Um, so yeah, it's like he's been made for that era only. So yeah, just like I said, just an interesting couple of
Diane
bits.
decides to leave them. Diane may have helped save some Hummats, but it doesn't make up for all the times Diane failed to get to them. It's not just Diane's current absence which has annoyed many races. A lot of races have been fed up with Diane going from
Yeah, that's even more set up, and it's outlining what he thinks to do because he doesn't have any biases. It means that he could just focus on doing the right thing. Once again, it steps up later on, um, and yeah, even Dion like wondering if he's even needed to be around anymore. Because if very little is happening too, that's like another reason. Because everything is mostly fine after Zionfall goes.
world to world, they all wish to have their own Diane in each world. Diane continues to scan all around the universe, and he is unable to help with what they all think of Diane, and the Legion too. This makes Diane wonder what else to do once Mechajaw and Zionthor get out of the way. Diane questions his
Oh dear, repeated none twice. Oops.
existence. Is he needed?
Yeah, it's been quite repetitive, and you just um, yeah, because I think him not being around for the cube store at all. Because if the satellites do like make contact, they would have been like, "You do know where Dion's gone?" And I was like, "No, he's never showed up to mine. Well, he's never showed up to mine. He's never showed up to mine, etc." Yeah, but that's why everyone would be like. So um, so yeah, it's really adding to yeah, this is definitely like quite substantive to Dion, that's for sure. It's just yeah, because he doesn't really have the emotions to question. Well, I think he's just a questioning it from a objective manner, not from a sense of insecurity like the other characters are. But yeah, but it also like raises the questions, should he have been a hero for only a select few planets or just like one planet? Should he have, just been set around just for the main threats, at all? It just makes you wonder what he could have gone for instead. Because for a time, when he managed to juggle all sorts, was impressive and it's helped, but I think that can only do so much.
Did despite
Oh, right, the end of the chapter. Okay, let's yeah, time for the big one. Oh, okay. So yeah, this is accidentally lengthy because it has like all the trouble on the Titan ship first, and then down at the city. We're thankfully only a couple of cases of Dion zooming from planet to planet. Although the Dion stuff is actually strangely not explained much. Although I do like that storybook page because when I've had to draw some aliens randomly to like fill a role somewhat while I was trying to explore the alien races. But what I did come up with in the storybook on just like that was there a race called the Twopjins, which I recently kind of defined as the definitive resident alien race, which yeah I quite like. And yeah, they because they have a nice alternative alien design. You can have a look at the storybook here in a picture when John's using some rubble to push back a flood. And so yeah, that's like an example of a race that's just come up in seconds and ended up being a rather cool idea. But yeah, I'm quite looking forward to having them because there are other basic alien races too. Like the snakes and the whoever else was there. But it's I just think they're cool. Anyway, we'll get a nice brief towards this. Although before we go, there's this. Oh, so this looks like. Oh, is this under? Yeah, this is underground. The base as Mikadors make his way through. So this is what a basement looks like. Um, but yeah, these meant to be buildings, all standing tall, or it could even be rubble. And you can see how some of the water, has gone, through the floor. And yeah, Pod and no, but there's Micro Retron fighting each other on the left, and a Morphon and Titron fighting each other on the right. So it's exploring that kind of conflict. And I don't know what Nicole is doing, but it looks like and Zami's about too. And yeah, Pod and Mechajaw are fighting each other. Yeah, looks like Pod's dodging that attack from Mechajaw, and Pod's like rising up with a ice trident. But anyway, I'm almost tempted to say, well, no, actually, I really like the design for finale, but this is probably a second favourite. So yeah, let's see how this goes.
Tilda chapter 62, flooding begins. In the meantime, Zami, Nicole and Mike all watch Pod in an
This is in the meantime of what is it? Yeah, Dion popping at the Hummons and he's flying all around to see if he can spot anything. But he won't be bored, that's for sure. Once the flooding comes about, that's definitely where he's going to zoom from place to place, see what he can do efficiently. Because I hope it is mentioned about the rubble taking, like being like the massive piece of rubble to hold back the entire tide of the flood. Because it's like moments and decisions like that would really help his situation in the grand scheme, even if he has to go from one planet to the next.
other room via a window. The Titanrans have added their healing beds inside the ship, and they did it quickly before leaving their home, and Pod
So I guess it's just some insight of adding the beds. Yeah, I think that could have been explained earlier, but oh well. But at least they know where they're in and some description of what the room is like. So it's good to have a little bit of geography.
still trying to take in the news and thinking negatively that this Legion is now a Rouge team rather than an organization that is helping the flawed universe that Nicole is looking.
Meant to be a rogue team rather. Yeah, sorry for misspelling, but yeah, that's like a different. In fact, I think every story at least had like a different spin on the Legion. Like, they were fully under the radar. Then they were suddenly found out by the public and they need to please them. Then they reach a golden age, but then something goes horribly wrong, and then they're extremely minimized. And then later on, they're minimized to the nth degree, and then yeah, then they do work up way up back to beyond the golden age, arguably. But yeah, I think it's just because it's like despite sadly not being expanded on much, but as Nicole Wiener once legacy as stated in the first book, yeah, if once again she is just a bit of shame about this, is like what her legacy looked like. Like, sure, she has done some good, but um, like recently, but it just feels like all of those successes are possibly being undone.
Looking at. But if Mike is not going to be around, then she needs to
And that's more of a reason for her looking out the window.
step up and find her power as a human. She has her gear and her physique.
Um, yeah, the arc sounds a bit better now, but it definitely needed a lot more work, before this moment.
And now she needs the mindset. Mike, on the other hand, while understands that Nicole needs time alone,
Her mindset has been rather good recently. It's just only hindered a bit, and even if that's the point, yeah, still needed clarity.
but Mike does go and see both Carpo and Vondur, talking about their next plan, wondering where.
Oh yeah, I like this moment because I remember adding that in one of because when I was just looking through thinking, oh, what else can I add? And because as Mike has been somewhat interested with alien life, because other than interacting with the Legion a couple of times, I remember thinking, oh, like what opportunities could there be? And I've thought, oh yeah, what if he has actually like a rather decent chat with Carpo and Bondo? And whilst this is probably like a similar exchange to when the president chats with Carpo, but I think that's both of them talking about leaders. But with here, Mike is talk about how he finds the aliens interesting, and I think that helps both. Well, Carpo is already optimistic, but with in Vondor's perspective, it just goes to show that humans can be extremely decent because because if the other Legion members are almost thinking like humans, with Nicole and Mike being the leads, then it's just seeing the plus side of it.
Either Metchajor or Xyanthor could be. Mike also
Oh yeah, they are talking about other sensible parts too. But anyway, so they're just idea generating. Let's see what conclusion they get to.
shares how exciting it is to see new alien beings, and
Although, fortunately, because I know that Mechadraw and Xyphor are the only ones left, but the focus should be on Mechadraw because he's the one with the element, because they would know the other ones are safe. So yeah, they should prioritize just looking for him. But I suppose if Mechadraw is still out there and Daeon's work looking around anyway. But I think at the same time, if they want to share some ideas, then okay. Oh, but they must have talked about that briefly. But yeah, because now Mike's talking about, yeah, like I said, his interest in aliens.
outside of Pod and Arvin, the Titan Rands have started to become another favorite alien. After all, the Titan Rands are strong and full of.
Don't forget Zami too, and whose favourite? I don't know. Mike wouldn't have favourites. Although if it is like Arvin, Pod, Zami, and the Titan, so yeah, I suppose they're the aliens that he's most familiar of. That's for sure.
Presence, and their quirks are extremely fascinating, like the use of vegetation. Vondur, while finding it tedious at first, then starts to see.
I feel like that's just adding to I don't know, overcompensating to make them more likable, which yeah, that's like the kind of writing you aren't like really meant to do. I don't know, it's a bit odd for Mike to explain it that way. Just like talk about, like your abilities, and I like how you form a unity, you like your own little unity. That's cool. Like, yeah, Mike should compliment that, not all of that fluff from earlier.
See how other races can complement another, and as Mike states, the Legion was originated by him.
Yeah, I kind of talked about this earlier, which yeah, it just helps opens each other's mind.
Vondur does see more that the team was made from an honest set of reasons on.
So that's where yeah, they start to see that um, that um, yeah, that the whole idea came from human as well, which yeah, once again adds to the positive viewpoint towards Legion a bit more here.
How to make security better rather than an egotistical idea coming from being greedy with power. Carpo also compliments Mike well, and while Mike does.
Oh yeah, that's yeah, really nice to clarify. Yeah, because yeah, just going back to theming, because yeah, it is true. Because yeah, Mike was never power hungry. He just thought this was like a generally good security idea, especially if aliens were going to start mixing with Earth a bit more. And yeah, I think there is like some kind of hope that the planet, well, there is like still hope that aliens could still help and work together.
Talk about how the Earth is all under Retron. Carpo would like to see the president and what the Earth is like. Even offers to make the vegetation better if he ever goes there.
Oh yeah, and he does get that in the following book. But yeah, it's good for Mike to give a heads up that Electron's currently overseeing the Earth, and yeah, it's things not looking great to the moment. But Carpo's like, oh, never mind, we'll still see what the old ruler is like, and Earth could be like a grow nice planet too. So yeah.
Something which makes Mike and Vondur curious too. Another who has his own space is Zami, and Zami decides to go.
Oh yeah, and oh yeah, I thought that's like a general idea I've been thinking of, which I'm most likely using in the reboot. The Titans going from planet to planet to see how they can improve the vegetation everywhere. Because if the whole oxygen and carbon dioxide cycle is still a thing, on all of the planets, then yeah, Carpo and Vondur can really come up with some really clever ideas. But yeah, in the fifth book, they don't get to really experiment with that because it's thanks to Dion's elemental wave that really not only brings the Earth back to its former glory, but I feel like it would make it far prettier, with more vegetation and such. I can see that happening. But yeah, they'll be looking forward to what kind of vegetation us Earthlings have.
And see Pod, after all. They haven't seen each other for days. But Pod, due to the ongoing memories in his head, ends up waking him up.
Yeah, which is true, and it's like an interesting idea to go for, because yeah, it looks like Nicole's taking the news hard at a point where she needs to be on her own. But we think with Zami, because he does seem to be, he seems to enjoy being around the others. But yeah, we just thought to, yeah, he's just going to be a bit more sentimental. Is this Well, yeah, if it's his friend, then yeah, of course, yeah, I can still see this happening because I think Zami could have oh no, I don't think he would be messing about with his own abilities, not after hearing hard news. Because sometimes we hear hard news, even your hobbies don't always um cheer you up straight away, or you wouldn't feel like you're in the mood for it. So yeah, Zemi's just gone for a different way to help himself cope, which yeah, I think that does show some signs of evolution.
Especially from a nightmare involving Mechajaw beating him earlier, now he has blank eyes, growling at Zami as Zami is grabbed, scaring him. Pod rips the plants away from him, off the bed, and pushes Zami.
Oh yeah, because yeah, who knows what these blank eyes look like? But yeah, it's him not only reverting to his own ways, but it's like I said, the alien bacteria, and it's not only just flashbacks, but even the recent battle as well. Because it's the first time. Well, actually, no, probably the only time he tried to fight Mechajaw, who was
Against a wall.
his worst enemy. But anyway, so he's off his bed. He seems to be taking his stick towards Sammy. Yeah, the growling kind of indicates an animistic side of things. Yeah, Sammy's grabbed, and yeah, so the vegetation would be on the Peenan bed, so that's the vegetation Pod is ripping from.
Thanks to Zami's shape-shifting suit, Zami manages to use his suit to prevent any damage towards himself.
But yeah, that's something that's kind of carried over from the storybook, Zami being pushed against a wall. But anyway, yes, his shape-shifting suit, how's it going to help?
Pod, however, has reverted to his old self, and various memories are going through his head.
Oh yeah, the regeneration like he did with Vondor. So yeah, he can self-repair to make sure he can take the hits well enough, with his suit.
As he rampages, Nicole and Mike run to Pod, trying his arms to prevent any harm
yeah, sounds scary. What else could you say?
towards Zami while not hurting Pod.
Yeah, if it's noisy, etc., and I reckon Zami was shouting too. Yeah, but yeah, thankfully it's not just Mike and Nicole, other Titrons come about, because not to mention this rampage nearly risked the whole ship, and yeah, Zami has to fix it. So once again, it's another instance of great power, but using it well. And because Zami could still stun him, but the others have stun-based technology too, abilities, and Zami's the only one who can fix the parts of the ship effectively.
Zami considered zapping Pod, but pushing against the wall resulted in the engine being in danger.
Oh yes, so Nicole, yeah, why would Nicole and Nick might go for the arms, unless the Titrans do, I'm not sure. But also, the pod's rather tall. How did he get to the arms? I'm not sure. But also, yeah, why not use stuns? Like stun lasers you know, uh, knock him down a bit, or even Nicole's concussion. That's something. Let's just hope that um, that gets used later on. But um, yeah, because I think what they would see right now is Zama being, rather scared, not knowing what's going on, and Pod going on a bit of a rampage. So yeah, they know that they need to calm Pod down because yeah, this is not Pod clearly.
Of nearly blowing up. So both Nicole and Mike nicely advised Zammy to use his abilities to fix the engine, which
Oh gosh, yeah, it's not just Pod's attacks; it's Zami's resistance. Like going through the wall perhaps, which yeah, so yeah, that's right next to the engine. You could say it's a bit convenient that it was pushed against the engine that way, but any kind of damage would have happened to the ship and would have need repairing anyway. So yeah, I guess and yeah, it just makes you wonder where else the healing beds could have been placed and what else is filled around the ship, especially if it's the big one. But yeah, why is it so big as well? I guess maybe it was. Oh yeah, was it just because of the wall? I think it was.
Zammy understands and works on immediately, thinking this is another way to show off, but this is serious. With Pod acting hostile, Nicole and Mike look back on how they helped with hostile Diane earlier. To offer to heal.
Yeah, this is definitely more life-threatening, in a ship in space. So yeah, no time to mess about. Yeah, he does need to be. Thankfully, he is more serious because what's happening with Pod and what he heard of from Mike. So yeah, he's in a proper serious mindset. Probably from now on, pretty much.
And try and reason without showing acts of violence. Even some Titan
Oh yeah, so yeah, it's like looking back. Yeah, did I say that Hostile Dion was like a almost like a minor setup for this, something like that? And yeah, these are really two good like choices to see, what would either of them look like if they ever become, like not themselves. Especially when they're two of the most powerful characters in the Legion. And um, so yeah, because I was just trying to think who else would look menacing in a hostile way, and yeah, the Titans would be a good example too. But yeah, Dion and Pod, they do really show off how dangerous they are if they were had like an evil version almost.
Rans start coming about to restrict and neutralize Pod, but Pod is not easy to handle.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah, that is accurate for what they were doing last time. So yeah, so it's just trying to be nice and calm, um, and yeah, and they're saying that the Titans coming about. So yeah, thanks to a lot of them, yeah, they can help restrain them. Yeah, neutralize. Yeah, in the dictionary it refers to making sure the individual isn't harmful towards anyone.
Even Carpo theorizes that Pod's healing is incomplete. Instead of Pod relaxing, the memories in his head.
I can see a misspacing in there, but never mind. But yeah, like especially with the Vibra powers, and if Pod's still tough and strong in his own way, then yeah.
Head jar him again. And so putting him back on the bed will stop Pod from continuing this behavior any longer. Zammy.
So yeah, because unlike Dion, like he needed his brain, like the gears going up in his head again to them, then eventually come back to himself. But with Pod, it's the so incomplete healing. That sounds um so does that mean that oh I know it was Pod dreaming that interrupted him. Um but did Sammy like provoke him? Not sure if Sammy did anything unless he accidentally like put his hand on his shoulder, but none of that was explained, so hopefully he didn't like interact with him anyway. Um but yeah, if a Pod is, used to be that animalistic, then yeah, like anything that wasn't Morpho, he'll probably would have gone for. And incomplete healing. So does that mean like Pod's still in pain as well, but the nightmares were getting to him? Yeah, I feel like there should be some setup for what could revert Immorpho back to that state. And I guess, oh yeah, did Mechador used to edit minds to revert back in that way, and that's what Mechador somewhat did when going back to the memories. That's a theory, but still.
starts using his lightning to keep the power level stable.
Also, just going back to the Dion and Pod comparison, so yeah, whilst Dion just needs to slowly get his memories back, with Pod it's a bit, sorry, with Dion, yeah, it's yeah, getting those memories back, and yeah, as he was analysing his surroundings. But with Ecuador, he needs, you know, a lot of restraining, and yeah, but once again, you know, just don't enact violence at all. And I think Pod also needed to make more of an effort to think as clearly as possible, because if these memories are like messing up his head, then yeah, it's just like it's like your mind snapping all the time.
And his cube abilities to prevent any more breaking of the engine. The Titan Rans, however, do struggle against Pod. But Pod eventually gets strapped back towards the bed and starts the healing process. Nicole and Mike try and talk.
The size of them aren't really established. I was just wondering if thought about that, because at least we've been described other heights of characters, but if they're, you know, kind of big creatures, well, I don't know, we probably can infer they're big. But yeah, even if there are like some of the bigger creatures about, but you know, don't forget, yeah, Pod is, you know, really strong, really powerful. You know, the martial arts as well. He would know how to take down opponents. I say with the additional leading fighting skills, he might be carrying that over despite reverting to his old ways. That could be seen as a contradiction, but you never know. Some things might carry over, you know, such as the ability to fight. That's something I could think of, but I don't think it's in this. He's just, yeah, you know, just more animalistic than a martial arts fighter, you know, despite having some skills. So we've got some description of what Zami's up to, but anyway, we'll go back to Pod.
Talk to him as they assist the Titan Rans, making Pod calm down, especially with the healing getting.
Yep, so yeah, with the help of everyone, yeah, I can imagine that being kind of tricky in that, but I think once the healing comes about, and I think they're still nice and calm, you know, they're not hitting them, you know, they're just only trying to restrain them.
Completed. What many didn't realize, however, is that part of.
Oh yeah, I wonder what they say more specifically, because that will be good to know. But if writing it right now, yeah, just remind them like who he is, and that you know who they are, and oh, you know, a couple of good memories. Yeah, can't really mention Arvin because Pod's been triggered about that. Oh, actually, no, by mentioning the likes of Arvin or Pasnos who would like soften him, because you know it's what helped to make Pod who he is. Yeah, I think Arvin was a big player in that regard. Anyway.
The engine's problems is making the ship go too fast as well, and now it is about to crash towards the Earth. No thanks.
And it's not really specified what else needed healing, because I thought it was like the healing of his head getting incomplete, but yeah, like I said, yeah, it's just a bit unclear why he kind of reverted, even if the idea is really fascinating. Oh yeah, gosh, like imagine if this was like a weakness of Pod. Like imagine if a certain weakness gets to him at a point where he reverts to how he used to be. Yeah, gosh, yeah, like a Bruce Banner Hulk kind of situation, except he remains as Morphil, but a more dangerous one.
To the fight disrupting the engine. The piloting Titan Rans try and stop it.
Oh gosh, that doesn't sound very good. Oh yeah, so that's where it nearly goes for the Earth, but Dion comes in to catch it in time. But those who are inside the ship do try various ways to slow it down. So yeah, it's just one point of attention to the next. But yeah, like we got Pod and then the ship and then a massive flood.
And while Zami attempts to this fix, Diane has been keeping out of this for ages.
Oh gosh, yeah, because how fast is your ship going? Because if it does go too fast, it could create, I don't know, a crater that could destroy a whole town or city.
He comes to get the ship before it goes towards Earth too hard.
Oh, piloting Titrans, so they are Titrans a bit more into mechanics. Okay.
Only a small crater is made, and Diane can see that everyone inside is fine, mainly injuries from Pod's havoc earlier. But when we thought that the trouble was over, some mysterious.
Oh wow, that was quickly caught. Okay. Oh yeah, because were they was heading towards Earth at coincidence, or were they? Or maybe they were going to go there in the hopes of being a Mechador being there. Because oh yeah, because if the Mechador was attacked with the missiles, and whilst Dion could have like hacked into some audio technology from the ships and hearing what their plan was, that could be inferred. But after an attack like that with no other aliens having that kind of technology, I reckon the Legion, like, yeah, he probably won't be going there. So yeah, a load of good inference, but yeah, should have been clarified as well. Um, so yeah, Don's caught the ship, and yeah, small crater, that's all right.
Serious flooding started to happen, and
I think they landed in the countryside area, so that's also okay as well. I think Dion would have made sure to direct it properly.
the public was advised to either evacuate or go anywhere safe like a new bunker system.
Many injuries from. Oh, so they were getting hurt as well. I guess they could quickly jump onto the beds, but if they've crashed, then it could have all gone all over. But if they only slightly hurt, then if they can walk on, then yeah, fair enough. Yeah.
Which allowed some homes to find a safe place underground. But only if there was enough time to enable the public to have more access to it. But where is all this flooding?
I feel like that was set up in the third book, but I suppose it is still new. Anyway, so it looks like the public has some ideas where to go. So hopefully enough have managed to find time to evacuate. But yeah, I wonder what this flooding looks like. Does it does it originate from the sea? I think the dam burst actually, so that's a big issue. But yeah, and there's loads of media where I remember. Yeah, there's something about whilst flooding is extremely scary, but in film scenes there's something about that which I find I don't know, has like a thrill to it, watching something flood. I think my earliest memories is that when was the second ice age, 2006? Because that had a flood in it as well. Because after first watching the first one, it's like a nice grounded story, but then seeing all of them try and adapt to the flooding, I just remember thinking, oh wow, this is really getting my interest. So yeah, but like there's all sorts of media with flooding. I'll tell you other examples. I'm not the biggest fan of Illumination
Tilda
Sing, but
chapter
the building
62,
flood,
flooding
that
begins.
was
In the
something,
meantime,
like seeing the
Zammy,
destruction
Nicole and
inside.
Mike all watch Pod
There's
in
that
another room
mission
via
in
a
Call of
window.
Duty
The
Ghost,
Titan Rands have
a
added
dam
their
burst
healing
there,
beds
so I think
inside the
that's some
ship,
minor
and
inspiration
they did
carrying
it
over
quickly
here.
before leaving their home, and Pod is on one of
Other
those
scenes
healing
of flooding.
beds.
Oh, the
On the
Batman, of
subject of
course. Yeah, that
healing,
was,
Mike states to
yeah, that
both
was
Zammy and Nicole that he has
rather
been ill for a long
full of
time and
havoc, wasn't it?
continues to be,
Anyway, go on,
even
let's stop
coming back
rambling.
after
We need
some
to get
healing
going.
from the Titan Rands. He does use his collaptor to keep track of his entire body function. This does make Zammy sad and Nicole.
Um, oh yeah, because it kind of happens without warning. Although maybe in the third one, if they were sensing cubes incoming, I can imagine the base being like, "Oh, incoming, get to the bunkers." But with the flooding, it could be like so unexpected, and not to mention like it can be harmless in the grand scheme of things, but I can imagine just slowly building up, only to be like, oh, I don't know, you could probably jump in. This is like uncanny. Um, but yeah, anyway.
Cole devastated. Adding to the reason.
Um, yeah. Oh yeah, how did like who spotted the flooding first? Could a serviceman like report this by being like, oh, really obscure water activity, this isn't matching with any tide times, or this is probably like weather doing odd things, what about the shape of the moon? So yeah, it's as if that's got to do with anything, but yeah, I reckon something like that would have pointed it that first, but yeah, sadly that's not explained, unfortunately. And also, so right here, so the flooding's randomly happening, and it makes you wonder, oh, what's happening? So you would think that Mechador's doing this on Earth, but obviously would have been told recently. So yeah, they go back to the old planet, and because it's a planet to themselves, Mechador creates pretty much a spell of some kind where he's causing flooding all over, and it's because as it could be like really tricky to do all of that on multiple planets, but I think because of how black and in control it is, I think that's what makes it easier. But at the same time, if control accidentally ends up acting reacting badly to the element, but also yeah, so sorry, that's like inference instead of actually being stated. But in because yeah, like in book two in comparison, because Ozona was very precise with everything, especially with the storm being a certain part. So I felt like with less control, like everything else would have been completely, totally messy. So it would have been nice to clarify these two bits and bobs. Hence why, although maybe Mechajaw, could take the power somewhat compared to Ozona, considering he was older. So yeah, it would have been nice to clarify these things. So yeah, it could either be an age thing or being like in control. Because if Mechajaws just want to do a load of random floods and even other types of activity, and if it all's getting out of control, then fair enough. But at the same time, if he's getting all of that out of control, has he forgotten about the wildlife he's wanting to reserve? Unless he unless he knows about the more populated areas which he wants to flood, like the Earth one, for instance. But animals are there too. But I suppose he has his contingency of having to go over the life force in his own time when, um, whenever he gets to it and edit it to create any race he likes, whether it's existing or totally original. Fortunately, I didn't get a lot of coverage of. I think there's like a couple of pins, but how did the tide respond to the flooding? What about the suchers with the lava? Did it ever get converted into water, for instance? Because if lava is part of Ibra. What about the Numians? That would be harsh. What was Pasnos' experience if he was anywhere near populated? So whilst those were missing, unfortunately, but it just makes you wonder. What were they like with the Cube Storm as well? Because I feel like that needed a bit more too.
That Nicole should start having her inner strength. This is where Nicole
Oh gosh, but I feel like the ice and fire are a bit more maybe select and definitely not as big as the flood. But yeah, I reckon that adding to it would really really add to the damage.
and Mike have their own space, Mike understands that this news is a lot to take in. Nicole is staring at a window, looking out of space, amazed by the scenery. But at the same time, she is still trying to take in the news and thinking negatively that this legion is now a
Yeah, it makes you wonder why not combine the lot. But not only would the like, I guess you could make the fire immune to water, but you're not only is it like I can see how water could work on a grander scale. Maybe it could try like an icy storm or ice shape shifting everywhere, but like, I feel like not only is flooding makes the most sense, to spawn all over, but water is what the morphos can adapt to. So yeah, it gives them an advantage, especially around Earth. Um, and spawning a ball, and the ball is what it's like a water ball he's formed, which he is controlling the water everywhere, making it completely out of whack. And and that ball does go once Megador dies.
Rouge team rather than an organization that is helping the flawed universe that Nicole is looking at. But if Mike is not going to be around, then she
And even the ball can go on its own at a point where Megador can just simply go to Earth.
needs to step up and find her power as a human. She has her gear and her physique, and now she needs the mindset.
It makes you wonder, like, what was it like? Was it ruins from the get-go? Was it during whoever was, on this world, or did the Morphos call this wreckage? Was it a battle? Because ruins isn't just aesthetic. It's because there's ancient ruins. I think that's the kind of flavor this planet has, which the word ancient should have been put in front of it to clarify it a bit. But it's that kind of architecture which I was trying to go for. But it was the Kratos world. Okay, I hope I carry that over in the Ultimate Guide to be consistent. But I think that's one reason why they carried over. But then they moved on to another planet of this is the lionfish race who did experiment with the elements, and it's like a throwaway line. It's almost I think I once thought, one race equals one planet, a bit like what Ben 10 kind of did, but then I thought later on, I think it would be far better for some of the planets to have a mixture of races, just like us humans had like all sorts of wildlife, like elephants in the savannah and etc. So yeah, that's what I've kind of gone for. But at least it's clarified what some of the planets were like before.
Mike, on the other hand, while understands that Nicole needs time alone, but
Did the planet like start to become a tad I don't know, like less vegetation, less water, etc. over time? Is that why the Morphals left? Or oh, I tell you what, I wonder if this is where the first started coming about, and then Mechatron was like, I'm not really keen on this world, so that's where he decided to go to another world instead, one that was more adaptable, especially with the floating water and that. So I can see that being the case.
Mike does go and see both Carpo and Vondur, talking about their next plan, wondering where either Mechajaw or
Who were experimental.
Xylanthor could be. Mike also shares how exciting it is to see new aliens.
Oh, they're trying to get in other ways. Okay, that's still experimenting. Well, also a really interesting concept because look at the Titrans and Hairwolf's race. They could try and get the life force through other means, even like tiny segments, but they're trying to get it, like gather it from other ways. That's actually kind of a yeah, like an interesting concept. And um, so yeah, because I once thought they were going to generate their own elements. Um, that could be like a fun concept, but I don't know if that also sounds a bit contradictory too. So yeah. Anyway, yeah, let's get going. It's just a bit more extra world bonus one, which is kind of cool.
Beings, and outside of Pod and Arvin, the Titanrans have started to become another favorite alien. After all,
Yeah, just like a yeah, just like a normal lionfish, yeah, which is rather cool.
the Titanrans are strong and full of presence, and their quirks are extremely fascinating, like the use of
Yeah, that definitely makes yeah, that probably makes a bit more sense actually. I think they moved off the first world rather quickly. I don't think they stood there long.
vegetation. Vondur, while finding it tedious at first, then starts to see how other races
Um, oh yeah, so yeah, of course they're not going to settle there. If anything, as it's like a barren planet at this point, it's just what's going to source all of the flooding. And I can imagine that being like quite hard to stop. How would you, even if you like freeze it, like with a fire extinguisher, not like it's like not like you're going to um like stop it almost. I feel like it would definitely keep going. Yeah, how would you be able to stop that? I'm not sure. I guess you could have done the spell on like a cove to make sure it's extra safe and protected. But yeah, at least that's there. And yeah, so the Morphals would probably go for another planet. It kind of reminds me of the Lichbots, which could either be part of an endearing pattern, not endearing, sorry, like again, like a cool pattern rather, story-wise, just to show how similar these villains are. But at the same time, it could be um, repetitive once again.
can complement another, and as Mike states, the Legion was originated by him. Vondur does see more that the team was made from an honest
Yeah, so yeah, definitely showing that everyone's feeling the same.
set of reasons on how to make security better rather than an egotistical idea coming from being greedy with power.
Oh gosh, yeah, with water and rubble, yeah, you won't be able to recognise a town. I couldn't even recognise a airport car park because I first went there at night, and when next seen it again it was daytime, so I was like, "Where's the car?" So yeah, it could yeah, do all sorts. But yeah, it sounds like the flooding has started to ramp up a bit. I feel like it does become. I think it does round up quite well.
Carpo also compliments Mike well, and while Mike does talk
When I say round up well, I meant as in like the tension, being built up quite well from my part. Vitron thankfully has gone up to the higher ground of the base. I guess that's just to oversee everything, or to keep himself only safe, because I guess they were luckily up there to fire at some foes, but I don't know. I guess it is just to keep tabs, but I don't know. Like if Retro wants to be a hero, he should be like in the action saving people, but it looks like maybe he doesn't want to encounter the flood. Maybe his legs should cope with that, surely.
about how the Earth is all under Retron. Carpo would like to see the president and what the Earth is like. Even offers to make the vegetation better if he ever goes there, something which makes Mike and Vondur curious too. Another who has his own
I feel like we're a bit out of order because because the ship has recently just landed. So unless Retron has seen, the ships there, like the ship that crawls across small craters, see the Titrons come out then, and I might have seen other like imagery of them, or maybe like from research, but he doesn't know they're on Earth yet. Like I said, unless they start to come out of the ship, and the Morphals might have started arriving and started showing up in the middle of the sky. So unless that's the case, but how would he know about the vegetation part? Would he see that from afar too? I just feel like that kind of area should bit of that kind of writing should be saved for later, but I guess we'll wait and
In
see.
space is Zami, and Zami
But what I also like is that by seeing the Morphers and seeing them partake in this, of course he's going to like associate that with Pod, and he's not going to have an open mind. He's just going to think, oh, alien, kill it.
decides to go and see Pod, after all. They haven't seen each other for days. But Pod, due to the ongoing memories in his head, ends up waking him up, especially from a nightmare involving Mechajaw beating.
Um, so yeah, I think it is somewhat out of order because he doesn't know that the Morphals are involved. There was a panic strike earlier, and they might have thought back, from research and finding out they visited the Titron planet earlier, but none of that's explained. So, like I said, this is writing that would have worked far better later. And I wonder what kind of speech Mechatol gave. I felt like he's not the kind to set speeches because, once again, he's animalistic. He would have said, "Follow me, I'm the leader, let's go down to Earth, and, we've got water we can adapt with. We're going to completely overtake Earth and just kill everything that's intelligent." So I wonder what else was in that speech. But anyway, be on Earth now. More falls yet to know a trip.
Him earlier. Now he has blank eyes, growling at Zami.
Oh yeah, so they're kind of forced to come in once again, a bit like Ozone and the Goons, which like I said, a bit repetitive. I think that's like a one type of coincidence which I'm not so keen on.
As Zami is grabbed, scaring him. Pod rips the plants away from him, off the bed, and pushes Zami against a wall. Thanks to Zami's shape-shifting suit.
Too many pluses. Okay. But I think that adds to his motivation as well. Because if he wants to see the universe in a certain way, then I think by doing that makes him seem more powerful. But as you can imagine, or can see rather, the whole interest in Mechadra and the wildlife doesn't really come up except for the introduction. Which is a real shame because it really could have had depth, and I forgot to address how he would have been mindful of the wildlife, but never mind. He's looking forward to seeing what Earth. Oh, so all right, at least that's something. At least it'll be interesting to see what Earth's wildlife is like. But I don't think he would have time to admire it when he's in the middle of flooding the planet and trying to get rid of security in the meantime.
Zami manages to use his suit to prevent any damage towards himself.
Imagine that's what if scenario. Like all the humans out the way. It's just the animals roaming the Earth. Like, gosh.
Pod, however, has reverted to his old self, and various memories are going through his.
Make the way and. Oh yeah, the word way is repeated one too many times. Oops. Make all the way, Mechatron Viper, don't waste get on. Mechatron's going to push through the virus effects affecting him.
Head as he rampages. Nicole and Mike run to Pod, trying his arms to prevent any harm towards Zami while not hurting Pod.
Back to Earth? Oh no, back to Earth story-wise, okay. The ship's just crashed. Jamon's trying to get out and recover. I think the healing beds presumably are all broken apart in that. But also ship started to recover. I think the thing about the healing bed should have been addressed. Like if the ship was coming down rather quickly, even thanks to Samuel Dion attempts to slow it down, I think the ship would have landed at a odd angle somewhat. Not to mention anything that crashes, of course, going to be thrown over. So it's just seeing if everyone's all right as you get out. But they do notice the flooding coming up. Oh yeah, because is the ship like upright to somewhere and they have to climb up?
Zami considered zapping Pod, but pushing against the wall resulted in.
Oh, what? Robo though, people are in danger. Why are you having a quick chat with Retron? That's not great timing. I feel like there would be a far better opportunity. another time. Regardless, so yeah, even if this is the wrong time, I do like this exchange because Retron almost wins this argument by being like, well, we'll just see what he says. I think it could have been like a quick telling off with a couple of exchanges. Oh, I don't know, but it would have been one thing if Dion's like, well, you just help right now, and if you're not really meant to use the defenses, then fine, but use it your own way. Then Retron could like say something back in return, but well, no, it seems to be too lengthy of a conversation, and yeah, it's bad timing. Even your buddies need help getting out the ship.
And the engine being in danger of nearly blowing up. So both Nicole and Mike nicely advised Zami to use his abilities to fix.
Yeah. Oh yeah, because did the law mistake get formed after Dion's recommendation, and then maybe once Dion was out the way, the laws then changed, so it was fine to change more like the new use of nitro that way. That could have been better. Yeah, that should have been addressed as well. Yeah, I mean, that would have made this bit more clearer. So yeah, Don's confronting Retron about it. See what else
the
does he say?
engine, which Zami understands and works on immediately, thinking this is another way to show off, but this is serious. With Pod acting hostile, Nicole and Mike look back on how they helped with hostile Diana.
Oh, okay. So I think it's brief, thankfully, but anyway. So yeah, I can imagine that being really hurtful towards Dion in a certain way. Because yeah, like because Retron has nitro on a bigger scale, and they've presented himself as better, because yeah, Retron, well, Dion might have sensed Dion's some of the successes earlier, and seeing that if Retron, like I guess he's not, because he's not like inspiring, he's not getting signatures for anyone, but or selfies, but at least he's not getting anything thrown back in his face. But with Dion, it's like everything else is against him, so yeah, I could see that being quite hurtful. And not to mention for Retron to tell Dion to stay away from Earth. Yeah, I feel like Dion kind of keeps that promise after this battle, so yeah.
Earlier, to offer to heal and try and reason without showing acts of violence. Even some Titanrans start coming about to.
Oh yeah, well, yeah, the team's around as well anyway, so yeah, they'll do the sorting out. And yeah, and Dion is correct that defenses won't do much. Yeah, because it wasn't the fire and the ice that affects the defenses too, something like that. So yeah, just goes to show that these defenses weren't so flexible, unlike the Legion that can adapt to all sorts, especially when they work together.
Restrict and neutralize Pod, but Pod is not easy to handle. Even Carpo theorizes that Pod's healing is incomplete. Instead of Pod relaxing,
yeah, thankfully he does have one more visit, but with visit that would have been better in different circumstances. Yeah, because it's trying to fight the veterans Zymvor down there with no, just them two. Yeah, that's how serious it got down there next time. But yeah, he is a bit sad about that because Earth is definitely meant to some amount, quite a lot to him. I would imagine. He has some memories, especially in book 1, and he came about in book 2 as well. So yeah, just yeah. Because imagine if Dion ends up, if Retron like becomes like the winning force, he would definitely have his way of stay away from Earth. Although despite the threat, I think Dion would definitely not stay away if Zymfor ever gets there. Yeah, because if Zymfor's like a proper threat towards possibly humanity, considering how destructive they are. Yeah, I could see Zymfor getting them out the way, or maybe like those who are more vicious than others. I can probably see that happening if Zymfor's more select. But yeah, I don't think Retron would go for Dion if Zymfor is going to be their most dangerous foe.
Memories in his head jar him again, and so putting him back on the bed.
Oh yeah, because it's almost as if the nitro defenses could still overtake the Legion. Yeah, if Retron wins, and yeah, like who knows what's going to happen to the Legion after this? It's so up in the air at the minute, isn't it? But in a way that's kind of tense.
Ed will stop Pod from continuing this behavior any longer. Zami
That's a bit there's a couple of bits of punctuation that's sadly missing, but oh well. But yeah, it was mainly Retron's influence. Yeah, which is why he felt a bit ignored. Even like taken advantage of. For it promised to be broken, and and things to happen out of your control, especially when you were shut off for ages. Yeah, I could imagine that being, like once again, it'll sting.
Starts using his lightning to keep the power level stable and his cube abilities to prevent any more braking of the engine.
But yeah, absolutely, and I think that's what ends up happening. But if with the risk being stated, just go show that Retron's probably at a massive disadvantage.
Titan Rans, however, do struggle against Pod. But Pod eventually gets strapped back to.
Yeah, that's definitely evident loads of times. I think he's pretty good in this book actually, even if he is like a bit simplified and over the top at times with how narrow-minded he is. But regardless, yeah, still like he does have some added material towards him, yeah, which is rather good. It just goes to show that Retron should have had a chapter and more of a focus towards himself.
Towards the bed and starts the
Well, yeah, story-wise, to explore him, not because Retron's getting everything he wants. That's how both are different.
healing process. Nicole and Mike try and talk to
Yeah, but it's just started, but oh boy, wait till it gets to later on.
him as they assist the Titan Rans, making Pod calm down, especially with the healing getting completed. What
Yeah, it just goes to show, Dion's quite, has like, a decent moral center, and um, oh, and also, yeah, looks like Dion prefers, just natural abilities coming towards him. Although, what would he think of Nicole? But oh well, at least she uses her abilities morally, and also as a soldier, those are like the kind of abilities you have at your disposal. Anyway, but yeah, with Retron, yeah, it's completely alien stuff, which is like unnatural and completely unwise. So yeah, it is an interesting perspective to go for, and how I think that's what Dion had probably disliked with, Orpheon and Ozona and even Xynfor, just powers that are forcing themselves with.
many didn't realize.
Oh yeah, not sure I said this before, but unfortunately, Dion doesn't get to fight Mechadraw, which is partially like a missed opportunity, but at the same time, like I guess there could have been like a moment where he has a go, but it becomes kind of tricky on his own because of the Nitro. So that could have been like a moment somewhere, but it's just unfortunately not now because of the flooding, and only he can help multiple planets at this point. So yeah, I think in book 3, instead of going for Xynfor, why not go for Mechadraw instead? Imagine if he, knowing that Mechadraw was the easier of the two to sort out, he could have like sorted them out first and attempt to please Pod by being like, oh yeah, I've sorted him out for you. You won't have to face him again, which I can imagine would please Pod, because I don't think Pod will be insistent that he would have to, because I think Pod at first glance could be like, oh, I wanted to be the one to bring him down, but Dion could have bring Mechadraw proper down, and then be like, oh, carry over Mechadraw, bring it to Pod, and he's like, okay, you can say anything you like to him, but I'll let you finish him. That I don't know. Is that yet another problem with book 3 that I just listed? Because I've talked about how going for Seinfeld first wasn't like the best idea. Oh gosh. And what could have happened is that he could have brought Mechadraw to to the Legion once they land on the semi-planet. Once Megashaw's finished, Torrid could be like, oh, guess what, I'm the traitor, and then that's where they all fight him, and so that loses as well. So, and then they end up going straight to Xynfor while still in the era of the Golden Age, with everyone else helping him as well. Like, oh my gosh, I feel like that's like another flaw of some kind, actually. Oh, it's all book 3's fault.
Realize, however, is that part of the engine's problems is making the ship go too fast as well, and now it is about to crash towards.
So he's like waking up first. Oh, but if he's like slow down the ship, that's how okay, I can see that.
The Earth, no thanks to the fight disrupt.
Oh yeah, so if the ship landed on its back and he was the one at the engines, yeah, of course he would see them flooding first. Although it's a bit weird why the ship would have landed on like that, when it should have like maybe gone forwards. I'm not sure, unless Dion like spun it at the last minute. I'm not sure. That probably should have been explained.
The engine. The piloting Titan Rans try and stop.
And oh yeah, use vegetation to help. Yeah, that's very handy. Yeah, because when the ship's on its side, you're going to really struggle to climb up. Look at the second to last Mission Impossible with the we're trying to not climb up the the train carriages, and um uh, yeah, but how they just managed to improvise as they climb up, despite the whole carriage not being adapted to climb up that way. But with the added vegetation in this case, however, we can see it being a lot easier and adaptable.
It, and while Zami attempts to this fix, Diane has been keeping out of this for ages. He comes to get the ship before it goes towards Earth.
Oh wow, that was quick. Oh, even ladders too. Okay, that's helpful. You must have placed at a certain time. I feel like the Legion, the Titrans should have just let the vegetation do all the work, because if I add in ladders, it probably might complicate things. But I guess it's like a harmless extension of the Zami. It's not like the power of summoning ladders is going to break the law. Imagine that. Imagine like a story moment, or like, oh no, he lost only if he remember that he can form ladders. Well, in seriousness, I think something like that could have happened, but I don't know. I think a lot of them can jump high or do lunges, and Dion can fly. Lunges? No, launch one another. Like when Captain America lifts Black Widow up off the ground, in New York. Yeah, I can imagine Lee to be able to do something like that with any of them. Yeah, look at Pod, he can throw anyone.
Too hard, only a small crater is made.
Yeah, I think the ladder thing is just like a somewhat okay extension of the capabilities, just like the more solid generation.
And Diane can see that everyone inside is fine, mainly injuries from Pod's havoc earlier. But when we thought that the trouble was over, some mysterious flooding started to happen.
Keep the water out? What does that mean? No, because if anything, it will stop it from spilling. But if the water like continues flooding, then yeah, it will stay upright like a glass, being filled. But at least it's prevented from being tilted. At least that's sensible, because if everyone's trying to climb up on top, then you want a stable top platform.
And the public was advised to either evacuate or go anywhere safe, like a new bunker system which allowed some homes to find a safe place underground. But only if there was
the ship moving anytime soon? There's probably a ship moving anytime. Oh yeah, I think with the flooding, yeah, it is going to like shift somewhere. So yeah, they do have to plan and really get going. But I think that's when the Morphle ships arrive, really, which spook everyone. Yeah, because the flooding's bad enough, but the Morphles arriving, like, gosh. It makes you wonder, maybe this story. Oh my gosh! Imagine if Mechador lost all of the Morphles to the planet striking, or maybe he tried to send the lot to the Design for, only for Design to be like, haha, you lost all your Morphles. And yeah, because it's not like the Morphles have I guess they protected Mechador, like the remaining ones, but I think the Legion could have arrived and done that anyway, especially when the army Morphles didn't have a lot of focus like towards them during the 5th book, despite a cool idea. But yeah, like imagine if this was just Mechador just doing the flooding, and yeah, Mechador becomes extremely hard, requiring those Titans to jump about, use vegetation to go about clearly, and well, like clear past that, that's what I meant. And yeah, Retron would still have the idea of, shoot, the Titrans are going to spoil everything. But everyone's like, no, shoot the evil Morphle instead. And oh my gosh, imagine if Pod, tries to fight Mechatron, and Pod Retron's like, oh, just kill Pod too. He's probably too powerful. Look at his abilities. He could be part of this as well. So yeah, like Retron, like rushing to conclusions in a state of panic, especially when his defenses weren't working. So I feel like that would simplify things. And you could say, oh, you could cut out the Titrans, perhaps if that becomes the case. Which may be, but I don't know. I think like I'm coming up with too many upright, just very immediate writing ideas. But anyway, let's just continue with the story we've got in front of us.
And the ship nearly tilts over until the Titan Rans use vegetation to keep it upright, even trying to keep the water out. The ship manages to stay where.
Oh, the water out of the ship. Okay, well, how would you do that anyway? And I suppose it will help the ship stay upright.
where it is, as everyone is on top of the ship, moving anytime
Is there room for everyone on top of the ship? How many Titans are there? Unless everyone's still climbing, and I bet someone was like, "Hey, I'm at the ladder. Can I just get up for the air, please?" um, so yeah, oh, it must be a massive ship then.
soon once they have a plan. However, they see that not only has Pod gone considering he hasn't been seen within the ship, but that the Morphils are starting
Hang on, they see that not his pond gone, considering he has been seen. Oh, so he left first ahead of time. Yes, of course. But he was at the healing bed, but he must have, like, I don't know, like covered himself in ice or something. Yeah, why would he be able to come out first and unseen even? He is seen later on in the view, but even then it's yeah, I don't know. It's just because if he was close to the engine and he's not like could he have like created a hole which ended up like flooding the ship? That's a bit irresponsible because he's got his mind back unless, and I don't think Mechdor being a distraction would be enough to forget about the safety of everyone he's come to know in that ship. So no, I don't think he's caused the hole, but but it's still impossible how he made that first without anyone seeing him.
to arrive, and so Nicole devises the plan. Mainly to find Pod and get both themselves and the Titanrans to slow down the Morphils and try and reduce the havoc. For every
Yeah, that's a big task. So yeah, oh yeah, because I'm not sure if the Morphle ships can fire, so I think they're just going to land, go across. I think that's the case. Oh yeah, because of the whole caravan comparison, yeah, of course. So then that's the case. So yeah, don't need to worry the ships very much. Well, it could like shoot them down ahead of time, but I think they probably still do that. But regardless, they um they'd still try and go for the Morphles, regardless and whenever at the time. So yeah, so it's Sammy, Nicole, and Mike, trying to chase after Mike, and they do fight some fight the um yeah, so they do fight some Morphles along the way, but it's the Titrans that they uh, um yeah. So I'm just trying to think again. So yeah, just it's both slow down the Morphles trying to fight them and the flooding as well. So it's quite a lot of multitasking, which yeah, that is um yeah.
everyone to take down the Morphils, no killing, which is where the plants can become useful despite the limited numbers of Titanrans. Pod managed
Okay, so not a lot came. So yeah, the Titrans were either low on number or enough definitely need to stay on the planet to not only work on the progress but protect the planet too. So yeah, can't leave a planet with the life force alone. And so yeah, they already don't know go rule, especially after seeing Clam. Just like a lot of them just need neutralizing, or some might start to um um yeah, if they do become, yeah, I think it is just neutralizing the lot. But yeah, something else I was just trying to think of earlier is that it's almost like quite a lot to, you know, fight the Morphils, sort out Mechador, chase after him, because either Mechador is going to go for the base as well. That was something else too, and yeah, save the people along the way as well, and yeah, Salesman fire the niche of, but turrets going down as well. The defense is failing. Dion's zooming around the planet. It's quite a lot to juggle, and I think that's where a rewrite having no more fills or maybe with no Titrans around at this point. The Titrans could have been set up well enough in the third book, and then just only coming back in the fifth one. And maybe it could have had just like one more additional ally. Once just going after. Maybe it could have bring back just Carpal Bondo, maybe something like that, and then yeah, it just means that just focus on the flooding and Mechador. So yeah, I think that's what would have helped shrink it a tad more. So it is quite a lot, but maybe it's like a lot, and at least it's selling the kind of scale that this battle has.
to get out of the ship quicker because he managed to protect himself more so as the ship was about to crash. enabling him to get out while the rest needed time to recover and get up. Some of Morphill's
Okay, so that's oh well, if he was peeled, then I think that does give him almost like an endorphin boost, which gets him going. Yeah, it is endorphins, isn't it? I nearly got mixed up between that and oxytocin, but no, it's endorphins. Yeah, of course, that will get him going. Oh, but there's adrenaline too, so could have had some of that amped up as well. You know, thanks to the healing. Yeah, because they would have added 2 bits and bobs like that. Yeah, absolutely. Because yeah, if it's for the healing, then yeah, you can imagine those bits and bobs. Um, yeah, you know, of the hormones still working the way they do, but just on a quicker scale. So it's at least trying to justify why pods get out quicker, but I still don't quite buy it.
are now out of their ships and have landed around the town, which is where most of the havoc is going on. It's close to the sea and
Yeah, I think hopefully it is described earlier on that yeah, or they're all heading towards the base, knowing that that's where the security's come from, especially where the you know if the town nearby already has all of those defenses, and if they can see the base from afar, you know, firing at them. Yeah, I can imagine them being like, oh, you know, we'll definitely aim towards there, you know, because they're the most capable of taking us down. So yeah.
is lower ground after all. But other areas of the Earth are starting to sink, and both servicemen and Retron's drones are to help the people, collecting those who are on the roof, guiding.
So yeah, other than some at the base, there are some like um, which ones? Yeah, like the servicemen and the drone shed, like they like have more emphasis of helping the people. Like, sorry, yeah, there is some because after the defenses failed, the servicemen are, you know, some of the long range fire deterring some of the Morphils. But yeah, but for the majority of the servicemen and drones, yeah, they do help out the people. Even that bit gets brought up loads of times about how the servicemen seem to do most of the saving, especially in this story, and the Legion talk about how they mainly take down the source of the conflict, and that's where Fretra's like, oh, you know, I think maybe you would have been you know, seen as better heroes if you did help out the public more. I think it could have like yielded a better result. That's what he said to us, something along those lines. So yeah, it's a bit abstract, but I can see where he's coming from, because you know, you can't just be a hero without attempting to save others. But yeah, as you can imagine, yeah, it's just like yeah, it's just like the Legion who just only fought without as much saving. And yeah, I also like you know, because if the beach is nearby, I think it is. Yeah, of course, this area is going to be more vulnerable to being flooded.
Those to underneath bunkers or dragging people out of the flooding water. Not only does Mechajaw see
Oh yeah, so it's described more in detail about how they help the people. Yeah, yeah, and either method works.
that the base is also near the town, but he notifies the others via the communication spell that the base is what will attempt to fight back. So the base is the focus to fight.
Yeah, that's some smart thinking, because you would think, oh, you just go after any humans, but I think he knows to go for the more dangerous ones first. So yeah, it just helps, you know, more of a specific goal, pretty much.
Against. Not to mention trying to find resident humans to reduce to.
Once again, that is arguably a bit too similar to, you know, Ozona, where he's like, oh, you know, go for, you know, the base because it's the source of it. But yeah, because it could be like seen as too mean or arbitrary just to, you know, fight the humans, you know, a bit like Torrid's case, and probably Ozona's, no, sorry, Orphean's too. So yeah, I still like, you know, Ozona Mechador just having a bit more, you know, just more of a target first.
Once Zami generates some collaptors from his tech generating ability.
Yeah, I think the residential humans they can just get rid of along the way. Yeah.
As a response to Nicole's orders, she provides.
Oh, you're not to mention the Morphals are confirmed to have the communication spell earlier, so that explains how they communicate. But also, once somebody generates some other collaptors, is that to give around to like every other Titan or just serviceman? Like, why?
Provides those collaptors to all of the Titanrans. Carpo now leads
Oh, okay. Also, yeah, Zami can generate collaptors too. That's handy.
the Titanrans with the plant manipulation, and Vondur is leading the charge to get their hands on the Morphils.
Oh yeah, I think the plant manipulation thankfully goes above the flood and water, and that helps with both the. I think they do help. Yeah, we like reduce, the havoc that's mentioned, but they do use it as like a way to take down the some morphals too. I think they do try and go for Mechajaw, but it's ultimately Pod 2 kind of has the more of the view, and more of the view. Oh no, like the closest to catching Mechajaw. So it could be argued that Pod could have gone for Mechajaw, but at the same time, the main trio wanted to, well at the time wanted to keep Mechajaw alive for the location, which should have been set up, even if it seems like a reasonable choice now. And not to mention, they want Pod to go like too far either, because I think there's probably hinted at a couple of times about how always being malicious doesn't always lead to victory. I feel like that should have been hinted at as well, because it's almost as if being vicious also helps out, with what Pod did to Mechajaw and vice versa, and also how hard Pod was, to control on the ship as well. So yeah, but with the like sign for, you have to fight smart, that's for sure. And yeah, and also I think some of the morphos are kind of, but yeah, Titrans are kind of halved. Some are having to interact with the ground to make sure the vegetation keeps going, and then those that are running about all over the city could help. You know, they still help manipulating the plants. As they're going about, but it's just mainly to work around them as they're more in the center of the fight.
Or any falling rubble. The Titan Rans are slowing down the Morphil's
Yeah, to keep that intact, make sure everyone's safe. Yeah.
goals, and Mechajaw, despite being annoyed, continues mainly on his own, even managing to fight a couple of Titan.
Oh yeah, so yeah, there's no mindset of oh, we've got to I better wait for the others. No, he's just like going there regardless. That's how not very considerate he is. But he might like trust the Morphos enough to go on his own. But at the same time, I guess by fighting the Titrans, it means that he has his own space, so he can get to the base sooner. And oh boy, if he ever made it to the base, I feel like he would have wrecked the lot.
Rans without a problem. Mechajaw fights these Titan Rans in various.
Oh wow, some Titrans must have gone well ahead. Oh, okay. And fight a couple of Titrans without a problem. Oh yeah, because if he has a proper element, to not mention how vicious he is, yeah, I can see. Oh gosh, yeah, some Titrans are lost, which is a bit of a shame. I bet that really affects Carper and Vondor. I wonder what they think of that. Like, if they ever figured the Legion for bringing the Titrans in a conflict, as big as this. But once again, they were already involved, even without the Legion coming in. Yeah, the Titrans would have been attacked anyway, with or without the Legion. Yeah, it would have been nice for them to get that character with the Gear Innate technology, because the Morphal attack on the Titrans was not their fault, not the Legion's.
Ways such as freezing a Titanran's arm at a point where the arm breaks, shape-shifting his arm into a clamp which he uses to grab and swing Titanrans away. He was also summoning ice-like shards that go through.
Ah, now that sounds not only like a variety of abilities, going one by one, but it's like a singular fight scene, because all this time we've been like montaging like a variety of powers and how the situation is resolved in various ways. But in this time, yeah, that fact was actually like a proper fight scene written. I wish that happened more times, but maybe it has happened in other times as well. But look at the likes of the Ozona fight. Even that was been a bit listy. Well, not like too much like a list or a montage. But anyway, yeah, that's some rather cool choreography. And also, I don't think it will just break the arm. I think it will completely shatter it if he refuse it hard enough. Oh god, yeah, that sounds brutal. Yeah, he's bloodthirsty.
Titanrans, toasting.
That reminds me. Oh, after all, the Comic Con on the blood. Oh, let me start again. After all, they did call me Comrade the Trustworthy. Except the Comic Con the bloodthirsty. It kills. It doesn't give Comrade exactly what he wants. Exactly when he wants it. Yeah, it's a Martin Museum reference for you. I tell you what, if you're a fan of both the first film and the second film, this is the YouTuber I've recently come across who did not only analysis of those two films, even with the third one coming up, but she looked at everything, early draft scripts, the novelization versions, merchandise. But at the end of the second review, there's this end credit scene where she recites the lines of that scene, don't cross this line. All right, unless you give me did. Oh, he did it all again. He spoke and he reached a hand across. Now give me that tablet and tell me the combination. Yeah, just at the very end of that video, oh yes, found it. I'll put it on the screen just in case I forget. So she's called Carly Ann Stone, and yeah, her two Night at the Museum videos. So yeah, Night at the Museum is actually a masterpiece, and the second one is Battle of Smithsonian is an excellent sequel. So yeah, it's at the sequel where she does, you know, like I said, reciting all the lines with the TV in the background. She doesn't even look back or even have subtitles on. It's just right next to her. It's, oh my god, it's absolutely it's hilarious. It's like the thing that made me most laugh today. Make me laugh most today? No, it's just more no, the funniest thing I've come across this year. That's what I was meant to say. Anyway, sorry, enough distractions. Let's get going with this awesome fight scene.
Titan runs via fire or delivering a nasty bite
Oh gosh, that must be like the Titans that are coming nearby, assuming it's still in that actual fight scene kind of writing.
as he plunges another Titan ran into the water. Carpo and Vondur try and fight Mechajaw themselves with
Oh yeah, I don't think the Titans do very well in water. I think some do manage to interact with vegetation to get them out of water, but um, yeah, yeah, gosh, it is yeah, gosh, he is vicious.
Vondur trying to punch him down and Carpo using his vegetation to tangle up Mechajaw. Not only
Oh, you can see that two words needed a space, but okay. But anyway, Carpo and Bondo are excited. The two main leads trying to fight Mechadraw himself. I think one of them nearly falls, and the other has to save them, which means that Mechadraw is going on ahead. So I'm surprised that he didn't stick around to finish them both off instead of going for the base. But maybe just had enough of them and really wanted to go for the humans because it's easy. Maybe I don't know. I felt like he should have got them out of the way because he got rid of the other Titrons very effectively. Also, just something worth pointing out. Oh, actually, no. If I made the freeze in the arm like PG enough, then yeah, that's fine. Yeah, like I said, it just would have been if it was like a high-rated kind of book, then yes, the arm would completely shatter, a bit like Logan actually. Yeah, gosh. Unless well, the ice would just have to break without the gore. But let's just say anyway. How do the two main leads fight Mechajaw?
does Mechajaw freeze the vines and then break them, but Vondur is given a nasty slash from an icy blade which also has fire. Hurting Vondur's side, then pushed into the water. Carpo tries
Oh wow, fire and ice simultaneously. Yeah, that is possible because with the element. Yeah, wow. So yeah, Bond was like up close, and yeah, again, Carver does the sensible thing, trying to tangle him up, but Megador has a way out, and yeah, gosh, yeah, I hope the scratcher. Oh well, Vondor was fine at the end, so the slash wasn't that serious.
to save Vondur, allowing Mechajaw to escape. Along the way, despite the lack of stability, Mechajaw uses
I think maybe they like drop down, like down the gap of the building, um um and um yeah, I think they were. I think the way they've fallen, they're like down the off the building because yeah, everyone is fighting on top of the building. So hopefully that was clarified. It was in the storybook, but I'm not going to use that as an excuse. Yeah, yeah, to roll on top of buildings. So, well, you can still imagine them going through flooding regardless. But yeah, if they were fighting on the roofs, yeah, they would have slid down. Megador thought the flooding took care of them, and yeah, he's just on a bit of a rush. Yeah, it's because he's not like the most strategic being, you know, as you can somewhat imagine, because even the way they approach the situation is just less calculated. Um, but anyway, Burton aside pushed side pushing more to come save him. So yeah, Carp is saving Vondor, but to prioritise more than Recador, which is honourable because they can always stop Mecador another time, or there's other ways that Carp and Vondor can be you know, well, yeah, there's always where Vondor can still be. No, that Mecador can still be taken down by others. Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah, so I was getting all of the names mixed up. Um, and Sorry, I'm stalling a bit. I was just having a bit of a think. But yeah, like I said, they needed, Vondel needs saving now. Electro can always be sorted out later. Sorry, that's the. Well, if I was it said in a nutshell, yeah, sorry, that was so complicated.
His Viber powers constantly to the point where he destroys anything in his path, killing multiple people and servicemen, making boats sink or freezing the servicemen's crafts to a point where they
Oh gosh. So, oh my God, so the ability is almost like trying to breach out of him. Yeah, like, do you remember what the elements did to Xynfall's planet? Like, oh my gosh, that'd be yeah, it sounds destructive. Yeah, it's almost like accidental, but partially intentional at the same time. It's like the element is like maybe fighting against him, but the element is like completely going out of control. I wonder if I'll still apply that with the reboot, if it will go out of control that way, but it could mean hurt in innocence, so yeah, who knows.
fall into the water, crashing into the ground, even some people he finds then eat, always wondering what
Oh gosh, yeah, that's even yeah, whether uncontrolled or not. Yeah, gosh. Um, 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 let's see. At a point falling to the yeah, so yeah, like whether it be intentional vibra or not, yeah, he's like a massive danger to anyone.
any meat tasted like, and he was not a fan. The Titan Rans and Morphils fight
Oh god, he eats along the way. Oh my god, he sounds like a Veronic. That's almost like set up from earlier.
each other in a variety of ways, such as the Titan
Um, okay, gosh, he sounds like a Venom, but if he didn't like um, what Venom likes, I suppose.
Rans throwing hard punches from different angles and directions, which matches their type of martial arts. They also throw debris around to knock back certain Morphils or to prevent them from certain.
Even if we did get some description of how the Titans and Morphals fought one another, I guess it's just like reinstated or reminded, or I don't know. I guess it would have been cool if the Titans were, given tips from the Legion and find like ways to take down the Morphals, but at the same time they were successful last time, so maybe the Titans, like the new gen ones, they haven't fought the Morphals for ages, and so they needed extra tips from the Legion. Like that could have been something, but yeah, regardless.
Attacks like ship fire, the Titan Rans can also throw one another in the air to tackle these ships. Punching
I
the
hope they're careful with the debris because that could accidentally be destructive. Yeah, that's why you don't always use the environment to your advantage. Knock back certain morphils. Oh, okay, so she's in rubble in various ways. Okay.
ships upwards alongside biting-based attacks, and those who control the vegetation have been using it to save some residents, control some flooding and move the debris to make certain areas safer. But at the same time,
I hope some of those boats don't have people in, but also the Titans look like they can bite too. Okay.
hitting Morphils away, pulling them aside or tangling them to
Oh, I was just thinking about that. I was wondering if that was like worth mentioning, but no, it looks like some rubblers might help produce some of the flooding places. That's actually like rather smart, and to move the vegetation that way. Yeah, that's how they definitely can slow down the flooding from place to place. So yeah, that's actually rather handy. And the red debris could even act as like steps up to higher grounds, like second or third floors of buildings even. Um, so yeah, they are doing well with being protectors. Even the Titans are doing a better job at saving residents than the Legion have. I think the Legion's best success was probably like the second book, but that was just a city. Yeah, this is like a far more dangerous situation. Yeah, because these Morphals plus the flooding is way more dangerous compared to the Stono simply just trying to invade the land or just the city.
make it easier for other Titan Rans to attack certain Morphils. Morphils which are either as keen as Mechajaw as in being into beating up the Titan Rans hard or
Um, yeah, it's just an extension of what the Titans are doing up throughout the battle. It's a bit listy once again, but you can just imagine these things repeated over time to deal with multiple situations. Um, so yeah.
Mechajaw has Morphils which are more timid. They try to avoid the fight or try their best for
Being into as in interested in. So yeah, it's just exploring what they're like too.
survival. Something which the Titan Rans tell each other about, mainly taking down the timid Morphils lightly while
So
fighting.
not everyone's into the fight. It's like a case of yeah, just like maybe they just like jump around from building to building. Maybe it might have helped actually. That could have been interesting. Yeah, imagine if the Morphles actually try and help the residents, show that they're not that monstrous, but Retron could still maintain his bias anyway. That could be yeah, very interesting too. But I think a lot of these Morphles, although if Mechador's running off, then you can act whatever you like. I don't think Mechador really cares what the other Morphles are up to, and so yeah, and all the Titrans are aware of this as well. So yeah, they're just yeah going hard on the more vicious ones, but going light on the more gentler ones, I suppose. But even then, I think some could just be left alone, or just simply said, "Oh, just don't take part in this fight." Did they even get the Morphers to fight each other? Oh gosh, imagine that. That'll really add to the variation of this climax. But yeah, so this is just the Titanомorpho side of things, which yeah, is quite interesting from time to time. Yeah, yeah, they used vegetation and trying to use the rubble and some of the mindsets as well. Yeah, because everyone's all the Titans' mindsets just doing the best they can and following Nicole's orders.
Hard against the fearsome Morphils. The Morphils, however, also have their ways of attacking the Titanrans, like using their superior martial arts skills to counter.
Right, Morphals, however, also have their ways of attacking attachments like yeah, martial arts. So yeah, once again, this is good. I'm not keen on that repetition. I just simply said, the Morphers continue to fight the Titans. We'll have another round against them. Yeah, by using the martial arts once again, and the weapons and the sonic punches and that, and yeah.
Martial arts skills to counter the Titanrans in various ways regarding the Titanrans' incoming punches. The sonic punches from the Morphils are also used to hit Titanrans away and are also handy for.
Aside from the debris, that's new at least. Like the way to try and go for the Titans because they didn't have that access to debris in there. But other than that, yeah, a lot of it's just repeated. Like we would already infer like that's what they would have done similar. Because it's like round two between these races.
Punching debris away from the Morphils or back towards the Titanrans. The Morphils' ships mainly fire cannon-like projectiles which have been.
Oh wait, so the ships can shoot. Okay, so there must have been. So we do have problems in the air that actually adds way too much to the fight. But oh well.
Aimed at the people, adding to the death and building damage, not to mention the Titanrans too. These are.
Yep. Oh gosh, yeah, that's as if the battle wasn't really bad enough. Although in all seriousness, yeah, I think this is a bit too busy.
Also crafts which are quite quick, and being the size of a small bus makes it harder for these ships to aim. Even the Morphils have the.
Would it be referred to the servicemen ships or like the vehicles? Because it would say hard to aim for the ships instead of aim the ships. I'm not sure because for a second it sounds like the Morphle ships were struggling to shoot, but no, yeah, that sentence is had off.
Advantage of swimming through the flooding. This enables them to drag.
Yeah, which definitely gives that team more of an advantage. Yeah, because the Titrans really have to think more creatively.
Titanrans into the water or use the water as a speed boost or temporary hiding place for when it comes to surprise attacks, making this battle more in their.
Oh wow, yeah, like the Morphos do have more variation and even more to work with. So, um, so yeah, they do have the environment at their advantage. Yeah, and unlike the good guys, yeah, the bad guys can just I can't really call them Morphos bad guys because they're just mainly misled, um, but yeah, they won't be like bothered about the destruction. Yeah, they can just go through the environments like that as they want.
Favor compared to Planet Chronocope. So far, the Legion has struggled to find.
Oh yeah, because it was like when fighting the Titrans, it was like on their turf. But yeah, with the Titrans, like a couple of disadvantages. Yeah, so yeah, it's like a swap of turf. So yeah, the tilts are really tilted. No, the scales are really tilted. Sorry.
Pod considering all the fighting, messes and flooding all around, and even Diane is zooming all over.
Um, find pod. Oh yeah, because if it's been with all the flooding and the because it could be quite tricky. Because it unfortunately hasn't talked about how they're on rooftop. But if they are going through the wait, has it even mentioned the town too? Because they could have been like in the city. Oh gosh, I don't think that's being clarified. Because if they, I don't, it just sounds like the flooding could just be at any air area. But if it's talking about people, then it's like okay, so it is the town probably next to the base then, or even the city. So it would have been nice to clarify that yeah, this is the town. But anyway, so Legion are still trying to catch up because they don't go to pod until much later actually. So yeah, they think the Legion are really held back.
Planets to save as many as possible, those that are without help. Those
Yeah, definitely the best thing to do because yeah, whilst Earth is in that state, or at least Earth has like a lot of help, but there's a whole heap of planets that don't have that luxury. So yeah, it's a good thing for him to zoom all about. He may have had Bahamut's being like, "No, go away. It's too late for you to come back. There's something you can do to make it up." But it's still the right thing to do to zoom all around in that manner.
who get saved by Diane either have thoughts like, does this make for being absent despite everything being at a massive low point? Or could Diane and the Legion still save them from what is happening now and in the future? Diane does all sorts to help the
Um, yeah, I think those questions kind of have a lot of open-ended answers, and yeah, because you just like yeah, because at this point you don't know what's going to happen because even if the Legion win, the destruction has already been done almost like a lot of it, and yeah, it's not just the Legion, it's just will Dion be able to will he be able to um yeah, like redeem himself in the eyes of the public.
planets like moving residents aside or creating blockages to prevent flooding water around certain areas, making this the quickest time he had to go from planet to planet.
Oh yeah, I think he's doing more creative decisions because instead of like sure his residence about is quite specific, but if he's like moving debris about to help with the flooding water to slow it down at least that will help decrease some of the trouble. So yeah, I think that's probably the best choice to do if every planet is experiencing the same thing.
Planet. He even helps wildlife too. And some races
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, he has to do like little uh, tidbits from place to place because it's happening everywhere instead of yeah, because he has had to balance what's it like planets before with multiple things going on, but this is like every planet having various extremes. So yeah, the best he can do is try and find ways to slow it down on all the planets as like a fighting chance.
try their best to help others, but Diane has the speed and strength to bend.
Oh yes, that's good as well because I think it's like a small reminder that the Legion, well, Dion at least. Well, I think that a Legion, I could see them going for wildlife, but it's yeah, Dion who has that. He's quick enough, to take extra steps, and um, um, so yeah, it's just nice to acknowledge that. Yes, it's not just any residents, yes, animals too.
Benefit most of the race's survival. Also keeping tabs on Earth, seeing that Earth is under control for now.
Um, um, oh, so yeah, it's just talk about how we're in other planets. Yeah, they are like doing well to help themselves, and I guess it goes to show like even though Dion's only been away for days, maybe some races are going to be more independent, or but if or the planets are at risk of bombardment, they probably have made sure the planets are well adapted, for trouble like this, and then how to help one another. Because for a second I thought they were all visiting each other's planets to help, but no, they have to pretty much stay where they are to help their own locations.
Now, and that every Legion member is alive for now. During the whole fight, Zami, Nicole
Um, under control, no, I don't think that's the right thing to say here, because Earth may have a lot of help, but um, um, but yeah, yeah, I think is but well, quite the opposite of control actually. And yeah, so all of them, but the Legion are still making it through all of that, so that's fine. So nobody's gone, and so um, yeah, it's very survivable. And Ian and Dion's just still keeping an eye on their third despite all that, so yeah, that's good.
And Mike all work together to fight Morphils via many ways, like Zammy reflecting his lightning off Nicole's riot shield. Zammy forms some blocks around Morphils for Mike to fire.
So yeah, not only does this show the obstacles they're having to go through, but you know, there's another teamwork combo, which is kind of cool. Yeah, I quite like that. And yeah, I think, yeah, we'll just get going. Yeah, those are like very easy to point out. And yeah, it's because I remember thinking this is too much as well. But I think if I didn't have any more Morphos, I think the Legion would have really struggled through the flooding. And and though it could have been like a version where the Legion are more flawed at a point where the many focus on Pod and Mechatron rather than the residents, that could have been like an interesting writing approach. Because in Book 5 could then be more about saving the people rather than saving what you care about. Putting the people first. But regardless, I think there's a tiny bit of subtext in this, but subtext of this in here, but yeah, it's not an awful lot.
At, and even Zammy attempts to make a new drone for Mike, one that is more powerful and armored. But even then, one of the
form some blocks around to even more false. Oh wait, does it mean like blocks to keep like the Morpheus still whilst Mike has 3 shots? Is that what it means by the team working? Not sure, but regardless, yeah, Sammy is kept to up with his powers, yeah. But yeah, because oh yeah, I think this does. Oh gosh, I think Sammy would have to be careful because of lightning and water going together. He could accidentally zap someone.
Bills ends up wrecking it later in the fight, despite doing well to defend the trio.
Oh wait, Sammy helped form a new drone for Mike as well. Okay, well why not make a whole lot more? Well, I feel like if he did that, Retro would have been shooting the lot down. So if drones can be made, hang on, let me just go back because that could affect the stakes. Make a new drone for Mike. Okay, I suppose it is making one for Mike to go along with, but well, it would have to like obey Mike in that, yeah, because if it's like his drone specifically, that defends Mike himself.
Make a new drone for Mike, one that is more powerful and armored. But even then, one of the Morphils ends up wrecking it later in the fight, despite doing well to defend the trio. And
oh, okay, so yeah, these say the drones, or even if Sammy's cubes are quite strong, with the material it results in, but if they are like they're prone to being quite wrecked immediately, then yeah, I guess it's almost like no point. But I don't know, like if you create like laser drones, it would distract the Morphils and gives even the servicemen could have been like, oh, we'll continue helping the residents if all of these drones are everywhere. Yeah, which Retro might dislike, and I guess in the rewrite he could have well, in a rewrite, sorry, yeah, he would be he was still firing at everyone as he would have. Yeah, because just to clarify, yes, the reboot is happening while not rewriting this because the flaws are already like too big. So yeah, reboot will help freshen everything up in this universe. But yeah, looks like the main trio are okay.
Even both Nicole and Mike watch each other's backs as they fire their guns behind one another. Zamis
Yep, keeping out from one another. Yeah, of course.
blocks have also been useful to go from place to place.
Oh yeah, you'll probably mention bridges, won't it? But yeah, that's where once again it's a powerful ability, but used wisely. Yeah, just for another example, but this time it's just talking about the transportation.
Creating platforms or bridges so they can get around safer, and trying to
that was a good guess. I know my past self very well. Well, granted, the last time I touched these books was it was actually not long ago, actually. But these kind of videos were being made last year, and I think I remember going through over these like maybe once, like the videos themselves, like to make sure there was no errors. But I think I must have gathered like a few, but yeah, clearly there was a lot more that needs to be done.
Find Pod despite the rubble and battling around. Even the Legion has to mind the
so that explains why it's a struggle to both find and follow Pod.
Netro defenses too, as Retron orders the programming to go for the Legion too despite objections from the servicemen. This
oh yeah, so the Legion have to watch out for the Netro defenses. Well, as in getting fired up by them too. Oh gosh, like because like Retron getting the servicemen to shoot at everything is already bad enough, but I think nature defense is actually going to go for them as well. That would definitely not make it easier, but not to mention writing wise, it's a um yeah, it's quite yeah, the climax is a bit too chunky. Yeah, yeah, and yeah, I don't think it said that. I think it's just being aware of the Nitro stuff instead of actively being attacked by them. I think that's what the story was trying to say. But anyway, so now gets on the next bit where Retron's like, uh, old programming. Oh gosh, no, it is. So it is Nitro defense going after them as well. So yeah, that makes it quite tricky. Hopefully, Zami's cubes are strong enough to overcome a lot of them. And oh yeah, even the titles had to bring them down as well. Oh yeah, because I reckon that was another failure because of Retron's bias. Instead of focusing on going against the enemy team, like Mechajaw, instead by going for every alien, I reckon that's where they're like, Retron, by trying to go for literally everyone, you kind of ruined it for us because that means one of these defenses got wrecked. There probably would have already been because of their water and such, but which hasn't been stated yet. But I reckon the Legion had to probably disarm a few along the way. And yeah, and as I mentioned earlier, Electron tells the servicemen to use their guns to fire at Tower 1-2, which does have an effect. And yeah, that encourages Mike to be like, oh, better go and see Retron about this. And they end up brawling.
Gets to a point where Zami has to either manipulate the defense's insides until they don't work or zap them to stun them. But even then,
yeah, by stunning them as well, that definitely gives them some time to get going. But you never know, they could still fire at them again. So yeah, it's a real shame for the Legion to have to do that. Yeah, I wish that was kind of acknowledged, by Retron going for everyone, it defended no one.
both the drones have been useful against the Morphil ships and firing at the foes below, as well as the turrets also firing at the same targets, except the drones can help move residents and servicemen around. Regardless,
Um, oh yeah, we already saw how the drones can help move residents about, so that's fine. And yeah, I think the drones really fought against the Morphil ships as well, so that too was also useful. And yeah, even yeah, both the drones have been useful. Yeah, it's good to hear that the defense has definitely helped, but it's like help which yeah, it's just like Retron overstepping with his power.
the Legion has Pod in its sights. And the Legion, despite fighting some Morphils, is still after Pod.
So yeah, Pod, you seen using his abilities and yeah, helped him get to make a draw quick and fight for more foes along the way. Yeah, so I think he seems to be quite ahead. Not to mention that because of the Morphils on their crest, I think they're able to scatter around a lot more. Because yeah, I wonder why they didn't fly straight for the base, but maybe it is like the whole scattering around, and maybe the Mechajaw was already. Oh, I don't know. Mechajaw should have been dropped off at the base like straight away as well. So yeah, but that could be a potential plot hole because it would have been one thing if they were like running from another location and then they're running through the town whilst it's flooding. But no, if they got ships, then land there pretty much immediately. But anyway, so at least we have Pod using his powers. That's neat.
He also manages to fight easily, making Morphils slip, pushing them away via water gushes, and swinging Morphils down towards the ground. Plus, he even performed one cool
So yeah,
move.
she's using very quick ways to get them down. And yeah, we are getting like a list of abilities again, which I find a bit repetitive, but I guess it does depend. How the Morphils go for him. For instance, if one Morphil's like too close, then maybe it's like Posfist instinct to uh, produce water like quickly. So yeah, I think the variation is already inevitable because I think I also didn't want the opposite, go the other way where like characters like, oh, I'll punch him and then him and then him and then that's where it gets repetitive. Like imagine if the book says, oh, he punches the Morphil and then another one and then another one. It just sounds far less satisfying, especially if this universe's charm is the variety of abilities and Oh yeah, the whirlpool of ice blocks. I say he does it again with Mechadraw, but if he did it here, then yeah, it's a good. Yeah, it's like a good light setup. Good powerful.
Where he formed a whirlpool full of ice blocks around him when he was about to be surrounded by other Morphils, knocking or pushing multiple
There
away.
must be still quite a lot of Morphils. If they're all doing all sorts, but I reckon like some of the fighting, results in them getting knocked off the buildings in the water, and then they're like back around too, because so yeah.
There are a couple of instances where Pod does save residents. Something which Zammy, Nicole and Mike have struggled with.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's interesting. So Pod is way more considerate. Um, Pod, well, yeah, just like more aware, and I think after like looking back at like history, I think the best he wants to do is just save as many as as he goes along. So yeah, I thought he was so blinded by rage he would block out all of that, but I reckon that would have been like more effective writing wise because it goes to show that revenge was this intense. But if he's alone and if he is more powerful, then he has like the advantage to go around water that manner and also manipulate it too. So yeah, I can probably start to see why he would take that kind of opportunity. And you never know, maybe he's like saving residents, being like, oh yes, I can make up for all of this, considering what McConaughey's done for me to me. But yeah, because yes, Sammy does have the cubes, but he's far less experienced than Pod, and less powerful than the rest of the humans, so they have to be far more wary of their surroundings because of how dangerous it is.
As they aren't as tolerant to the flooding environment compared to Pod, but even then both are more focused on getting Mechajaw, who the Legion is trying to find as well. Pod can help as Pod has seen Mechajaw.
I'm a bit lost, sorry. So Pod's more tolerant, um, and but even then, both are more focused on getting Megadraw, who the Legion's trying to find as well. Oh yeah, so yeah, the Legion after Megadraw first, and yeah, whilst it's not set up, that Megadraw is one to speak out to live to find where Zionfort is. Yeah, I do agree that should be set up, but yeah, for the Legion to be like, oh, we need to save, stop Pod because God knows what he's going to do with Minister Megadraw. And so yeah, it would have been nice for setup. I see Mechadraw go in and oh yeah, so Pod so Mechadraw 2 is going in out of hiding spots as well. So yeah. Oh yeah, because we've seen how Mechadraw travels. I reckon the Pod was like more effective with the Vibrous stuff. I can see him being faster. But once again, I'm just kind of let down by, why not fly straight to the base? Or maybe they did like see the base later, and so they're like, oh, I could see all of this is where all of this has come from. Let's go ahead. And maybe the defenses, it was getting them two down as well. So maybe having one fly towards the base. I don't know. Maybe to still sort them out first, and then the defenses along the way. If it's going, going through the security first, and then just go through the residents afterwards. So yeah, I'm still a bit puzzled.
Or go in and out of hiding spots. But Zammy, Nicole and Mike still have to
So the
get to
Legion
Mechajaw.
also using Pod to find Mechadraw as well, which yeah, because would explain why Pod seems to be going like in more of a straight line, while everyone else is scattered to pelt residents or fight the enemy.
First. There is more which slows down the trio due to once again being less fit for bombastic situations compared to Pod. Most of the servicemen are fine.
Yeah, that's definitely accurate, and yeah, we can see why they've quite. Yeah, it's just we do get the idea. Yeah, they're tricky foes, and the environment is very dangerous at the minute.
Firing at the base, firing at the Morphils ahead of them, even some Morphils who try to circle the base too.
No, firing from the base. Yeah, because none of the Morphils have made it to the base yet. Although circle around it as well, so at least that's like some idea that the Morphils are going like all around as well. So that's like another strategic thing that could work.
Servicemen are around the towns flooding too, and even other ones try and help other areas of the earth.
Yeah, I thought we already knew that. That's a bit repetitive. Sorry about that.
like the city, which could be at risk with the flooding too. Only the servicemen aircraft are available to use, and even their boats.
Um, oh yeah, so it's just yeah, the help all around. So yeah, if it's mentioned the city, then it's accidentally make it look like it's the city, but no, it's primarily the town that all takes place in, considering it's next to the base. But yeah, regardless, it's just more emphasis that this is happening all over.
To help gather the people, but the cars and tanks have been hindered by the flooding.
I felt
The
like we kind of knew that earlier, but regardless, um, it's yeah, even areas like risk of flooding. But yeah, but even if it's a reminder, it is the servicemen, still helping the people, which I've always talked about how the servicemen are more primarily into the saving side of things, because if the Legion and even the Titrans are like fighting against these tricky foes, then of course the servicemen are going to help save the people. So yeah, something I was just thinking about is that other than the things with Dion, and whilst maybe I was trying to tidy up the climax by just having it only be this town, because by describing all the trouble in town is pretty much happening everywhere else except less of the Legion and so forth. So um, 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 so yeah, because it might be like too over stuff if we were started covering other planets as well. Hopefully, the following book will talk about the aftermath, the effect, but not to mention spin-offs too. Like of more, like how what these flooding situations like on all the other planets. But yeah, I think for this book, it's just good to keep it in this one location spot. Everywhere else, it's just a lot of variants you can think of.
servicemen mainly stick as a group, trying to fend off some more.
Yeah, of course. I don't. I wonder what the. Oh, aircraft and boats. Yeah, that's definitely a good. I'm not sure. Is this the first time we've had um really the first time we've heard about boats? I'm not sure. Because if you remember, the Awesome Return is like a flying vehicle only, um, but if there are situations that often require the ground or just water, then yeah, that's where the boats and cars can be useful in their own way. So yeah.
Morphils using their abilities, but they mainly use their numbers to move rubble around to help the people and place them on.
I thought they were primarily saving the residents, so I'm a bit. Oh no. Well, at least I guess maybe you can infer like it's half and half. Some are assaulting the enemy and the others helping the residents. So I guess it's like hinting that the servicemen are able to multitask more because of the numbers and also the resources they have at their disposal. But that does make like Sazami look bad. Like I know Zami's new to the cubes, but oh my gosh, if you can have a drone and also it can create. Oh my gosh, you could create another awesome return and fly in a straight to Ecuador or even pod or like a miniature of some sort. Why didn't he do something like that? So that's another potential plot hole that could ruin this climax too.
The boats or aircraft. He was getting the people far away from the Morphils, as everyone could tell that these Morphils were
Oh,
trying.
so they are defending the residents as they help save people and dealing with the rubble and so forth. So okay, so they are more people focused.
To hurt the people of the Earth. At least the servicemen aircraft and boats have their machine guns, which can also.
Yeah, I think that's when you watch the Morphils with how aggressive some of them are being, then yeah, of course, you're not going to have like there's like a no mercy, like a no mercy kind of rule.
Take down the Morphil ships as well as the Morphils towards the ground until they
There
are
you go,
all.
that's added into the defences as well. Protection against the residents and also protection for the servicemen as well. So yeah.
Ordered to fire at other beings too. As all this flooding is a lot for everyone. While the residents are being saved.
Um, yeah, that's just details what the servicemen are doing. So yeah, that's good. The servicemen boats have the machine guns. Yeah, that's defense. Take it down more full ships. So it's like vehicles versus vehicles. And oh yeah, I think that the sentence in brackets, yeah, even that's more of a I think that's like a foreshadowing line, but even then, I feel like that should have been saved to later when Retron's like, "Oh yeah, Gino, do go for everyone." And I think at this point we're covering, like we've had a pretty good build up where now it's almost going from one thing to the next. Where only this is what Pod's doing, this is what Cobble Bond's been up to, this is where what Macador's been going through. This is the serviceman. So it's like I said, I like the putting the story into sections, or like the climax into sections, which still works as it does because they're all progressing all sorts during this ongoing battle. Because like maybe it could have been like going back and forth between all of them by being like, oh, they do this, they do this, they do this, but that's going like back and forward tons of times. So yeah, I do prefer the section stuff because we only do come back to the Legion of Ektor once they have purpose. When the focus needs to be actually on them when they can reunite. So yeah, it's just having to detail what everyone's been doing all this time, and then we do have a focus on a particular scene once, like I said, Pond and Mechador reunite and so forth.
By their heroes like the servicemen, others try and help themselves by moving rubble, hiding from the flooding, or trying to find high or safe ground. This goes for
that helps make the residents helpful to being able to help themselves. So so they're not just like waiting to be saved. Some are actually trying to do something, which is good. It means that the residents have some agency.
Every planet, and aside from Dian, no other planet has heroic figures like Earth does. But even then, not everyone from Earth sees the Legion as heroes like they used to.
And that I've explained a little bit before. And so because if everyone else is missing, and Dion's having to juggle multiple planets at once, I can imagine that being really hard. So Earth may be going through a lot, but the other planets could potentially be going through worse because of the they don't have heroes everywhere. Which it does really add to the stakes because unfortunately the Legion are just having to help Earth and everyone else is kind of around on Earth. Although because even the what was it? Because I guess the Titrans could have been helping on another planet of some kind. Um, um, although I don't know, it's just because the Morphers are there as well, so that's why everyone's kind of needed on Earth. Although no, maybe some planets are like if they're made up of more natural land, then everyone can just find higher ground, even if yeah. Like I said, Earth may be getting more help, but if the enemy team is there too, then of course, most of the good guys are around here.
The likes of the Legion also see that Pod is mainly focused on chasing after Mechajor,
though, especially with the destruction so far, they're not doing anything very effective. And because compare that to a zoning situation where every resident's made it, but in this case, it's because you can see how the Legion aren't really do much. If anything, the Titrans could be seen as like the more beneficial heroes, or maybe some might be a fan of Pod. Who knows? It could be like, hey, Pod made an effort saving, us earlier. I don't know about what the others are doing though, but I think even like the situation right now, it's just also tense and out of control at a point where you just don't really know who's going to save you anymore, which could have been cool to expand upon, but still.
Pod tries to slow down Mechajor using his Viber-based powers. Mechajor sees and notices this.
I thought the Legion could infer, unless they've just been chasing. Oh, I did. Hang on. So unless I just automatically inferred that they were following both Pod and Mechajor, despite using Pod as a lead, but now they're just now seeing that Pod is going after Mechajor, that's just confused me. Because it sounds like the Legion will probably go like bounce stuff everywhere, which made it a bit more aimless. But at least um, but yeah, I guess at least it's like clarified now. But anyway, it looks like Pod's already onto Mechajor's tail. Yeah, with a yeah, like I said, yeah, fire powers to slow him down.
Tilda chapter 62,
Oh, no,
flooding begins.
let me just find where I was at. Some races try their best, platforms and bridges, various ways. Oh yeah, moving with water. Um, oh, okay, towards them stronger. Not just Retron's orders, fire and rubble. Add to the fight. Retron's defenses, add to base. Being saved by heroes like servicemen. We'll go from there and onwards.
Flooding or trying to find high or safe ground. This goes for every planet, and aside from Dian, no other planet has heroic figures like Earth does. But even then not everyone from Earth sees the Legion as heroes like they used to. The likes of the Legion also see that Pod is mainly focused on chasing after Mechajaw, even though Pod tries to slow down Mechajaw using his Viber-based powers.
I think that could have been more specific, is he like trying to turn the tide of water or ice blocks or like any other type of shapeshift dice to try and slow down Mechadraw that way? I think that can be inferred, or even just like a load of fire flames in front of it, that could be something.
Mechajaw sees and notices this, giving each other a great menacing stare, and so Mechajaw tries to produce a variety of Viber projectiles.
Oh yeah, so I think that's it's good for Mechadraw to like notice and be like, hang on, you're here now. I don't know how, but you're gonna stay out of my way. It would have been nice to add a point where Mechadraw's like, wait, how are you here? But yeah, regardless, yeah, I think Mechadraw, it's because of how fast everything is, Mechadraw's like, oh Pod, no, go away. And so yeah, projectiles, who knows what that would be? Would that be just shards of ice or fireballs? Who knows? We can still infer because it's the power of temperature pretty much. And so yeah, they're gonna probably try and shoot each other whilst they're continuing chasing. But yeah, Pod's gonna continue chasing after Mechadraw, but Mechadraw's still keen to go for the base. But I don't know. I feel like Mechadraw probably should fight Pod first because he's gonna constantly get in your way. But anyway.
Towards Pod like fiery ice shards, which does get Pod out of the way for now.
Oh, okay, we do get actual type of projectiles. Oh, okay, yeah, ice shards. Yeah, that sounds nasty.
Swimming in the direction of the base, he sees where Mechajaw is heading towards whilst in the water, and as Mechajaw rushes to the base,
so
he does...
Mechajaw is keen to go to the base. I don't know. I still feel like he would go for Pod first, but if he's like keen on getting rid of the base first, which I suppose is where most of the fire is coming from, then yeah, I guess it is like an annoyance to get out of the way first, and maybe Megadraw's like still keen to make sure Earth's at a massive advantage and then sort everything else first. But I don't know, Pod has probably more than the power of the base. No, more power than the base combined. Is that what I meant? So yeah, that's what Megadraw figures out. Oh yeah, because I think this is like the confirming line that yeah, that's what Megadraw's been doing all this time. One is going in all one direction and that.
So while avoiding the base's fire, Mechajaw has gone
the
right
base's fire. Yeah, that confirms that too.
To the base at a point where no serviceman can reach him, unable to.
Does that mean the flooding managed to damage a lot of the ground, or at least like a low part of the building to make the basement area a bit more accessible? Because it makes the base sound like it's on a cliffside, but not really. It's always been on flat land, unless there's like a hole in the ground. Maybe the base has gone through the ground too. I know that army bases don't tend to have basements, but so yeah, and there's also so let me just figure that out. But also, yeah, I think like I know that I don't know, Mechadraw's partially invincible, so he could probably take all of that laser fire. But I don't know if it is a lot and plentiful, and not to mention by going underneath the base first. I feel like he would summon an explosion from below and destroy the base upwards. I think that is what he's trying to go for. Unless it is just a case of going from a hard hidden area only to then surprise everyone from the back. So I guess you can infer either way. Not to mention Mechadraw going into the base might carry over the flooding effect that way. So yeah.
Bend downwards while aiming their guns,
Let me just go back a bit just in case.
Mechajaw sees and notices this, giving each other a great menacing stare, and so Mechajaw
tries the great menacing stare. Yeah, it's just definitely showing what they think of each other at this time.
to produce a variety of Viber projectiles towards Pod like fiery ice shards, which does
All
get
the
Pod out of the
shards had fire to them. Wow, that's really a combination.
way for now. Swimming in the direction of the base, he sees where Mechajaw is heading towards whilst in the water, and as Mechajaw rushes to
Oh yeah, because as well as occasionally traveling through water, yeah, I think they end up fighting whilst underwater as well, which is a really nice change of pace. Yeah, because because as you may have seen, yeah, Mechajaw, um, well, sorry, no, Pod, it hasn't been in the water much, despite being designed for water too. So yeah, it's good to have use water to their advantage. I say, why didn't Pod I don't know, like flood the area of the Zionfall battle? And yeah, because that would give him like a rather good upper hand actually, because he can breathe in water for longer than Zionfall too. So oh gosh, yeah, why didn't he do that? I know there was the other Legion members to account for, but they could have worn like water gear. Maybe that's something I could have a good think about. Have a good think about. No, like in the reboot, yeah, everyone could have the idea of water suits, which means giving Pod the upper hand, considering he's the most powerful and therefore bigger advantage against Linefall. And then no Linefall would have his ways, like diminish the water all around. So yeah, I feel like that's maybe like a minor plot hole at worst, but anyway, let's get going.
the base. He does so while avoiding the base's fire. Mechajaw has gone right under the base at a point where no serviceman can reach him.
Yeah, the whole right under the base, yeah, that's not explained.
Unable to bend downwards while aiming their guns, and also unable to go through gushing water as Mechajaw can.
Oh yes, so yeah, but with Mechajaw going underwater, yeah, he's definitely free from fire. And so yeah, he's pretty much got cover until he goes to attack the serviceman again. But yellow Pod's gone there too, so yeah, Mechajaw will definitely be slowed down. And yeah, because whilst Mechajaw is out of the way of fire, so I think that's probably the idea first, and then I think Mechajaw would be willing to fight Pod, now that no one else is around. So yeah.
Some servicemen decide to go and find Mechajaw, but as some servicemen will find out, someone else has got hold of Mechajaw. Retron's
Oh, did
defense.
they see? Yeah, that's probably inferring to Pod going under there, so that's why they're like, oh, if he's down there with them, then fair enough. And then that's where Retron's like, all right, all of you, fire at everyone. And yeah, yeah, this is quite a rash idea. Like, if there are some servicemen and even the Nitro drones helping out the public anyway, and yeah, Mekdorf feels like in order to make everything calm down, shoot at everyone, which yeah, because yeah, yeah, there has been times where Retron's this how he despises aliens does go too far a couple of times. He's even a bit cartoony at times, but I feel like with a little bit more, I feel like that because even what I just said about how the how getting rid of the entire battle would at least make the flooding side of things easier, just so it's a resident and rubble only situation. But yeah, it sounds like partially reasonable at first, back to what Retron thinks, and it just assists his like his fair bias and how much he's willing to cross the line. It would have been nice to hear more about the consequences. Imagine if the likes of the Titans and the Morphers, eventually confront him and be like, how dare you? And Retron's like, you're on planet Earth, you're obeying laws here, so don't throw anything at me. So yeah, there should have been the moments like that, but regardless, yeah, I feel like it's moments like these in this fourth book that really helps Retron a bit. Like I said, a bit more justification here. And he could say, could have used a serviceman to keep helping the residents, but I guess even during the massive flood, he still wants to be top dog. He still wants to make sure his defenses are working, and he'll probably feel like he's helping the residents by literally getting rid of everyone. Like, granted, the servicemen, the Titrons would have been helping too, but once again, his bias, he doesn't want aliens to win at all.
Defenses were doing well at first, taking down many Morphils, but Mechajaw from an early point did use his Viber abilities to either wreck or stall both the drones or turrets, reducing.
Oh yeah, it does say reducing many. Oh yeah, so they become so less, they become irrelevant. I wouldn't say earlier on because it sounds like some of the drones helped out the residents earlier, but it's but like from the early to the mid areas of the fight, yeah, looks like yeah, the nitro stuff is out of the way, yeah, which once again backs up about how these nitro defenses will not solve everything, especially not against powerful beings like Mikajaw. Um, so yeah, but yeah, after being fired at for so many times, yeah, of course, Mikajaw's going to find an area where he's not being fired at, he's like in his own space, and then he's going to do something to the base, whatever it is.
Many at a point where they don't add to the fight. This makes Retron
Yeah,
mad.
if the drones in the toilets were like talking to each other, for instance, they could be like, "Hey, how you doing? Oh, hello. I guess there's two of us left. Like, what else can we do? We're just shooting for nothing, really."
And makes him rely on servicemen shooting from the high ground, as well as sniping for.
And yeah, I think did the servicemen also get a bit split, but they're all encouraged by orders regardless. Oh, but not to mention, I think they do have their own agency. Maybe, yeah, by just going for the Morphos or just saving the residents once Mike comes in to distract Retron. So yeah, we'll see what happens about that. I'm quite curious, but yeah, regardless, yeah, Retron's had no run of ideas, and he's treating servicemen like his defenses by being like, oh no, just shoot at them, because even if the drones, have their own practicality, such as they're flying and saving the residents, but it's a lot of firepower that Retron's possessing, especially like the planet attacker as well. Like, what a weapon! So um, yeah, just goes to show that Retron is definitely more of a like like a very rough fighter. Yeah, even in his flashback, he was saving things by defeating the enemy. He wasn't so much of a residential save. Like, I guess he would still save residents, every now and again, but I think he prefers being more hands-on and the one to, overcome the big boss, like the Legion often do.
For him to
But
add to
not
the
to
fight.
mention, if the Legion are kind of criticised for not putting too much emphasis on the residents, then that's also a flaw with Retron, because I feel like the Legion could have learnt less from Retron by being like, oh, it's not about the success, it's about the residents, like, yes, we were fighting the big bosses, but I reckon your servicemen are already better for being at more acknowledgement of what the residents around to save, because yeah, there could have been a bit more emphasis about how the servicemen would how the residents, how the servicemen are like the true heroes. They couldn't go on without them because how then help was needed, especially when they help save the people. But they're like, well, Legion, you could maybe save them too.
Later, due to others coming, the servicemen do see Mechajaw down at the base, but then leave the scene once they see that Mechajaw ends up with someone else. This varies in many ways.
Oh yeah, that already goes. Yeah, I think that goes back to. So as well as seeing who else is following Mechajaw, it's also going down to see who else is down there. But yeah, I think once the Servicemen see Pod and Mechajaw fighting each other, I bet they're sensible to be like, we'll just leave Pod to it, shall we? And like, yeah. But they might lie to Retron by saying, oh, Mechajaw, he's not under the base, don't worry. But if you want us to keep firing out there, then I suppose we can do. So I think that's the inference we can take from. But yeah, I think a bit more clarity would help.
Like shooting directly at the Morphils, or even shooting at rubble to enable residents to get moving, or to fire at rubble to make Morphils fall into the water. The Morphils do
Oh,
try
okay, so they're not shooting at everyone yet, so they're pretty much doing the right thing here, but it's just the Retron telling them to cross even more of a line.
and find cover considering how much fire is getting at them. Even explosives are being fired too, which can take out multiple Morphils.
Um, oh yeah, so yeah, but to find a way to avoid the fire despite everything going about, explosive being involved too. For a lot of the explosives you have to be careful with because the residents could be still high up in the buildings and so forth. So well, I hope they're selective. Like hopefully, like some buildings are falling apart at a point where you can see nobody's about. So that's where it could be like safer to fire at explosives at the Morphils. Because I think some Morphils would easily lose to these explosives. Look at Valus. He's most likely one of the ordinary weaker type of Morphos. With Megatron Pod being the stronger types.
They are slightly weaker compared to Pod and Mechajaw. To try and fight.
Well, have you? You have the confirming thing here, so that's good to know. Yeah, just make sure it just clarifies that these morphos are slightly easier to fight.
The morphils more efficiently and consistently. This is where Zami was borrowed to zap a Titanran vine so that the ever-growing vines, the ones not touching the water, can travel lightning to zap multiple morphils at once. But it's not just the morphils.
Yeah,
From
feels like the moment earlier helped. Um, it was like a bit of a setup here. Well set up for this moment. Yeah, I like the detail about how the vine doesn't touch the water. So yeah, that's like I am obeying the idea of lightning, not touching the water. So yeah, I like that detail because if I want to do water and lightning combinations, which I've seen a few times in fiction that are kind of cool actually, then yeah, I must obey like normal physics. But yeah, regardless, I like that detail, and yeah, we see. Yeah, once again, I don't know how lightning travels, vegetation travels lightning well enough, but yeah, it's a cool combination move. Yeah, one that's not too over the top with power, and yeah, I think these are most of the more fills kind of sorted out, and so when it comes to the more getting fired at, it's like more so the good guys being in trouble or in danger.
Retron's orders, they are now firing at the Titanrans and Legion too. This Nicole does let both Vondur, Carpo, and the rest of the Titanrans via their collaptors explain that this is Retron's doing.
Oh yeah, it's definitely good to clarify. Yeah, because hopefully they did talk about how Retron does like anything alien, so hopefully she would have not only clarified here but also said earlier that Retron's just not nice at all. So if the fire comes from the base, that would just be because of him, just so that you're aware, not backstabbing or anything. It's just Retron's bias and such. So yeah, I like that clarification. Although I reckon, will that make both Ondor and Carpo a bit cynical of Earth though? But well, I guess once again, it's just the flooding on all of this. It's like Megadraw's fault anyway. So yeah, I don't know. I think it would have been nice to expand on that. But even then, I'm surprised that the Titrans don't like fall out with the Legion. But once again, they're already involved, so they can't exactly be in the Legion. And hopefully the Titrans understand that, unlike any other resident, they kind of like put the blame on the Legion. Even Seinfeld's blaming his failures on the Legion.
Now Mike will go after Retron, even stating a nice few words to Nicole before he goes, that Nicole will be stronger without him.
Oh yeah, just in case he doesn't make it. Yeah, hopefully quick yet effective, yeah, whatever the words would be. I think that's where dialogue would have really benefited scenes like this, but if it's all description, then yeah, fair enough. But yeah, it's nice for Mike to say a couple of things and then he had to quickly go. But Nicole and Mike would have to, and Zami would have had to keep their protection up, and yeah, hopefully Mike does well to like circle around the area and to make sure he doesn't get shot at. Because yeah, I don't think any of the Legion would, any of the servicemen would want to fire at Mike. Because even I think Mike does go around the base anyway. So, so yeah, I can see why he doesn't get fired at, and he makes it all of this way to Retron.
Mechajaw is reaching the base.
Also, we do get some words stronger about it. That's a bit. I guess it does help, get Nicole to become more independent. But I don't know, maybe say something like whether you're already strong, whether I'm around you or not. That you've done well when I'm around, and you've done even well when I'm off the Legion. So I don't know. It just sounds a bit sad to say, "Oh, you'll be totally fine without me." Like even better. Like no, that's the wrong thing to say. I can't believe I wrote that in. Even then, I think Mike needed a bit more material as well. This was like his time to shine. And whilst Retron had like a lot of cool moments, but Retron at least had like a good amount of bits and bobs, but not so much with for Mike, which yeah, it's a bit of a shame. But yeah, there's a couple of moments I like, when he was speaking with the Titran state, how he reminds them, of alien life, but even then.
Ground part of it. And that is where Pod manages to freeze Mechajaw on the spot, controlling the Viber within Mechajaw, preventing any movement, for now.
Oh, so he does that from the get-go. I was just thinking about that. Yeah, because I do remember when, because of how connected Pod is to Vibra, it now allows him to manipulate it. A bit similar to Sammy and the Cubes, and whilst Sammy and the Cubes being able to control her motor is too much of a stretch, as you've already confirmed, because the Cubes is meant to be part of the elements, not the element itself, but because of Pod having the whole of the element, that's where you can perform something like that. Um, and so um, so yeah, and I reckon with enough concentration and probably being close, so that probably enables um, 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 Pod to do this ability. Although I feel like they should have set up as well. Like imagine if oh, I don't know, yeah. What would oh, I don't know. Maybe it's like a thought where you thought, oh, if I used to control Vibrate, with the Trident, wonder what it was like from it afar. I tell you what would be a really good setup. So what if the Trident was out of his grasp, but then he controlled the element within the Trident despite being not in reach, and so that's how he did it. That would have been good setup for here, and would need setup and how I would have needed more thought, more concentration, and yeah, I think that would have been like a really good setup. Yeah, and all of that could have happened any time on the first Morphle planet.
Faces Mechajaw without fear, and
So yeah,
Mechajaw
but he's made Vibra explode with a Mechajaw, making him all frozen up that way.
is puzzled by Pod's abilities without the trident. Mechajaw and Pod fight each other in many ways.
Although if oh yeah, I guess if Pod had the trident in his hand all this time, then I guess I can see why Mechajaw went to that conclusion. But yeah, now Pod feels like he's in control, especially when the power that Mechajaw has, it can be used against him.
As they both use Viber as well as their abilities, for instance, Mechajaw tries to
So
bite
it looks
Pod
like Mechajaw managed to get out of the, being frozen earlier.
around the head. But Pod summons an icy pole which prevents Mechajaw from biting as Pod places the pole in his mouth. Mechajaw manages to break it thanks to the strength of his jaw, and when Mechajaw tries to swing his blunt weapon towards
I could just imagine that being so satisfying. That's just something else just trying to imagine and remember as well, because if Mechajaw likes to bite, then what could be a counter? And so that's where Pod has this idea, which is kind of neat. And yeah, and I reckon he could still keep doing that because it's not only a bite preventative, but it's also it could be really distracting as well. Have something in your mouth to prevent it from closing. Yeah, I can feel like you'll lose half your concentration. But maybe it doesn't bother Megatron too much. But if he already has strong jaws, then it's almost like no point. It's like an experiment, and Megapod's like, oh well. Anyway, that's how else do they fight?
Pod. Pod then catches it and forms an icy
And not to
blade.
mention, even this feels like a detailed fight from start to finish. We're not getting so much of a montage, which is nice. And even if this mainly works for scenes like these, are a bit more important, because with the battle outside, you did need more abstract descriptions of what everyone's doing, regardless. Especially whilst progress is still happening, such as the main guys fighting the main bad guy. So there is that too.
To slice the weapon off Mechajaw. And Pod hopes to keep Mechajaw in their pod,
Oh, it
freezing
catches the pole. Oh wow, okay, so that's reusing something. Wow, okay.
the whirlpool, but Mechajaw gushes out of it. This brawl then reaches its
Tries to cover
climax as
Pod in flames. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I think Mechador's trying to do like a flamethrower kind of ability when Pod managed to counter it. So yeah, I think what I also like as well is that even if both of them do have the elements, they seem to almost use it in different ways. Mechador once again is more vicious, Pod's trying to think more creatively, Pod's more experienced with it, and Mechador could be seen as harder because he has the armor on. But once again, Pod, why don't you have your ice armor on? Really continue that look. Well, actually, I think he would still have kept it on because yes, he would have had the diving suit, but I think he would have kept that on and plus the ice armor on top. So if there's no line saying oh he got rid of the ice armor, it's only the visuals that are saying or he took it off for no reason. But I think in the novels, if there was nothing to say otherwise, then yeah, I think he kept the armor on, which is more protection than that.
both fight hand-to-hand combat while also throwing fire and icy tools.
Oh, climax. Okay, so it's a brief yet satisfying flight. Although, um, um, so yeah, I'm quite surprised how short this fight is, but I think the fight was already going on for too long.
At each other, while Mechajaw is more of a rapid animal. And Pod
Oh
hopes
yeah, so that's where it's a bit more abstraction and what kind of happens in between the significant moves. But yeah, you can imagine. Although with a Pod being a bit more um, oh yeah, I think yeah, Pod has the upper hand anyway, so of course that's one reason why the fight is quick. Yeah, because that's something else to account for as well, because when the length of the fight depends on what the situation is like. And once again, if we go back to one of my favourite TV shows, Reacher, so because when it's fighting normal residents, Reacher only needs to do a couple of punches, a couple of defences, and that's it. But when he's fighting more experienced foes, of course it's going to take longer. And I guess in this case, if Pod already has the upper hand, then yeah, of course it's going to be a bit shorter. If the element can be used against Mechajaw, then yes, of course the fight's going to be a tad slower.
to keep Mechajaw in their pod freezes the whirlpool, but Mechajaw gushes out of it. This brawl then reaches its climax.
So there should be a comma after there. Yeah. Anyway, the whirlpool's been used again. Yeah, of course, it's a very good.
As both fight hand-to-hand combat while also throwing fire and icy tools at each other. While Mechajaw is more of a rapid animal. Pod
I
is
feel like I've
calmer
accidentally
and
repeated. Either I've accidentally looped the video, or if I accidentally duplicated both the text and the audio. Oh, actually, no, I think it's the audio accidentally being repeated because this isn't matching the text right here. So Pod hopes, yeah, to keep Mecha on the whirlpool and with the ice. And oh, so whirlpool happens first and then hand to hand. Okay.
collected until he gets on top of Mechajaw again. So Mechajaw is trapped in ice up to his hips, then Pod kicks Mechajaw
Oh wait, hang on. I thought Pod like loses. I thought he gets like all angry too, almost like swapping over. You know, with Mecha being more scared and Pod being more vicious. I thought that was the angle that's going for, which would have made more sense. But I think Pod would be, you know, a bit calm and collected because he knows that he's in control of the situation. I think he only gets too far once he's like, yes, I can finally win, and you're finally punished. And that's where Samuel and Nicole are like, no, please stop. And yeah, I think Pod is thinking more rationally for why Bechdel has to go. So it's not a decision totally, you know, coming from manga. So um, so yeah, I think that's fine because yeah, Pod. I don't know. He may get defensive, but maybe over time he has learnt to control his emotions better. But even after the flashbacks as well, I don't know. I feel like what I initially thought of still sounds better.
away, making Mechajaw go into other icy shards which Pod quickly summons. Then Pod starts to beat up Mechajaw, mainly around the body to
Oh
make
gosh, yeah, well, that does sound both unfair and brutal, but you know, Megador does deserve it, you know, for what he's done to Pod and all sorts.
Viber more unable, making Viber start to eat Mechajaw away,
So yeah,
with
I think
most
whilst Pod was calmer, then once he got more of an upper hand, that's where it kind of goes all in. And yeah, when you're in a mood like that, yeah, of course you're gonna not stop until someone says otherwise.
of Mechajaw's body stuck in ice. Both of them end up fighting again, giving each other devastating blows as well as
Oh
using
gosh, yes, the element is really like going ahead. So yeah, I think that's what Mikador most likely gets palmed by more so than Pod's attacks. Or it could be like a combination of both. After all, Pod is put on the fire of the element now.
their abilities from Viber. Except that Pod has had more practice while Viber is getting unstable within Mechajaw's
Yeah,
suit.
which we can infer, you know, like the tools in that. And just like some quicker blows as opposed to the more significant, massive, you know, like snowball going on at the moment. But yeah, they're just like beating, what was it? It's beating 7 bells out of one another. Oh yeah, do they swim through the water? Wait, hang on. Do they swim through the water and then, funny enough, go back under the base again? That's a bit odd to go like back to the exact same spot, but I guess we'll see. Wait, we'll see.
The memories are still there, but Pod is now using them to take them out on Mechajaw now that Mechajaw is at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, Mike is confronting Retron, telling him to go for stun
Bit of a
lasers and
lengthy sentence, but yeah, we kind of get the point.
aim for the Morphils, telling him as a mate. Retron belittles
Oh,
Mike.
okay, so no, it's not sadly not explained how Mike managed to make it through, but once again, I did create some inference. And anyway, so Mike's there. What's he gonna do?
Telling him he cannot lead Retron. And so the servicemen carry on the order.
And uh, so maybe more of the Morphils are aggressive enough to take most of them down. I think that's what is like what's been inferred. Yeah, because I don't think the Legion ever really got to understand that or oh, I don't know. Did they see that they were kind of not on the same wavelength like the Stonos were? But I suppose by getting rid of them, it does resolve like most of their problems. Or maybe Mechadraw could have been like, oh, just only go for the aggressive ones, but we could do with just the saving side of things. The Titrons will definitely like sort out the Morphils. They help. They can multitask with a lot, but yeah, so I feel like that's what Mike should have done. But anyway, so it looks like yeah. So sorry, what I said earlier, I call my improvements for right here. But regardless, so Mike is trying to be a mate again, which is I suppose it's nice. Because I think Mike earlier thought it's probably like a brief falling out, but if we get on each other on the same level, then all of this will be resolved. But yeah, looks like Retron's not having it. Oh, but stun lasers towards the Morphils. Okay, so yeah, it's not being aggressive, so that's good. Yeah, it just means not going for a more fatal approach. It means that the Morphos are simply being taken down, and not to mention, it will just like please Pod that they're only getting stunned rather than being properly lasered. So yeah, okay, so I kind of take back the improvement. Like, granted, maybe because those other details could have been there too, but on the surface that it's fine.
Well, some do, while others just go for the Morphils, knowing that Mike
but
is.
yeah, Mike is trying to be a mate, just saying some nice advice. Well, not advice, but just trying being like, Retron, just please, as a friend, just do this instead. And then Retron's like, no, you're not like my boss, etc. So yeah, Retron just kind of sees it as like a work only thing, like no time for friends. And because once again, the greed for power and the desperation to be the best of the lot is pushing like the likes of Mike away. It would have been interesting if Mike if Retron like maybe had a family that he ended up pushing away because of how much his goals mean to him. That could have been a cool idea. And so to then see that in a flashback, only to see Mike get pushed away too, just goes to show that Retron's not he's just like not learning this lesson, and he's being extremely ignorant of his flaws.
More on the right side. Even some servicemen start to see more Morphils that are reluctant to fight, so while Retron
and so Tobin Karen so yeah, I think out to whether it's whether they wanted to do that or if they're just doing it out of fear of Retron, not being scared of Retron, yeah, they're just having to continue. Yeah, they're quite hesitant to listen to Mike. You never know. Maybe some do just go for I don't know, but you probably could see the stun lasers because it's established that they do have different colours. So yeah, I think the servicemen could probably do like subtle things with the more fatal lasers, but I don't think they could be able to switch to stun ones. And yeah, maybe like go for the more aggressive Morphils. Who knows? And maybe they could still use it to deter some of the Morphils. I think yeah, something like that would have helped show that they're somewhat listening whilst pretending to obey a Retron. But most importantly, not go for the Legion. Maybe just like shoot around them to pretend they're going at them, which it would have been nice for the other two to pick up. But anyway,
Mike remain absent later. Some servicemen decide to use stun lasers to slow down the foes.
Oh, the lead servicemen could see this too. So okay, but as mentioned, I think the lead servicemen do whatever they want to do with both Retron and Mike out the picture.
Been enough killing. So Mike and Retron end up fighting, slipping away from the building. away from the servicemen as the flood.
Okay, so there's this weird thing where they're like, oh, Retron and Mike, they're going to go soon enough, so that's why they're going to do this. But I think what should have been the case is that, Mike and Retron are going to start fighting now, and then, um, then the servicemen do whatever. So it's just make sure that the order is actually properly there, and not to mention, I think it would have been better, good to know what been the start of the fights, like for instance, because I can't see Mike being the type who would strike at Retron. He'll probably still quite keep talking, but if was there like a moment? Oh yeah, so they slip. So so whatever has happened, whether it's rubble or ice or flooding, that's caused them both to slip. And I reckon Retron was being overly aggressive and tried to get rid of Mike that way because Mike just keeps hanging around. So I reckon that's what, like, once again, that's like the best inference I could come up with. But yeah, it shouldn't have been more specified. And also that Mike would be more on the defensive. But you never know, Mike would have to defend himself at a point where he would have to probably take Retron's life, especially when Mike needs to save his own. Because, like, yes, even if the illness is getting to him, he still needs to, do what he thinks is the best decision, to maybe get rid of Retron if he's going too far like this. And because, he's trying to go for everyone, which is, not a great idea too. And and also I think Mike wants to be around the Legion, etc., as long as possible, despite his condition.
Flooding gets to the base, and the servicemen decide to leave them to it. Considering the many residents at stake and considering the targets
Okay, so that does help. Yeah, so it helps with how it kind of happened and why they separated, but just not clarified about why they just started brawling.
they need to go for. Even some join the other servicemen.
Yeah, they got more important to think about, because imagine if something like that happened in real life and one of the servicemen were like, oh, the two leads are fighting to what should we do? And I reckon the others will be like, well, tell you what, we're going to do our orders, to save the people, make sure the flooding doesn't, go too far. Maybe we'll just stick with that. I don't think we could exactly break up a fight between these two. And because I think they end up being on their own platform anyway, so I don't think the servicemen will be like, hey, break it up, whilst trying to jump on the platform. They'll end up, fall into the water, etc. So yeah, assuming that's what happens, Mike and Retron just had their own like private space on some rubble at a point where the servicemen, it can't, like a teacher breaking up a student fight. I don't think the servicemen have that kind of environmental advantage to do something like that. But imagine the servicemen to let them off. Could be like a what if scenario, but even then.
Who are going around the floods to help others. Something which the Legion
It's
isn't
actually
doing.
really sensible for the servicemen to do that as well. That's actually like a very admirable thing for the servicemen to do. You just go to show that they know what they're doing is right. And if they are also doing that instead of carrying over Retron's behaviour, but not to mention, has there been more fills on pod side than Mechajaws? Because if so, then even the servicemen just showing that they're not going on Retron at all is, once again, just like a theme of those who are more respectful of their power are the ones that are better to follow. Like, even, well, granted, the servicemen don't exactly follow anyone. Maybe slightly inspired by Mike being like, please stop. But because Mike says, at least fire the stun lasers that the Morphils who want to do something, or better off, help fight the servicemen. No, fight the help the residents. And so yeah. So I'm going around in circles a bit, aren't I? But you get the idea. There's like some similarity between the Morphils and the servicemen. And look at the Titrans. Even all of them are completely on the same wavelength, because we're all, quite respectful of one another.
As often as they should. As Mike and Retron fight, it is mainly hand-to-hand combat. Mike already disarmed Retron by taking away his sniper and...
I think that's just helps emphasize the point, especially when Zemi and Nicole are like nearly making it to pod, which we can definitely infer later on. So it is highlighting a flaw with the Legion. Well, you could say that the Legion were quite good at saving residents, but the more the stakes are higher, the less they cared about the residents, and so that's where the likes of Retro are like, oh, you do have to acknowledge the residents more, even if it means sacrificing your own goals. And because um, yeah, I hope it was stated in book 5, but there was an idea at least where, if you remember, the Legion were probably willing to only have each other and have every resident reject them at a point where they'll probably have to stay in a spaceship for the rest of their lives and maybe do little crime from time to time. But if that is the cost after sorting out Zionfall, considering how much how much they've let everyone down, yeah, it's a thought.
throwing it in the water. But Retron takes Mike's pistol
So
and
yeah,
stamps
because
it
as it's served to humans, there's not too much emphasis. There's a couple of bits and bobs, a couple of details. Oh yeah, like the disarming here. So yeah, but yeah, because if they're two older men as well, yeah, they're not going to do an awful lot against one another aside from a couple of simpler actions.
against the concrete, using his metallic feet to crush the pistol,
Yeah, that
leaving
definitely disallows. Disallow, is that a word? I think so. Yeah, Retron to you know prevent the Retron from going through the easier choice. So Retron even has that temptation.
Mike with his little mace left as a fighting tool, trying to fight Retron
Oh
to
yeah, of
show that
course,
Mike
because of the metallic legs. So yeah, I think Mike would have only used to stun lasers, but even Retron's like, well, we're not using guns then.
is in the right. Right that Retron shouldn't
Yeah, it's just nice to yeah, because whilst you would remember that Retron's on metallic legs, but it would just go to show the strength of his legs as well, to do that.
be reaching heights, and Retron has considered killing
Oh
Mike.
yeah, that is the first time the Maces was mentioned, because I'm not sure I still have the document, but I just remember listing, because if you remember how it doesn't quite make sense that Nicole, Mike, and Retron, all of them have their own tools, and yet the servicemen all share the same ones, which I think is really odd. But yeah, even this mace Mike has is a bit abstract, and I don't know. It's just I know it's good to make these humans stand out, but why I don't know. For instance, why is there no other revolver users, no other sniper users? What type of mace are we talking about here? I guess it's like a lighter blunt tool, whilst Nicole uses a laser blade, for instance. But uh, yeah, I'm not sure. And um, and so yeah, I've already talked about this part in the book one, so I won't go back to it. But yeah, it does feel a bit out of nowhere, because the last character who had this miniature mace was a Nichibot.
As part of the Legion's downfall. Even Retron uses his crutch as a tool against Mike, resulting in an up-close fight of beating each other up while also fighting on buildings that are sliding.
Yeah, I think that just clarify. Well, just Mike almost seeing that. Oh, hang on, no, sorry. So that's a mace, and so yeah, so Mike has a fighting tool left, and yeah, Retron has metallic legs. That's the closest to a tool he's got. So I could say, see how they're somewhat balanced, and yeah, so yeah, now the book's confirming that Mike's in the right, which I think is a bit too blatant, because we already know that Mike's in the right. He's trying to resolve it the best way he can, whilst Retron is going too far. So yeah, all of this is a bit too blatant. Although at least it is with the sniper being involved, yeah, it just goes to show that yes, Retron was willing to go that far to get Mike out of the way. It makes you wonder why he didn't think of any assassination attempts before, but maybe he didn't want to cause any trouble with the residents, the politicians, etc. Even the president too, because the president's known Mike and Retron together for ages. So yeah, it's a real shame for well, yeah, for Retron to go down this low. Although at the same time, I bet Retron could have done something if he managed to find excuses for why he got rid of Mike. As he shown later on, if he was able to come up with excuses now, but why not think of ones at a I don't know, because was this like the final straw kind of thing, where Retron just knows that Mike is like kept out the way. But um, yeah, so yeah, I think it should have been addressed why Mike, while Retron's only decided to get rid of Mike now rather than earlier, because there could have been maybe less opportunities, but also yeah, Mike Retron I think was getting Mike out of the way more so. So I guess that could have been inferred. Once again, needed more detail, and and there's um, um, but yeah, and also as I was mentioning earlier, because if um, what was it? If oh, well, let me think of this carefully. Oh yeah, I just wonder what kind of excuse Retron's going for. But also, yeah, because the way the fight happens, he thankfully doesn't get watched by anyone, because I think he would have told Retron, would luckily enough had no witnesses, and Retron could have lied by saying, "Oh, it's um oh sorry, Jonathan, stop overthinking. It's been a problem recently, isn't it? Sorry. Um, so when Mike goes, yeah, luckily there's no witnesses, no CTV. Retro managed to come up with a fib of some sort, probably saying something like, "Oh, probably had to do it because Mike, ended up, trying to go against me because of, I don't know, Mike was trying to foil with my plans when I was trying to save everyone, which we could probably still have advantage with because, the Legion. I think Retron almost like still gets up on top. Like, granted, he does get punished and demoted, etc. in the fifth book, to which we'll wait and see what that's like. And speaking of which, yeah, I feel like Retron should have had a much bigger like conclusion or bigger scene almost to really emphasize that, because yeah, the fifth book I think is one of the shorter ones, interesting enough. But anyway, we'll see what improvements were needed on that side of things. But yeah, I think all of that would have been good to clarify, because there's also in the fifth book is the case where Retron like admits that Mike was gone because of him, or Retron could have even lied that, saying that it was an accident. No, if the yeah, like yes, we've fought as confirmed by the servicemen and the cameras, but what happened later on was an accident, and I guess Mike got over the top when it was Retron that was doing so. So yeah, that's what yeah, I wanted to say. Yeah, sorry, that took a lot of thinking, didn't it?
Into the water as well as chasing each other from one high ground to the next. Back at the Legion, they are still finding Pod. And considering some funny Viber activity going on near the base, such as rising water and
So thankfully, it's definitely confirmed that throughout the majority of this, it's been on roofs or alongside of a higher ground along the way. Yeah, the towns could be made up of any type of architecture, but now we're seeing how the environment is started to shift. Yeah, even at a point where buildings are moving. So yeah, it does sound a lot more tense. And yeah, despite Mike and Retro being older, yeah, to make it through this whilst fighting, yeah, it's quite impressive. Oh gosh, so we're going back to Pod, and Pod is probably still beating up at Mechajol. So I'm surprised the Legion didn't arrive there earlier. To which I feel like this Microretron stuff should have happened all before, and then the servicemen could be like, "Oh no, Mechajol's into the building. Oh no, Pod's there. But if you have a look down, oh look, Mechajol's preoccupied. Therefore, let's go and see the residents." That would have been a far better order.
airborne fire. They think they know where Pod is, knowing that he will be trying to go for Mechajor, but Mechajor must survive and keep everything else in control. After
Oh yeah, so does that mean when Mechajor and Pod entered through whatever it was it like a big hole that the Legion could see, therefore seeing the activity that way? Or did Pod get out of control where the activity is just only going a bit wild around that area, just showing that Pod is going a bit out of control? And I don't know, that should have been clarified, but at least they know where to find Pod. But yeah, they must have lost him at one point. Although if they were going in a certain direction despite the buildings, because I know that flooding and moving buildings could be like a bit confusing, but I don't know, like if there's still hills and other, you can still see the base up there too, so you just know to go in that direction. So um, Um, so, oh, sorry. But yeah, like so yeah, I just reckon the Legion have been slowed down, and maybe if they didn't see Pod and Mechdor often, they could at least know that they can just go forward.
Going through some rubble and water, Zammy and Nicole end up coming across
So they
Pod.
already inferred that as well, because yeah, what else would Pod be doing? I suppose he would have been saving residents or just fighting morphals along the way, or he might have tried to go for, oh, I don't know, he doesn't know about the missile strikes, so I imagine that if Pod like found that out and then wanting revenge against Tretron, and then the Legion could be like, oh, don't go for him because we'll be in trouble. Yeah, because but anyway, yeah, at least it's the best guess really.
Who is starting to beat up Mechajor ruthlessly, nearly becoming his former self.
Oh, yeah, imagine if Pod's rage was like so like bad at a point where it starts to add to the destruction around them, which acts as a reason why Pod should start against Mechajor. But then Pod can quickly regain control and just use just like no vibro at all and continue against Mechajor, and then that's where they take Pod away from Mechajor to stop Pod from going any further.
Till Nicole shouts at Pod, snapping Pod out of the phase of being vicious, making him realize he is becoming something.
And starting, well, I thought Pod was already at it, unless I don't know, there's more fighting in between. Right, that's not clear. And then yeah, nearly becoming his former self, and yeah, because of Nicole, especially with her shouting being effective, yeah, it snaps him out of it. And yeah, he seemed to be a bit. He would most likely be ashamed of himself here.
Myself. Until Nicole shouts at Pod, snapping Pod out of the phase of being vicious, making him realize he is becoming something he has always wanted to avoid being. The base shields since Orphean's attacks have been up and down throughout. Ozona's storm.
Oh, oh yeah, of course, because of book one, of course, yeah. It was like featuring me as sometimes ahead of time, but at the same time, I've managed to come up with loads of problems. Like if I was as young as I was now,
Somewhat jarred them at a
then
point.
hello, hello. So yeah, yeah, because if I was writing these now, then yeah, I definitely would be accounting for way more, especially like these improvements. But anyway, oh yeah, by the way, don't ask me to improve your stories because I kind of only work with my own. And like, yes, I've been watching film commentaries, but that's because I'm watching mostly films that I'm familiar with. So yeah. Anyway, so base shields up and down throughout. Does that mean they become inconsistent? Where it got messy but not destructive despite the danger. Okay, so they've been inconsistent, no thanks to Orphean. Is that the case? I guess that explains why the base is. Oh, I don't know. The base seems to be fine during Ozone and Taurus attacks too. So, um, yeah, that I'm a bit unsure about. But at least it's, I don't know, like something that's accounted for.
Where it got messy but not destructive despite the danger. It remained up when the cube attack was happening, considering it was all solid projectiles.
Um, oh, okay. So, yeah, Taurus attack didn't affect the base. Okay, that's good. But because of Orphean's powers being more airborne, so yeah, the shields only react to solid things. Okay, yeah, what Ozona was doing was like really bad weather essentially. So yeah, I can see that being the case. Okay, yeah, that's a good thing to point out.
Rather than a load of air and lightning. But in this case, the shields have been shut down due to the flooding, and even the main dam burst open, adding to the damage to the land. With Mechid.
Oh, okay, so now we've got a mention of the dam. Okay, that's rather good. Okay, and let's see. So yeah, with a lot of that flooding, yeah, most likely being decided. Like unless fire was around, I could see the shields. I know, I think fire would get to it, but oh, so wait, the flooding would that be like too hot, too cold? Like what would harm their defences. Would the shields not work against water? I feel like a lot of it would, but I don't know. This is like me trying to justify how these work, but okay. Yeah, well, yeah, it's just trying to see how the base shields work, but I don't quite understand them, unfortunately.
Jaw trying to freeze the whole area to get to it easily also gives the base a disadvantage. Nicole clarifies.
Oh, okay, so was it like temperature jar in the shields? Okay. Also, it just makes you wonder, like, this is quite an odd time for the shields to be explained. I feel like it should be, I tell you what, maybe explained from the very start, just to really set up how dangerous all of this is. But anyway.
To Pod that Mechajaw is needed alive to ask where Xyanthor would be hidden. Mechajaw then teases the lot.
Yeah.
Making Pod angry again. And so Zammy and Nicole try and get Pod to calm
Okay, see, McJaw's like controlling Pod, and then this is where, yeah, it goes a bit haywire.
down, but Pod knocks them both.
Which you can see why, because imagine like if Pod's just started to settle only for McJaw going lol, and then yeah, and then going through and then
Away. So Nicole aims to confront Mechajaw while tasking Zammy to fight Pod to neutralize him.
oh, Pod pushes them back. Oh, okay.
In this case, the shields have been shut down due to the flooding, and even the main dam burst open, adding to the damage to the land. With Mechajaw trying to freeze the whole area to get to it easily, also gives the base a disadvantage. Nicole clarifies to Pod that Mechajaw is needed alive to ask where Xyanthor would be hidden. Mechajaw then teases the lot, making Pod angry again.
Oh, so it teases everyone. I feel like if this is like as a whole, I feel like McJaw Pod shouldn't be offended by. I don't know. Because why would I guess I guess it goes to show that how Pod was never like over McJaw's comments. Maybe that's the case. Yeah, I don't know. It's just because after having a moment of, or what have I become, only to like resume that again. Yeah, I don't know. I'm a bit mixed on that actually. But anyway, so it looks like yeah, Pod moves them away. We'll see.
And so Zammy and Nicole try and get Pod to calm down, but Pod knocks them both away. So Nicole...
Pod does, okay. Yeah, okay, yeah, it's just a confirmed kind of thing, so... okay.
aims to confront Mechajaw.
So, yeah, I think with Pod, so I guess that was Pod's angry again, and so, yeah, we just shoves Zammy and Nicole aside to get rid of the distractions, only for, you know, then to try and stop Pod from, you know, going any further.
While tasking Zammy to fight Pod to neutralize him, and Zammy controls...
Oh gosh, so yeah, Zammy is going to be really tested. So yeah, I guess we'll see how well Zammy does. In the end, Nicole goes to confront Mechajaw, which is quite risky, but I suppose Mechajaw is already down.
His abilities, which makes him get the upper hand considering how rough Pod is trying to be. Pod and Zammy fight against one another in many ways, such as Zammy charging his blunt arm weapon.
Let me just go back again.
And so Zammy and Nicole try and get Pod to calm down, but Pod knocks them both away. So Nicole aims to confront Mechajaw while tasking Zammy to fight Pod to neutralize him, and Zammy controls his abilities, which makes him get the upper hand considering how...
Okay, so yeah, even Pod's angry at a point where Zammy could easily win, which yeah, I'm already mixed about Pod acting like this. So yeah.
Rough Pod is trying to be.
But at least Sammy's fully like he's in control. So yeah, that I quite like.
Pod and Zammy fight against one another in many ways, such as Zammy charging his blunt arm weapons with lightning, which enables Zammy to hit Pod harder as he is stunned.
Yeah, and so yeah, I don't think whacking Pod is like the most calming kind of attack, but it is you know, it will at least discourage Pod, or at least attempt to, because then see, it looks like yeah, because after having like the main battle, this fight is kind of short, and even when Dion comes along, that's even shorter.
Zami then uses his shape-shifting suit to temporarily form a bigger suit on top of his main suit, allowing Zami to get...
Oh yeah, okay, it's like a large exosuit, yeah, so that's kind of a cool idea, yeah, making him really strong against Pod and that, so yeah, so it's a cool idea. I think he would have had to concentrate enough though to um, yeah, to form a suit like that.
A small upper hand, trying to stop Pod from moving. Pod, as he sees Zami possesses a power like Torrid, makes him angrier towards Zami as Zami continues.
Oh yeah, so even seeing the cubes triggers him as well, which makes Pod and Zami not get on too well. And unfortunately, like other than a couple of phone calls, they don't get to have much exchanges. Like yeah, there's a couple of phone calls, and when they finally reunite, it does get a tad tense then. But I feel like this should be a far better. It's just like even more cases of catching up. Yeah, I can see that being yeah, doing them for a while. You know, just imagine like the beef. I'm sorry, to use the word, like is how they would bounce off one another if there was like more time. But I guess you know, as they've already been far away from each other for a while already. So yeah, I think that's yeah, helps them calm down a bit, like I said, about having them be more argumentative against one another. Yeah, I think that would have been like a would have made book 5 a bit cooler. And yeah, I feel like the Legion probably should have reunited probably sooner instead of like at the end of the battle, but never mind. And so yeah, Pod's triggered by the cubes, and yeah, that will definitely make him yeah not feel great.
To stop Pod from killing Mechajor. This results in Pod freezing Zami's suit to make the suit more brittle and breaking parts of it, punching Zami off.
Oh, okay, so that's how Pod could get the upper hand, but he's really keen to go for Mechajor then. And but yeah, looks like Zami's not getting him. I think Zami, I think yeah, Zami does succeed, but it's but yeah, and not to mention, of course, Sally doesn't get any answers, although we'll find out later.
And driving Zami into a wall. Zami and Pod end up fighting up close as they both form tools.
Oh yeah, I can see that being rather painful. And so yeah, in an abstract manner, yeah, they can use the martial arts, and they probably form all sorts of tools made out of ice or cubes, and oh yes, I mean, he uses the sky again. I feel like that's like a setup from earlier, you know, when he zapped Vondor after he was angry, and which gave Zami some leverage. I feel like this happens here because yeah, Pod is like really going against Zami here. Yeah, I don't feel like going to be best of friends too well after this.
From their powers and whack each other with them, and Pod nearly gets the upper hand as he can hit harder and faster. This distracts Pod to a point where Zami's
Oh gosh, yeah, that does sound like dangerous, etc.
zaps Pod by shooting into the sky, creating a lightning strike that hits Pod, massively stunning him as a result. Nicole attempts to be...
So these lightning strikes probably are not only that tricky to perform, but are like the more powerful lightning. Yeah, that sounds fair.
Persuasive towards Mechajor to get the location of Zion, but Mechajor attempts to fib by stating that he killed...
Whoa, what's happened here? I feel like there's some audio overlapping accidentally. There must be a most likely be a rendering problem. Although let's try and read it. So yeah, although even if Mechador is still alive, I feel like he would remain you know, with a body that no longer works and probably kept somewhere. He probably would have been like encouraged to fight Zion for that. Could have been a fun idea, but not to mention where the location is. But I think Mechador is he kind of knows where he stands. He's like, yeah, as if I'm going to do anything for you. You know, you like blew up a planet, you're working with Pod, you're working with Dion. You know, you're on the wrong side of history.
Xyanthor and that the Legion is nothing but a pathetic lot who cannot help multiple planets, their evolution and choices.
Yeah, I could see that being quite harsh because they're doing well with Earth and plus one more planet, but it's like as if when they were juggling other planets, that's where they get a bit stretched thin. But yeah, I think Book 5 just proved that they can actually work together to protect many planets. And so yeah, McGraw just has just like burns a lot metaphorically, and and even McGraw seems to have that
Have led them to all this
interesting
carnage.
hang on, yeah, even that interesting ending line. Whereas, like, because of your intelligence, it's led to all of these complicated conflicts and such. So, um, that's like good to point out because, yeah, most of what's been happening is because of, nothing to do with the natural world. It's all of these humans, etc., making some, bad choices along the way. So, Mecha does kind of have a point, but at the same time, it was causing carnage and. Yeah, and the Legion had to stop him. Like, what else could they do?
Mechajaw does this because he knows that Xyanthar's universe would be better than the Legion's, preferring Xyanthor as the overseer even if he doesn't fully agree with Xyanthor. And so Zami and Pod continue to fight.
Yeah, that sounds about right somewhat. Yeah. Um, yeah, because it's just I feel like the Legion would protect the lot, but Xyanthor would get rid of some wildlife. I'm not sure because I don't know. Megador could have been like yes, there was Torrid, but what if Torrid was out the way? Megador was the one who was like more of the sole force, like backstabbing Xyanthor, and I imagine if he did get through and he was like, oh, maybe I could fight against Xyanthor, only for him to come back in the following book, only to um, only to like lose Xyanthor quickly. So yeah, I think those kind of ideas would have been better. So I don't fully agree with Megatron going picking Xyanthor and above the Legion. I feel like the Legion would be far more fair, etc.
Pod may be more experienced and combating abilities. But Zami is just as powerful yet more controlled at the moment, able to beat Pod as a result.
So yeah, I think that's just explaining both their mindsets to explain why who won. But yeah, it's I guess just goes to show that Pod went too far, and Zami finally reached a conclusion. And Mike's about to lose.
Mechajaw slowly dies. The whole carnage ends with the battle between Mike and Retron finish their brawl. Mike also loses his small modern mace. He almost gets the upper hand.
I felt between Michael finished. No, that doesn't work literacy wise. But yeah, Michael loses tool. What happens next?
And as he punches Retron a good few times in the face, driving Retron into the ground via a taking down move, also countering.
Oh gosh, so Mike had to go that far to stop Retron. Well, he does have the metallic leg, so Mike had to shut it down. What? What does oh yeah, we can see how Retron wins.
Retron's metallic leg kicks well. Retron sadly wins the fight as Retron grabs a sharp part of one of his metallic legs to jab Mike with, and then manages to push Mike off some high ground and into the wall.
Oh gosh, that sounds like improvising. Whether it was like a hidden blade or generally something that Retron just had hidden just in case. Yeah, wow, that's not great. It's almost like a cheating, but yeah. So yeah, Mike might have won, but unfortunately, yeah, Retron beats him in the end. So yeah, what a shame.
Water and rubble, taking away Mike's life as a result, and with no witnesses around. Retron somewhat feels bad but thought it was the right choice to prevent himself from
Yeah, no witnesses. It adds to the case a bit. Although, as we've gone over before, it's a tad unclear if how this was able to happen in the first place and not get as much consequences afterwards.
getting into a small position again. And Mike would have kept the Legion going. Going back to the Legion.
Someone feels bad. So Retron feels bad as well, which yeah, of course he would, because they were actually friends for ages. Because I can imagine the Retron feeling like, oh my god, I did have to get rid of him, but if he was in the way, then fine. He would even choose his own progression over over Mike, which is a real shame. He's started to become a bit more careless.
Pod and Zami are done with their fight, and Nicole can't get information from Mechajaw, information which would
Yeah, looks like Pod lost, understandably.
have been useful. This does annoy Pod, and this is made worse by the fact Nicole saw Mike's.
So yeah, Mechajaw sadly goes because Nicole could have had a few more time if it wasn't for Mechajaw both being cynical and Pod taking too much out of him. So yeah, and so yeah, let's just have a look at some more.
Dead body. Diane checks for any vital signs, but there are none of them, meaning he is around.
Oh gosh, so they saw all of this. I mean, probably not just Nicole. Nicole is probably the others too. Because I thought it was like Dion had told the others, because it would take some time to find his body, but no, they've actually done that. Wow, okay.
No more, making everyone upset. This makes Pod even more annoyed with the Legion, making them wonder why.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he was there, the one to find the Legion, and he's helpful tons of times, very supportive of everyone. So yeah, quite a big loss.
They went to him and not Mike, angry at them and threatening to harm them again.
Oh yeah, even Pod somehow goes for the Legion again. So he's angry 3 times in a row, the last 2 being like quick bursts. So he's really struggling to keep a cap on. But if if Mechajaw, is the kind who triggers him, and if with no more Mike, I feel like Pod is kind of struggling with to place his anger, especially with Mechajaw not being around anymore. So yeah.
But this is where Diane comes in and uses his controlled strength to stop Pod.
When do they make it? Yeah, it was annoyed with the Legion, making him wonder why they went to him. Why they went to him? Not. Oh yeah, why he was like, why didn't you stick with Mike? Because could have like left me to Mechajaw. I can see that being kind of frustrating. So yeah, it's I can see that kind of like I said, I'm not too keen on like the fighting coming back, but it is like a lot of emotions for Pod to go through.
From attacking. Diane is immensely stronger than Pod, and so Pod sees that he cannot continue to.
Oh yeah, Dion comes back, and I quite like this scene. It's because it's Pod trying to throw everything in strength-wise, and of course, Dion's going to win the fight. Well, it's just like properly restraining. Once again, it's power controlled.
To get rattled. Pod tried all sorts to get to either Zami or Nicole, such as trying to move Diane aside, hitting him with ice block.
Not only would fighting Diane be extremely wearing out, but you could probably see that there's no need to get upset. Everything that's bad's happened is done.
Or trying to trap Diane in ice, but Diane doesn't slow down. So he kept hold of Pod until he calmed down. Alongside the flooding around them, as they.
So even later abilities don't stop Diane either. Yeah, of course not.
They all sat, and Diane looked at the Legion, being disappointed for them, but flew away to help the planets continuously.
So yeah, kind of get that too. Yeah, this is definitely the an original set. Yeah, like a courtroom, and you can see a lot of them being around. So yeah, let's see what this one's like.
Chapter 62, The Lowest Point. Before Mechajaw dies, the ball of Viber he created slowly goes, stopping all the flooding, and he uses his communication spell to tell the Morphils that he is gone, and this makes all the Morphils.
Oh, okay. So did he do that? Like, did he play dead and then do this, or without the Legion being around, or did he quickly do this, like in between the Legion arguing? Yeah, I don't know. He must have done it somehow. But anyway, so he's let everyone know, and yeah, I think he's simply saying that he's he's gone because I don't know what else he would quickly say. But regardless, yeah, he's just saying that it's gone. Nor that Morphals decide to go their own ways, and well, yeah, that's just more so afterwards. And yeah, no more of the vibrable. So yeah, the flooding would definitely have calmed down, but it's all done in that. So yeah.
Morphils wonder what to do. So, Diane gets everyone to stop fighting. Zooming to the
Um. Oh, so after yeah, I think after seeing some of the planets and yeah, because if everything's like calmed down a bit, so I feel like this is probably coming. This feels like it's coming straight afterwards. I feel like despite the last chapter being long, it should still be part of it because it's just what was happening during the meantime. I don't know what happened like afterwards, but I don't know. This still feels like earlier on the scene because yeah, Mike is going those out downs going all around to planet, and then he's managed to stop the fight on Earth. I think he must have stopped the fighting as well. I think that's something. Yeah, and yeah, if just told them, and yeah, because yeah, everyone would do these ghosts from fighting, and I think they like still would have persuaded the others to be like, oh, that's enough, Mechadraw's gone, just no need to follow him anymore.
servicemen and Titan Rands too, getting everyone to help the rest of the situation, mainly reducing the damage of the flooding and helping the residents.
Oh yeah, so yeah, it's an aftermath where everyone like goes into work together. Yeah, we haven't had, other than a couple of cases, we haven't had much just covering enough of the aftermath, but this is at least a bit more.
But like any supernatural ability, with no Mechajaw means no more flooding, and so this
Yeah, I explained it earlier, so yeah, it's just good to clarify that.
catastrophic event is over. Worse than Torrid's damage, and now everyone's low point has reduced significantly, almost
Bit on the nose, but it still outlines it. Yeah, this is definitely like a sad time.
post-apocalyptic for so many planets. With no Mechajaw, the Morphils that are more drawn to Pod offer to take Mechajaw's body and protect it, staying on their planet. While a few other Morphils have
So yeah, it's good for them to to clarify that. And so if we're going back a bit as well, yeah, so towards Mechadraw's map was worse, and seemed to be so the Morphers are more drawn to Pod, are protecting Mechadraw's planet to go back onto the planet, and I think the rest just like go off on their own. And I think in a spin-off of some sort, Xynthor would be like going from planet to planet and then finding all of these rogue Morphals, just having their own other lives.
to take Mechajaw's body and protect it, staying on their planet.
Yeah, not to mention, Vibra's still within Mechador as well, so that's further confirmed in the following book.
While a few other Morphils have been invested in Mechajaw at a point where they decide to have their freedom instead of switching to the good side. Both the Morphils and Titan Rands do have a discussion, and both agree that this conflict went on for too long.
That's kind of bold, but not to mention, I feel like the Titans would, it'd be like Carpo mainly, talking to the Morphers as well, being like, let's end this conflict right there. We all know the problems I'm for, and if these universes are going to get better, we could do with actually getting on. Mechador's out of the way after all, and yeah, and whilst Carpo should be set up as like a decent peacemaker, just encouraging the entire race to stop with the conflict, but um, um, but yeah. Um, So yeah, but it's still a good moment for Carpo
and the
regardless.
Morphils were used. But now the Titanrans are given respect. This isn't the best pill to swallow considering that the Morphils have been harming a good collection of Titanrans.
Yeah, I think there would be some kind of acknowledgement that they have hurt both sides quite significantly. So I feel like there would be kind of awareness to find a way to to move past it. I feel that's why Carper could be, once again, it's just Carper being experienced enough to be like, yeah, I know this has happened, but what we've done is try and defend ourselves. We're not those from 100 years ago. I feel like they're probably more vicious compared to us. Yeah, I think something like that would really work for Carper. Yeah, it's like an improvement.
Even killing some. But as long as they agree to stop harming each other races, perhaps agree to help against Xyanthor at a good time. Then
Um, yeah, well, they don't really help each other, only a little bit with Corpo and the Bubble. That's like the most it has, not to mention Pod with the other Titrans, if that counts. But I don't know, I feel like they could have really like united together as like an entire army against Ironford to really show that the numbers do not matter. Kind of what Book 3 is saying, it's not about the numbers, it's about how the team itself executes its strategies and so forth. Um, so yeah, I feel like this could be like a misleading. Oh, they're going to work together again. Because yeah, they never really joined each other
they
since.
shall be united when the time is right. In the end, both the Morphils and Titanrans use their vehicles to make their way back home, while their former home of
Yeah, the one ship and the multiple ship. So yeah, that would have happened not long after the aftermath is all
the
sorted.
ruins. Even all the Morphils that were out
Also, yeah, they're going back to ruins as well. Yeah, it's like the best idea. Yeah, if it's like a barren planet, yeah, it's out of everyone's way.
and about that couldn't join the battle on Earth. Even they went back to with the
And I was just wondering, those who were keen on Mechador, why not? I don't know, try and like fight again, but it's um let's see. But maybe yeah, I think it just goes to show like maybe Carpe like even made all of those calm, or maybe without Mechadroids, they probably feel a bit
other
aimless.
Morphils. Most of them lose interest in finding any of the elements, focusing on redefining themselves, to which Pod did provide advice which then spreads from Morph.
Um, um, oh yeah, redefine themselves, yeah, which is a bit of a theme coming from the second book, which is good. And Um, so yeah, and yeah, protecting this is like a that is a big deal and a big role, and yeah, they just need to shift their focus to protect that instead of going from planet to planet all the time. And but yeah, looks like the Morphals are totally good. It's a tad anticlimactic, and not to mention, I feel like I'm just like reading the facts and so forth. Like the writing, most of these novels' writing is kind of missing that emotional punch because all I'm thinking of is when Agosha wrote this, and it's um and it's like interesting to see all of these bits and bobs, but yeah, but I don't know. I just feel like you should get lost in the well, like this suspension of disbelief. I should feel like that when because I watch animations and feel something just about the nostalgia and that, but I don't really get it with the novels. And yeah, I think it just goes to show how loads of words on the page don't always interest me. Like, this was still interesting, but even then.
To Morphil. And so, the rest of the time consists of the Legion trying to help the public despite the public not being impressed with the Legion. Even though the service
Probably more than unimpressed. Um, but yeah, it looks like they need to try and help, but yeah, there's just still not accepting it. Yeah, this because everything's in a everything's too in much of a low point.
men do a good job using their vehicles to collect and save as many people as possible, the Legion still helped, but it was very little. And the damage has already
Yeah, and I feel like this is like a payoff to when Dion was trying to help the Hobbits earlier, but it just goes to show that if you were like future responsible in the first place and then trying to help, it's not going to be easy. It just requires a bit more time and effort, because these are kind of small cases. But once I feel sorted out, Because was time for like ever gathered evidence-wise as well? I felt like that should have been a bit um, um, yeah, like yeah, just like having some kind of evidence and um, yeah, to prove that time was out the way.
Been done. As the Legion sits on the roof with the flood around them, to comfort their negative energy, Pod decides to explain everything.
Um, um, oh yeah, because despite the help, so they essentially give up and they all like sit aside, just like looking back on what they have done. So yeah, this is definitely like like a good amount of time later where um, just more into the aftermath. It's probably like going from midday to afternoon, perhaps.
That has happened since he left the Legion. He has been on the lookout for Mechajaw for ages.
Oh, and and the Legion like catch up by little bits as well, which is nice. Let's see what's actually said.
Even keeping Xyanthor in mind just in case. He thought he should be the only Morphil, only to find out that other Morphils can be.
Yeah, he's admitting that as well. And yeah, they all know that Xyanthor does have to go eventually. I feel like well, other than a couple of cases, I feel like Xyanthor should affect them also because because yes, it's to reach a significant level of peace throughout the universe, but yeah, like imagine if I don't know, like even like yes, some of these goons were tied to him, but I don't know, like imagine like more cases where they start like getting closer, intertwining, and really annoying one another. Like Simon was getting annoyed with the Legion, but I just feel like the Legion should have that tension of oh, I really like, oh my god, he does have that much presence, doesn't he? And maybe Xanthor like finds a way to to really make them all scared. Maybe you'll have even like a meeting before the climax.
Like him, only Mechajaw is the problem, and now he is sorted. Yes.
Yeah, that yeah, a bit on the nose, but at least it's Pod complaining that and passing on to the Legion. I bet they were a bit like, oh, okay, well at least you saw it through in the end.
Xyanthor is still around, but Pod has a sense of relief at the same time. He has never been closer to acting like.
Yeah, because it's almost like nearly done somewhat, and Megadraw's out of the way. But it's still yeah, just that low point though.
Mechajaw, as Mechajaw was beaten by him. The Legion explains everything too, but
I guess a bit on the nose again, but it's yeah, I think it's just like looking like back and reflecting, how Pod could have gone too far. Yeah, because imagine if Pod was acting like Mechajaw and Signfall, like I feel like yeah, Pod would still lose because yeah, Pod needs quite a lot to um 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 yeah, like a lot to yeah, for example, yeah, just requires a lot more skill, etc.
Pod could already guess. Mike was demoted. The Titanrans allied with.
I don't think it's going to be much guesswork. I think from Pod's perspective, he's like, well, I could see that Dion's out, he met the Titrans, and then later saved me, presumably after visiting the Morphils. Yeah, I think from his perspective, I think yeah, you can see that, and um, um, so yeah, I felt like the leader should explain as well. Obviously, like what viewpoints of their change. Although it would need to be like granted less or less on the nose, but if they just have like a really good chat about what they've been through and what they've come to learn, in a way that feels quite natural.
With the Legion as they are still cloning. Retron tried to bring his defenses, and the world and other planets haven't been great with the Legion. Despite the success, going downhill has gone further downhill. The next day or two, however, would be some of the worst days for so many people.
Yeah, this is pretty much I guess yeah, Pod's getting more updated, being like, okay, so that's what's been happening, and yeah, it's just like no matter what's happened, yeah, it's just it's nearly all going for nothing in the end, which yeah, it must be a real shame for them.
Firstly, Mike has his funeral. One which both the base and most of the public went to.
Oh yeah. I feel like some of this was repeated from the third book, and whether it's like an intentional repetition or not, I don't like the similarities. But I guess it just goes to show that yeah, without fixing everyone's flaws, and yeah, it's all going to fall apart. Even Retron, because of him losing is what enables Legion to get going. So even his flaws kind of held everyone back, especially with the defenses being placed up instead of the Legion. If only they could work together. Like Retron had his flaws, but I feel like the Legion probably should have had their own flaws too. They could have. I don't know, maybe could have had the Legion be like, oh no, do step aside, and then that triggers Retron and so forth. But that would accidentally make the Legion a bit too villainous. But I don't know. I feel like they should have like their own rights and wrongs almost, even if Retron's more the bad guy.
To give their respect to a general who did a lot for the Earth, despite not being keen on the Legion again. Even
Yes, he was liked generally by the public. Well, book 2 showed how he was liked by the public too. So
Diane, despite
yeah,
trying to help his most.
so yeah, I can imagine that Benny Russo's funeral was, had a lot coming to. Sorry, a lot coming to the funeral rather, his funeral. But yeah, there'll be way more others as well.
Neglected by many races, not wanting Diane to help considering his lack of.
Yeah, the Hummins was set up for this, and now all of this is on a far bigger scale. Yeah, he's not really wanted anyway. Yeah, it's too little, too late once again.
Of activity. And despite some progress and help, Diane does decide to back off, and so aside from one or two situations he would like to resolve, he mainly tries to find Xionthor and any other allies to at least help the universe.
I feel like there should be no combat there because, yeah, I think he sold, like a couple of important cases. You can probably imagine, some of the flooding, like causing some massive collateral damage to which, John simply couldn't turn his back on. But yeah, he definitely can't help with everything. And yeah, so his Starfire's going to be the primary focus. He has looked for him before, and I'm surprised they already met each other again and how the likes of Pod saw him first. But yeah, what would have slowed John down actually?
Go into a phase of peace. With so many bodies around, many planets have their way of sorting them out. Earth resolves this by disintegrating some and reserving some for.
I see, yeah, but not just Earth. I can imagine that happening everywhere else, but yeah, so it's just more acknowledgement to what's going to happen. But yeah, the funerals would be another big one too.
Research, which they did with any new alien. After all, Mechajaw reached the heights he did because Pod tried to.
Oh yeah, researching the Morphils. Cracky, I wonder what the payoff for that was like, but yeah, just never expanded upon. I know it's like a curious human thing anyway, but even then.
To face Mechajaw. And Mechajaw got Pod's power. Over time, Pod does feel responsible, always keen to retain life, but.
Oh yeah, so yeah, that's where this kind of is somewhat confirmed that most of this is Pod's fault. If he hadn't, separated from the Legion, if the Legion did better, if the Legion got out if they got out of there sooner, then probably would have made it to Pod. There could have been something. So yeah, there's lots of reasonable conclusions and events that, well, most of them, that does show that, yes, probably not just the Legion's fault, but also, Pod's as well, allowing them to control the power. I reckon that does make Pod quite guilty, and, yeah, because Pod could be like extremely.
Tilda chapter 62, the lowest point. Before Mechajaw dies, the ball of Viber he created slowly goes, stopping all the flooding, and he uses his communication spell to tell the Morphils that he is gone, and this makes all the Morphils wonder what to do. So, Diane gets everyone to stop fighting. Zooming to the servicemen and Titanrans too, getting everyone to.
Yeah, so if he does feel guilty, well, let's just hope he maintains that, because I can really see that being the case for him. Yeah, this is heavy.
Help the rest of the situation, mainly reducing the damage of the flooding and helping the residents. But like any supernatural ability.
Oh yeah, Mike at least help the Legion, be like, oh, just keep them together. But this time the Legion are totally done, over, gone.
With no Mechajaw means no more flooding, and so this catastrophic event is over. Worse than Tori.
Yeah, I think they're over in their roles like I can see that working as somewhat as a decision because it's like working your way up again. But after this, yeah, they're like, no, yeah, like just no Legion. We do need to figure out ways of solving the problems. Well, I guess the Legion could go, how does that sort that out for them? Fine, but leave Earth out of this. And yeah, because Earth has already taken like a massive beating, and it could take one more massive one if Cypher does win. So yeah, aside from a couple of other bits, yeah, Earth doesn't really have much of a role in the fifth one. But I suppose keeping away from it is well, there is the fight later on, and we hear about some building bits and bobs, and how Earth is like a post-apocalyptic state, pretty much.
Its damage, and now everyone's low point has reduced significantly, almost post-apocalyptic.
Oh yes, yeah, they'll be leaving. But as I as I once thought before, I don't know why Sammy and Pod stick together, or even Dion for a matter of fact. It's almost as if they're all just like split off just because. But I don't know. I just feel like the Legion not being all evolved of Earth at all is already like massive enough. Like not everyone had to completely be torn away.
For so many planets. With no Mechajaw, the Morphils that are more drawn to Pod offer to take Mechajaw's body and protect.
Um. Oh, so it's just even during court. I feel like you can't really shift the subject in that manner, but maybe like a meeting happened before the court, like finalising all of this. I can see that happening. Um, but yeah, I don't know. It's not even clarified what room they're in or who they're talking to, but yeah, that's unclear, fortunately. But yeah, with Nicole being like, "Oh, we know Metron's probably responsible for this," to which, yeah, what made her think that, like, I don't know, because Nicole didn't really see them fighting. They didn't see the result. Did Dion say anything? Oh, I don't know. He could have like projected his recording onto other footage as evidence. So, I don't know. Yeah, that's yeah. I think Dion added a yeah. I reckon Dion could have been like a big help. Maybe it was just I really don't know. Maybe because there's no CCTV, but I don't know. Devices are around everywhere.
Staying on their planet. While a few other Morphils have been invested in Mechajaw at a point where they decide to have their freedom instead of switching to the.
Um, let's see. Where Oh yeah, even the monetary defences there just go show that Electron and there's failed 2 year defences did hardly anything. So um, yeah, because I don't know, because I reckon Earth could be a good a point where like down for leave us alone. We have to continue on our own because they didn't really I don't know, because what if they I don't know got hold of this such as were like, oh hey, it's true, the elements, the 4 elements coming together as the laughing matter, and so yeah, how would you provide that as evidence, like history books from outer space? I'm not quite sure, but
Good
anyway.
side. Both the Morphils and Titanrans do have a discussion, and both agree that this conflict went on for too long, and the.
Oh, okay. So yeah, we already talked about these bits and bobs with uh, I don't know how Retron still got away with it, but either he's still in trouble for the multiple firing. So yeah, so yeah, I think Retron just gonna massively judge because he still gets partially demoted too. So yeah.
Morphils were used. But now the Titanrans are given respect. This isn't the best pill to swallow considering that the
Um, yeah, Retron's still happy he's out of the way. Like even if they're at a low point, yeah, Retron's like no more Legion. So yeah, it feels like a partial victory in that respect. Because imagine if um, let's see, imagine if Retron was willing to go this far just to get the Legion off. Like that would have been like really dark. And maybe that could be plausible when he's like putting a front on, to make himself like the carer of all humanity, but he only wants to benefit his own goals. And so yeah, I think that could be like a right improvement also. So lack of evidence, yeah, because even Retron denies it, so that won't help. And so yeah.
Morphils have been harming a good collection of Titanrans, even killing some. But as long as they agree to
Oh, is that even possible? To really shrink a soldier's role that much? Um, but yeah, um, but yeah, of course, probably. But yeah, like a legacy is almost tarnished if it wasn't for I guess if it wasn't for Zami, it helps kind of start it all up again.
stop harming each other races, perhaps agree to help against Xyanthor at a good time. Then they shall be
Oh, but far less of them. Yeah, so it's almost like book one, except it's like beforehand, and yeah, just very few salesmen too. So yeah, it's awful.
united when the time is right. In the end,
Yeah, very quickly. Yeah, Pod before leaving Earth quickly sees the Morphils at the Arctic or Antarctic or something. Yeah, it's like a way to have a quick connect with them. So it's like him finally having the chance to see what they're like. It's almost like um, I don't know. It's like weirdly abstract, but there's something about it which I really like because um, it's yeah, because Pod just sees what actual orcs like and his experience, and he knows how to communicate with them, and he knows that the other orcs will be fine continuing, just like the Morphals as well, and yeah, I just felt like there's a whole heap to unpack, even at a point where I feel like it's probably my favourite scene. It's almost like my favourite original scene going from the storybooks to this. So I just thought, yeah, and because it makes you wonder, Pod could keep going back, but um, yeah, maybe it could like visit different orc families. That could be kind of cool to do, but um, but um, yeah, it's like a really nice scene when we get to it. Yeah, it's just yeah, it's like a proper moment of peace, and you can just like convey a lot. Yeah, that's what good scenes are meant to do. And even I'm even like really anticipated to have a look because a lot of this the book is like, oh, this is sad, this is tragic, but with the pod scene with the orchestra later on, it kind of like speaks for itself, and yeah, without too much blatant writing. So yeah, and it's just a cool idea as well, for humanoid orc to see other orcas. It's just something about that that's really endearing. Um, yeah, I definitely would like to put more emphasis on that in the reboot as well. And anyway, let's get going.
both the Morphils and Titanrans use their vehicles to make their way back home, well, their former home of the ruins. Even all the Morphils that were out and about
Um, and yeah, why is Pod? I don't. Yeah, I've already gone over. Yeah, Pod being alone is not a good idea.
that couldn't join the battle on Earth.
At least they communicated and are kind of mutual despite fighting each other. But I don't know. I'm still mixed about the whole thing. And also, yeah, I feel like they should dislike each other. That would be a good reason why Pod and Zama wouldn't um, work together. Because they're trying to find them separately, almost like a race for who could get there first.
Even they went back to with the other Morphils. Most of them lose interest in finding
Yes, they do as well. Yeah, it's like a third pair of eyes, but I don't know. I still feel like John would still find the first.
any of the elements, focusing on redefining themselves, to which Pod did provide advice which then spreads from Morphil to Morphil. And so, the rest of the time consists of the Legion.
Um, yeah, especially when Zyphal's over. Once if peace ever comes back normally again, then yeah, like it's all over. Because it was different last time because nothing was getting resolved other than like a load of minor cases. But now they're taking big steps. It's like, oh, okay. Not to mention, even if Pod was like Madame Extra for a lot of it, kind of taking it out on the Legion, he already probably spent most of his frustration on the Legion during like the third end of the third book. Um, um, so yeah, it just kind of covers that, and yeah, because yeah, no team is perfect. I think that does help cover it. Um, yeah, we do get a lot of instances of that, but the Legion do try, and yeah, they're probably quite sad that Mike's gone, but he's been through. I can see Mike, being very, very devastating. But yeah, and I think yeah, it's just he would already be in a low state with Arvin gone, and being quite detached from the others. They're, they're like a bit anyway, but yeah, he'll still miss Mike, that's for sure. I wonder if he gets brought up in the fifth book. I really hope so, because he means a lot to the story and its characters.
And trying to help the public despite the public not being impressed with the Legion. Even though the servicemen do a good job using
Oh yeah, I think it's described what Pod. Oh, Pod rides on the same ship at the end of book 3. Okay, that's a good thing. Yeah, cool. Um, yeah, just like something that kind of comes back, and um, so yeah, they're on the ships and off they go, and yeah,
their vehicles to collect and save as many people as possible.
yeah, that was said earlier, but he's made a number 1.
The Legion still helped, but it was very little. And the damage
Oh no, that means presumably no more of that vehicle. It has been helpful a couple of times, even in the story, but yeah, it's just like this whole classic era is gone. It's like not even book 1 anymore. It's just like a polar era where it's just almost nothing. Yeah, even the servicemen, with how less it is, because everything's such in a dire state anyway. It's just almost like like the whole idea of security is dead. One's at a low point, and one's like it's just like all pretty much dead. I can't see crime happening much either because of how much this might have affected everyone.
has already been done. As the Legion sits on the roof with the flood around them,
Yeah, this always feels like one of the last favors Sammy does for Pod. So it's like, okay, if you don't want to join together, then fine. But at least if you have a ship, at least I can still give you that.
to comfort their negative energy, Pod decides to explain
I guess why didn't Zami create like multiple spaceships to assist the battle? Oh yeah, to even fly to Pod as well. I think there's a Trojan plot hole too.
everything that has happened since he left the Legion. He has been on the lookout for Mechajor for ages. Even keeping Zionthor in mind just in case. He thought he should be the only Morphil only to find out that
So even if this is slightly repeated, it is Pod willing to admit his flaws, like because they're all aware that territory was kind of their fault too, so they all start to be very, very accepting of the failures. So yeah, it's just really good to be honest, but at the same time, they're gonna all part ways.
other Morphils can be like him. Only Mechajor is the problem, and now he is sorted. Yes, Zionthor is still around, but Pod has a sense of
Um, yeah, it's just all neutral, to which I can see why. Yeah, because I suppose it is. Well, I see it is more effective. It's more cliche where everyone's like miserable as they're splitting off. But in this case, most of the splitting off is either forced or most of it's just mostly mutual.
relief at the same time. He has never been
When I say forced, I mean like the Legion, no Earth, just forcing the aliens out of their world.
closer to acting like Mechajor as Mechajor was beaten by him. The lead
Yeah, that's very representative of Pod being on his own and Zami going off on one on his own and Red Trump being on its own. So yeah, kind of blatant again, but even then.
Legion explains everything too, but Pod could already guess. Mike was demoted, the
So the Arctic.
Titanrans allied with the Legion as they are still cloning. Retron tried to bring his defenses, and the world and other planets have
Oh yeah, gently, yeah, because you don't want to speak the Volkers, but yeah, if he like slowly goes under, then yeah. And this is where his swimming comes into play again. So yeah, why don't I write more scenes like this? It's so cool. But like an admiring, endearing kind of cool. And yeah, partly about ship on ice, yeah, because he's not going to land on the water. And I wonder how he I think the orcas were probably up at the surface anyway, and I guess the ship is quite quick too. So yeah, Pod must have some kind of eyesight.
haven't been great with the Legion. Despite the success, going downhill has gone further downhill.
Um, yeah, because did Pod was able to interact with Arvin because of animals, like as if Pod can understand all animals. Did he understand Airwolf then? regardless of obstacles. So
The next day or two, however, would be some of the worst days for so many people. Firstly,
oh yeah, orcas definitely would be smart enough to be like, but if they get on well, then yeah, because yeah, orcas are a bit like us, where they have very tight family dynamics. They could be defensive, but if Pod shows to be a you know to be like, oh, more good, then looks like the orcas are like, yeah, fine, you seem safe.
Mike has his funeral, one which both the base and most of the public went to give their respect to a general who did a lot.
Oh yeah, so yeah, so some of those, well, I think he's still figuring out about all of the bad things he's done, but at least with the whole orc stuff, he at least remembers a good portion of when he used to be an orca back then, and yeah, to see what it used to be like, especially in the Arctic swimming around. Because orcas would travel around a lot of areas, but it would be mostly deep sea like this.
For the Earth, despite not being keen on the Legion again. Even Diane, despite trying to help, is mostly neglected by many races, not wanting Diane to help considering his lack of activity.
Yeah, that's yeah, it's actually quite nice to hear. But, anyway, to Pod get rid of the moisture, so yeah, it's very much a way of getting himself dry, and so yeah, off back to his spaceship, yeah, because he doesn't want to be dripping while he's going into his ship, and so yeah, he's happy enough, and yeah, off he goes. Yeah, it's almost like a nice last moment of peace before he goes as well, because yeah, it's going to be a really rough journey from there.
And despite some progress and help, Diane does decide to back off, and so aside from one or two situations he would like to resolve, he mainly tries to find Xyanthor and any other
I feel like that's kind of repeated, but oh well.
allies to at least help the universe go into a phase of peace. With so many bodies around, many planets have their way of sorting.
Even the last part is almost like a setup for the following book, where like yes, Legion want to be heroes, but they're almost putting their desires first, which yeah is like a flaw they need to work on, like the next one, because they're nearly there being top-notch heroes. Because even in the comics, they may learn a couple of more bits and bobs along the way, but they're mostly well refined.
Them out. Earth resolves this by disintegrating some and reserving some for research, which they did with any new alien. After all, Mechajaw reached the heights he did because Pod tried to face.
Yeah, I think Dion is understanding at a point where he wouldn't criticize the Legion for not saving the people. It could be an interesting idea though, but oh yeah, because he could do that. Someone who's actually experienced and been with the Legion quite a lot of times, instead of Fletcher, who literally comes on with with the morality already being there. Yeah, because I can't exactly have like yet another new alien, because that's what Azami kind of explores alongside Hailwolf and the Plasnos. It's like different ways of exploring new naive members. But anyway.
Mechajaw. And Mechajaw got Pod's power. Over time, Pod does feel responsible, always keen to retain life.
Oh yeah, we do see that in book 5, yeah, because he goes back to Nahash too, and yeah, he's getting no hope. Like, he's still on to his task, but it's just almost like part of something he's hoping to find along the way.
But instead is part of the course of a massive massacre. Because of this responsibility, and with no Mike to
Oh yeah, so yeah, I think it's like a small like foreshadowing in the yeah, the future, yeah, where they might earn nothing even if they win. So yeah, it'll be extremely interesting. So yeah, that is um book 4. And so yeah, at first I remember thinking, oh gosh, this is flawed as well. And yeah, and granted, this one has been a lot longer. Hopefully, I have cut out enough of the hesitation bits and bobs. It's because um, yeah, as you can tell, I have been like rather worn out. It's just the amount of stuff I'm having to juggle. I'm kind of because not gonna lie, when I just like look around and people just they have like tons of people that want to see and visit, and whilst I don't have that luxury as much, unfortunately, but at least I can spend my time doing the work I want to make and with the legacy I want to leave behind, because that's always what I wanted to do. Because yes, it may be like a young kid's dream, currently, this is me years ago, but um But yeah, if it's just because I don't know. It's just sometimes I keep watching documentaries and other media about these pioneers, like breaking new ground, and even I've managed to break little ground. Video storybooks that totally original, and the novels with the videos. They have like some nice originality to it. It even bring back 8-bit and presenting it in a comic book kind of look. So yeah, because looking back, all of them are extremely flawed, but that's why I'm very determined for the short animations to be the the best work, the most engaging, and the one that I think we can definitely not only get the most out of in terms of entertainment, but hopefully the kind of themes I want to convey will actually carry over here. Um, but um, but yeah, regardless, yeah. Anyway, so yeah. Considering how longer this one took, I think because this was a very lengthy novel too. Uh, but yeah, there's still a couple of world building problems. But with the third one, like the huge problems felt quite constant. But with this one, yeah, there were some massive duds, such as like times where the villains kind of stood still while the Legion progressed, only to then go back to them, and a couple of other bits of planning from either side, which yeah, could have been far improved. Not to mention Nicole's arc isn't the best choice. Mike sadly didn't get a lot of screen time. Um, other setups and payoffs were needed, and um, Zami's Zami was a bit annoying at the first half somewhere. But other than that, um, yeah, just has some really cool moments. Like I said, even the Orca moment, that really generally got to me. Just thinking about it now, that's what's good seeing some men to do. So if if the book is either flawed or mediocre, and then there's just one little gem in the story, yeah, something about that I really like, and it speaks a lot, which yeah, speaks volume. And yeah, a lot of the fight scenes still kind of cool. Still, it's one of my favorite story premises out of the 4 or 5 of them. Like Timefall's premise in the Vex one's cool too, but yeah, it's just about this which I found quite interesting. Yeah, I like the floating water, and if I'd seen the Morphils, find see what Megatron's like, is a nasty piece of work. Um, so yeah, um, yeah, it has definitely some of the best highlights. You can see why I'm to say this is my favourite one. But we'll see what the following book is like. It'll be a lot shorter, that's for sure. And yeah, let's see if it does tie all of this up in a nice little bow. And I think it kind of does, despite some individual moments from each of the stories. So yeah, I think we pretty much ended right there. So next one is the yeah, the fifth book, which yeah, because I've been recording all of these before releasing more of them. It's at a point where the Core Runnings video and the upper ranking videos, they've been the only commentary made public at this point. But yeah, I think I'll hopefully I've done a wise choice to release them on the right order, and I feel like hopefully I kind of see these as the last bit of content too, but or maybe some of the earlier ones before release the film commentaries, or maybe going that way around. So just kind of goes back into the Haphazard Legion theming before them going onwards. Yeah, I can somewhat see that being the case. Yeah, not to mention because whilst my animations will be short, although if I have like full film versions and yeah, so there is like a way to choose. So yeah, it's just because I sometimes wish that YouTube could make it a choice whether to make it a proper video or a short, like giving that option instead of relegating it to either one. But well, but yeah, I'll see you in the next video.